Yo, hello. Okay. Nice. We are so fucking back. Unbelievably back. How's it going, guys? Right. Fuck me. Interesting 24 hours. Very interesting 24 hours. Still in a little bit of a drama drought, alright? But we're on to the, I would say, the stupid arc of the drama. Where a lot of the contentious conversations, a lot of the tension build-up around doxing threats and so on, a lot of that is dissipated, thankfully, right? A lot of the substance has also fallen by the wayside, and now we can just laugh at people being brainwashed and retarded. It's a good sign. It is a very, very good sign. And I've just closed my chat window, so I can't see what anyone's saying. Okay, nice. Look at me. Okay. We're getting you guys back. Don't worry, don't worry. We're getting you guys back. Give me 1 second. Okay, fab. Nice. Nice, nice. And we're all plugged back in. Fantastic stuff. Okay, everything should be up and running. I should be able to hear you. Yeah? 22 hours early today. Yeah, how about shut the fuck up, yeah? How about shut the fuck up? How's it going, Hengus? Listen, I'm awake right now. You're awake right now. What are you complaining about, mate? Yeah? Fucking hell. Alright. Nice. I saw... Oh my fucking god. I didn't even comment on this when it happened on stream. But I think there was the call-in that Sentman tried to do, where he'd been talking about a lot of the fucking Destiny drama. He's one of the, like, commentary people who are totally mind-raped by DGG. And so he'd been, like, saying some fucking retarded stuff on Twitter. Asked him if he wanted to call in. It's like, might be an interesting conversation. He said yeah, and then he calls in and does this really, like, unfunny bit where I think maybe he has actually been to the dentist, or maybe he's, like, pretending to sound, like he has Down syndrome or something. It's like, oh, okay. Right, okay, I was expecting a conversation here. Alright. I try and go with it a little bit, but it's just like, he doesn't want to then have the conversation doing that voice, which I thought would have been fucking hilarious. But, in any case, that's where we ended up. Thinking there was any way that call could be good was your first mistake. Yeah, that was probably my first mistake. I wanted to see if some of these commentary guys were actually honest with what they were saying. I thought it might be an interesting conversation. Unfortunately, it was totally fucking fruitless. The interesting part of it, though, alright? The interesting part at the end was that Tommy C picked this up and tweeted it out and said, if you didn't take YouTube drama and yourself so seriously, you might know it was a prank call, you retard. All these guys are retarded. Can't even hide a doxing server. Total incompetence. Now, it's particularly funny for Tommy C to say this. Infamously burned his own relationship with Chud Logic and the rest of the commentary space, or the new commentary space, because he couldn't take a joke. Infamously thought, after I tried to call into his stream, that he was going to get caught up in an op, that it was planned to take him down. Infamously thought that people were trying to push sincere pedophile accusations against him. I saw this fucking quote retweet from Federal Rape earlier. Dude.
والحاجة والهزال وإذا أمام بيتها مزرعة صغيرة ربما لا تتعدى 6 أمتار في مثلها.
Dude, I still have not topped the fatwa that I called on Tommy C after he said that we were trying to get him. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, we are. We're a fucking terrorist cell, and we're coming for you. Not to harm you in real life, just to insult you on the internet. That's what we're trying to do. Al-Masra al-Shama Dickers. That's exactly it. Yeah. Yeah. And he's still reeling from it to this day. I think he was tweeted about it the other day, wasn't he? Yeah, these guys tried to push pedo accusations against me. These guys tried to push pedo accusations against me. Where is it? Hold on. Is it around here? Is it around here? Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, can't find it. Can't find it. Yeah, because I saw that somebody quote retweeted it with the original fucking meme image. Or the original meme video, but Alas, there we are. Just the idea that Tommy C is still running around 18 months later because David got him so fucking good. It's good shit, man. It is good shit. I can't even pretend to care about it anymore. Which is unfortunate, you know. There was a time when I felt bad that Tommy C was being so fucking mind raped. There was a time when I felt as though Tommy C was getting a little bit of a rough ride. That time has long since gone. If you're still complaining about that retarded fucking video that David made 18 months later, I've got no sympathy. I've got no sympathy at all. Actually, is David the one who quote retweeted him with it? Yeah, I think he came in to take his victory lap. Didn't he? What's this guy's fucking username now? Yeah, okay. CDU177. We need to get better fucking usernames for this guy. What was it before? X21678Q, some bullshit like that. Yeah. Oh my god, and he's gonna be way too active on Twitter to actually fucking do anything, isn't he? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Way too active on Twitter to try and find the original. Retweeting everything he fucking sees, every clip. No, David's done a bit of clipping for me, okay? I can't promote him too much. Is this... Shut up! Nice. Fantastic. A veteran commentator, Tommy C there. Oh my god, man. Dude, did I ever watch this on stream, the fucking edit that got made of this? It's just so fucking bad. It's so fucking bad. I don't know. Have I shown people this before? Just going through some of the fucking, the Twitter retardation. Have you seen this?
We will not surrender, and your lives will be spared. We will not be hostages to be bartered, Dooku. Then, I'm sorry, old friend.
We're firing our Dox blasters at them. Yeah. We've got our Dox drones. We've got our Dox droids coming after them right now. Every shot fired is another detail of PII. First name, last name, address. It's just so fucking retarded. And he didn't even... Okay, all of this. And he didn't actually quote tweet him with the original fucking clip. Was that on a different account? This guy's got 3 Twitters. Never mind. Okay. Fantastic shit. Great. Fuck me. Stardust is too rotund to be Padme. I mean, it just seems like a retarded movie reference to make. Because, like, Anakin eventually converts to the dark side. And all of those people get culled. So, who wins in the end? Who wins in the end? And who is snorked to death? Yeah? What do we think? Oh, fuck me, man. This entire thing is so fucking retarded. Yeah. I'm just fucking over it so fucking bad. These people are, like, beneath contempt. Oh my god. And I saw that Denal got particularly pissed off at my Discord earlier. Apparently, I got, like, fucking 20 pings from this retard. Apparently, Slug was saying that Starbased is a pedophile. Which... I mean, I don't know if I agree with, but if you want to say that about him, I really kind of don't care. And so they're just constantly spamming me. Dickers, it's in you now. Don't cry about the doxing server. Clean up your official snark server. Because people are shit-talking. Starbased, aka Denal. Apparently he's calling that doxing, which is interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay? Nah, I don't think so. Oh my god, and here we are. Just this entire Twitter timeline right now, man. I'm legit scrolling. Okay, here we are. This is all him crashing out over people pointing out the fact that Denal is Starbased. and the original Starbased allegations that ended up with Starbased being kicked out of the community. Yeah. There we go. Is that the end of it? Yeah, I think that's the end of it. I think that's the end of it. Nice. Oh, wait, no. Here we are. It kicks up again. Slug TV. Crazy Out Denal, aka the pedophile Starbased, is now mad. Toasty. I see people say that, but I haven't seen the proof they are Starbased. Why would you try and draw attention to that? Why would you try and draw attention to that? It's just so fucking dumb. I don't even know why they try and fight the allegations at this point. If you guys don't know, Einar decided he was going to make it his personal mission to be able to prove definitively that the Twitter account that cropped up just as Starbase got pushed out the community, and he stopped kind of tweeted about a lot of this stuff on his account, that the anonymous Twitter account that cropped up at the exact same time that somehow, for some reason, hated Aiden vociferously, and then also hated Morale egregiously. And then as a third target, hated Parry. As a fourth target, hated me. Knew all of the commentary lore, fed into Tommy C, fed into DGG, fed into all the people that hate this small kind of like new commentary collective. For some reason, Einut decided that it was going to be his life goal that week to be the guy to prove definitively that that Twitter account, Denal, was actually Starbased. Yeah, he tried it for a little while before, and then recently he tried to do gay ops where he sent some allegations to Starbased, and then, yeah, they directly just ended up on the Denal Twitter. Which, interesting. As if it needed any more fucking proof, man, but yeah, there we are. I'm gonna be honest, just with the amount that he fucking spams, just the AI content overload that's just like constantly being pumped out of there. I'm just considering like banning the fucking Twitter account from my Discord. Like anybody linking it, to be honest. It's so fucking annoying. It is just so fucking annoying. At Dickers, you missed how they kept me telling them retarded. Wait, what? Dickers, you missed how they kept me calling them retarded in the message, which is just funny. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Alright, it is what it is. Okay, fab. I think that's probably about it. There's nothing more that I really wanted to go over, just for stuff that I've noticed on Twitter. One thing, actually, I have noticed on YouTube while I pull this up real quick. Has anybody noticed that YouTube Shorts is just flooded right now with a bunch of Asmongold reacting to Shorts clips? Like, if you scroll down and watch enough, eventually you will get a short that already exists on YouTube, and it's Asmongold going, damn! Wow! God damn! Yup. With, like, no additional commentary provided, necessarily. No? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's actually, I don't know if it's Asmongold doing it himself, or if it's somebody else doing it for Asmongold, and so they're reaping the rewards. I don't know what it is, but it's so fucking annoying. It is like gutter tier. It is total gutter tier. Yeah, exactly. It's the exact same stuff that people have just finished, like, criticizing the quartering for, and now they just don't care. They just don't care. Like, can we be real? The quartering giving minor commentary over somebody else's short and then reposting it. Out of all of the offenses that this guy has done and all the reasons to fucking mock him, does anybody actually give a fuck? the amount of content creators who do the exact same shit, or clippers who do the exact same shit for other content creators, it's just like such a nothing criticism. You have truly got to the end of the drama. Fuck me, man. It's all historical European martial arts over here. That's your shorts feed. European martial arts? Isn't that just like using swords and shit? Is that really like martial arts? When I think martial arts, I'm thinking like hand-to-hand combat. No? That was funny. I remember seeing people talking about some Mud Hut Indian should file an international lawsuit against Jeremy. Oh, for the fucking video where he's... Oh, there's that woman, like, dunking that pork in ice and oranges. And he asked the question, what are the oranges for? Yeah. No, I don't think that lawsuits in the commentary space are good generally. I think if people want to have complaints about that, they can, and they can feel free to file a DMCA. No? Okay, nice. I think people have got like way too fucking bloodthirsty with a lot of the lawsuit stuff. I mean, Ethan has probably normalized it to a certain degree, and now everybody thinks that like a high-flying, like, yeah, I can sue this guy. Yeah, I can sue this guy 100%. You know? Okay. Nice. Let's have a gander then. I was gonna pull up a photo to lead into this. Let's go into the Gokanaru stuff first. I think that's probably the easiest way to be able to lead into it, right? Okay. So I think people who may have been watching DGG chat last night. This is the first time that I saw mention of it. Okay. The people who were watching DGG chat last night noticed that there was somebody who was obsessively spamming the chat, screeching out, having an autistic meltdown over the fact that Gokanaru was joining the fight and talking about Destiny, DGG, Connor, me, Aiden, all of the fucking drama that's gone on recently. Okay? Actually losing his mind, legitimately melting down. At Destiny, at Mr. Mutin, Gokanaru is attacking Destiny. Destiny is getting fucking attacked. Destiny is getting attacked. What the actual fuck is this? Ass fuck. Get this to at Destiny now. Holy fuck. Guys, spam Destiny. This guy needs to be fucking destroyed. What the fuck? I'm about to blow up against this Gokanaru fuck. And then other people start calling it out. For some reason, I don't know why, people think that he's a troll, who's trying to do like bait post or something. If this is performance art, it is the best performance art I've ever seen. Because he then goes into Gokanaru's chat and does the exact same thing, and then gets on call with them, which we'll watch it a little bit, okay? But in my opinion, this guy is not a troll at all, right? He says, yeah, because I defend Destiny. Fuck you all. Fake fucking Destiny fans. Fuck out of here. Dan would be on my side. I did nothing wrong but defend Destiny. I fucking hate this piece of shit Gok guy. I will dox my fucking self to defend him. He is not a no-namer. He's a massive YouTuber. Gok is a massive on YouTube. He is a piece of shit. And he's currently making a video to destroy YouTube. Just like he did to Sneeko. Okay, buddy. Alright. Nice. I'm glad you got that out your system. Okay. So this is The Dramatic Dream. And then when you go over to Gokanaru's live stream last night, you will find him in the chat. Okay? There's a few DGGers that end up coming over there as well. So they're going into Gokanaru's chat, feeding him the lines about the Snark Discord, feeding him the information that he needs to be concerned about, right? Now, what has been one of the complaints that people have had about the Snark left? That somebody will say, hey, this guy's talking about this right now, and then post a link to their stream. Other people will go and watch it, and maybe they will decide on their own behalf to interact. Apparently that was totally untoward. Apparently that was totally fucking crazy. Can we be real? These guys, have we ever been in a Discord before? Have we ever seen how this fucking shit works? Of course. When it's us, everybody else is being total fucking F-slurs about it. But when DGG chat does it, have we got a ban? Have we got any kind of moderation? Have we... No? Okay. Yeah. Not did you expect to. Anyway, let's get to the fucking call, because this guy is actually hilarious. People say that DGG is a cult, and that DGGs are totally fucking brainwashed. This guy is just, he's on a total other level, man.
Yeah, what up?
Yo, okay. Yeah,
Okay,
I saw you were in chat saying I was missing context, and I'm here to get the context. But
look, I'm just saying right now I'm biased.
Okay.
So you have to understand that. So what I say, you just take with a grain of salt.
Okay. All right.
But
sounds good.
First off, I think really you should just reach out to Destiny. I know that sounds weird, but he'll talk to you. He can tell you the full story, and you can believe him or not.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is like You're I remember watching your like Sneeko video,
Okay.
and so I know I don't know if you're gonna make a video about Destiny, so that's why I'm like
No,
I feel like I need to defend him because you make some good hit pieces, which would be fucking fun to watch. So I'm not gonna lie, and even Destiny would like it because he's watched your shit.
Mm-hmm.
Was not expecting that accent. Well, you can imagine that DGG is like an inversion of the snark left, you know? We've got like a white guy who pretends to be Indian for the purposes of content. They've got Indians who pretend to be white guys for the purposes of sucking up to Gokanaru. I love your videos, man. I love, you know, when you're attacking the people that Destiny attacks? Yeah, I love your videos, man. Dude, the glazing is actually insane.
Yeah.
So, okay, the very first video I linked you in chat.
Also, I would probably hope that people who are on, I guess, this side of the argument, I suppose, right? You'd probably hope that people would be able to make the case for themselves, right? They'd be able to go in there, maybe argue a little bit, give some of the fucking talking points. With the Destiny side, it's literally, you need to reach out and you need to speak to Destiny. Listen, I can't explain it to you. I don't know any of the details because Destiny, you know, hasn't given evidence for any of this. But if you reach out to Destiny, okay, he might be able to explain it to you.
I think you should start with that one, if anything, because that's where he's actually battling two snarkers that are a part of the JSTOC community.
Okay.
This video I linked you in chat. I think you should start with that one, if anything, because that's where he's actually battling two snarkers that are a part of the JSTOC community.
Okay.
That's a good one to start with because it has Dan in there too.
Okay.
And
oh my god, dude. Yes. I remember hearing about this. Dude, Hutch is such a dishonest fucking freak. It is beyond belief. So, Hutch, when he releases his video, dude, Jesus Christ, I did not watch this video. Did I skip around in it? Okay, I did not watch 2 hours of Hutch's reaction to this.
Over a year ago.
But you might find it weird that the debate went on for 4 hours, and yet somehow Hutch's reaction only spans 3 hours. So what's gone on here, right? What's gone on? Hutch, presumably, has seen that the entire debate goes on, and he starts specifically when Dan joins and starts threatening me and Aiden that we're fair game, essentially insinuating that we will be doxxed if we carry on arguing about this stuff. We will be doxxed if we, continue to support JStalk, associate with JStalk, be in his Discord server. That's the point that he starts watching at. Not when it's me and Aiden having an argument with Destiny, when Dan comes in and throws the fucking debate off by starting to threaten people on the panel. But that's the part that Hutch uploads as a fucking segment, and you won't find any of the beginning. Very interesting. Very interesting. And now when DGG is want to fill in Gokanaru about the situation, they link the Hutch reaction rather than the original Wix stream. Very interesting how that works.
this is like the reason why this is all coming out right now.
Yeah.
The most important thing you need to understand is
From a
Doobie
website.
will sound sincere, but this fucker is not sincere.
Okay.
Okay. And another thing is like you have to understand Destiny will admit that what he's doing is bad. Like he's out there saying, yeah, I'm fucking bad, but I ain't hiding this shit. So yeah.
No, that's what Dan will say. That's what Dan will say.
I'm doxing specific people, like that Batman guy or whatever you want to fucking call him.
Yeah.
That dude was acting like a professional lawyer and going onto these snark communities and these private discords talking about his case. And so he's like, yo, you're going to fucking put your credentials on the line. I'm going to show who you are. You can say that's bad. I get it. We all get that. And he even admits it's bad. But the reason why is because the snarker community has been built for 2 years that are continuously swatting him, swatting his kid. So yeah, he's uncovering all this shit. And that's why the very first video I sent you is really important context, because
it's so fucking insane just to like realize that these people exist. This type of specimen, this kind of creature exists. They don't just believe what Destiny's saying. They even believe the self-admitted lies. They even believe claims that Destiny's never made, right? Destiny will talk in generalities about what they are doing. This scary collective they are doing. And then he'll be a little bit more specific at times about what exactly different actors are doing, right? But he will say, they're swatting my kids, they're doing this, they're doing that. And he will intentionally blur the lines between, like, I don't know, Kiwi farmers, dox bin people, snark left, whoever the fuck, you know?
they're all
But I guess this is the kind of audience that Destiny wants. This is what he wants people to believe and come away with. It's fucking illuminating that you actually got one of these people out in the wild speaking to Gokanaru.
Terrified of him right now because Dan has found all of this evidence because he's had a mole in this private snarking community.
This is the snark left one?
Yeah,
or which
wait. There's the video has Hutch. This is brutal. It's a video I sent you privately. It's like it's just a YouTube video. It just goes a link to that.
Yeah.
I can send you the actual original with the wick because he's involved in this.
Yeah.
But in this community towards the end of the discussion, it's learned that Destiny has a ton of fucking private logs of evidence of these guys actually doxing him, people in DGG, like us, myself, like people that defend Destiny, they'll find our information, dox us. It's a fucking dox war. The problem is,
dude, I don't even know what he's talking about. Is he talking about when I'm looking at the people that Connor is following, or I'm looking at this Twitter account with a total Destiny death profile picture, where it's Destiny's plushie, but it's been shot in the fucking head by a shotgun? And it turns out that Connor is following that person. Is that what he's considering a dox?
This is what Destiny will say every time. He'll listen if he hears this back and forth between you and me. He's gonna be like, "Yes, I'm out here. I'm telling you, I'm a bad dude, but I'm not hiding it. These people are hiding it for 2 fucking years.
Yeah,
it's a coordinated effort of just this."
He would claim that.
He
would claim basically that they don't have the high ground. Like they're trying to have the high ground.
Yeah, they're trying to have the high ground. And he's not trying to hide behind any high ground. And the other thing is like, okay, you saw those messages between Connor. I mean, you'll see in the fucking, when you watch that video, you'll see them, Connor will say that Destiny needs to go TOS himself. He says TOS, you need to go TOS yourself. He'll say that to him. So, and like that context is really weird.
Am I the only one who thinks this guy's about to start hyperventilating? Nah, he sounds pretty bugged out. I can't lie. Now, I thought initially when I was watching this that, okay, maybe this guy is just a little afraid, a little nervous to be on stream talking to Gokanaru. I don't know now, with how scary the Snark left server stuff has got, he might be afraid that he's going to be targeted. Who knows?
Because Destiny's trying to say, like, basically, that's actually the exact same thing you said to me, basically. It's like, you're going to come after my family. He's using it in the context like, yo, fucker, I'm your friend. What the hell? So then he's like pushing back. And I know he's putting it out in public, but that's just how Connor and him talk. I mean, they're abrasive. They just do that to themselves.
They're abrasive. So when you see that,
dude, it's just fucking insane. All of the whitewashing is so fucking insane. Well, you think he's stroking his shit right now. I mean, it's a possibility you can't deny, okay? Yeah, Destiny has spent the last 18 months defending being an out-and-out Kuma, having butt plugs on stream. Wouldn't surprise me if some of his fans start jerking off in Discord calls. I think that's downstream of that line of logic, right? I'm not saying that it's justified, okay? It's not prescription, but it is a description of how these people behave.
You see that, you don't think... You're assuming basically that Connor doesn't really give a fuck? Like, it's kind of banter
Yeah, Connor does not give a fuck.
Okay.
Like, I'm telling you, Connor understands what does... Like, he'll even see, like, Connor... I mean, he might be hurt a little bit because they are friends. And, it's just there's just so much backstory to this. It's just like really hard. Like I'm not gonna convince you that Destiny isn't a piece of shit.
No,
I think you've pretty much made your opinion on that. Like because you know a lot of his lore. You've already made an opinion. That's fine. But I'm just saying this specific thing. You can, if anything, I just want you to be like, they're both wrong. Like this is equally, not like you can't say like, oh, Destiny's more wrong. It's like they're equally wrong.
Wait, so when you say they're equally wrong, do you mean Doobie and Destiny? Or do you mean Connor?
I mean, because I'm biased here, because I believe Destiny's side of things. And the thing is like, he's supposed to, after his suit is up, he's going to have a,
manifesto?
He's going to have a manifesto. Yeah, his manifesto. And in this manifesto is going to be all the leaked Discord messages between the Snarker community. So we're all kind of like betting on this, I guess you will. But I mean, I've been following Destiny forever, and he's fucking honest. Like, this dude is not a liar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I cannot imagine being this invested in any content creator ever. These are the same kind of people who will be on Destiny's Reddit 24/7 as well, talking about the snog left. These guys need to get jobs. These guys need to get jobs. These guys need to get employment. These guys need to touch grass. This is terminally online. Destiny is such an honest guy, man. He's such an honest guy. Except for the fact that he kind of like, you know, lies during a portion of his Keffel's manifesto, or is at least deeply disingenuous. And, you know, the Anna situation, he still won't be honest about that to this day. And the fact that even if you listen to a conversation with him, he clearly avoids when people are asking him difficult questions. Just straight up lies during parts of that is incredibly slimy. But no. He doesn't lie. He doesn't lie. It was there for 2 years. He had a mole in the entire time.
He just does not lie. If he has something to back it up, he's gonna show it. And Dan's a savvy son of a bitch. So that dude has information on these people. And I mean, he shows it to Wick, and Wick is like, holy crap, this is really bad. Like, you guys need to get your affairs in line, because what Destiny's about to expose on you fucks is going to destroy your career.
I did love that moment during the conversation. I did love that. I'm gonna treasure that moment. I'm gonna keep it close to my heart. The moment when Wick tells me, "You guys need to get your affairs in order, okay? What Destiny's gonna drop on you? You're not ready for this shit, right? You're not ready for the hellfire that's about to be stormed down on you." Like, okay, bro, I think we're taking this a little bit too seriously, aren't we? I need to get my affairs in order. I need to write my next will and testament.
And they haven't released that yet, right?
No, they have not released it, and they keep. And so the thing is Doobie is now freaking out, going to all of these communities, Wick, Connor, all these people, and is trying to spin this. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing. It's just weird. It's like really weird. But you'll hear in this conversation that Doobie sounds like he's giving good points, but if you don't know the backlore to all this, you're just going to be like, oh yeah, I can like okay, Doobie's making sense here.
Hello. Yo, thank you for the $1, Clay Ben Truce Jr.
And one other context I want to give you is like with Connor. So they're friends, right?
Yeah.
You would think they're friends.
Yeah.
But if you had a friend like, and you saw someone that hated you, like actually hated you, and your friend was associating with that person.
Right.
And then your friend, you're like, hey dude, you know, this guy, he pulled a gun out on me. He's like threatened my family. This dude, I just don't want you to really hang around him, bro.
Okay.
But then Connor's not cutting this off. And
it's insane how people try and reframe this stuff right now. Especially when Destiny has like defended XQC during his drama with Hassan, where Hassan was asking XQC to moderate his chat to be nicer towards Hassan, because there was a bunch of people in there that fucking hated Hassan. Destiny mocked that and said that Hassan was fucking bitch made. And now that the exact same thing's happening to him, you've got people around him with polarized communities that don't like him. Well, now, okay, these are obsessive, these are anti-fans, they're trying to conquer you. Dude.
And he has his own livelihood. He wants to keep Doobie, and Doobie's known him forever. But I sent you a picture of Doobie. Yeah. He goes around and...
Like, these people do actually just see Connor, Wick, Pisco, IRI, you know, as just vassal states of Destiny that do need to bend the fucking knee when Destiny tells them to moderate their communities in a certain way that is, like, preferential to them. It's such a cucked existence that these guys lead. I can understand why Chud doesn't want to get dragged back into it again, because it just does not seem like a nice fucking dynamic.
Purposely pays thousands of dollars to these streamers, donates thousands and thousands.
I mean, I think it's rough generally as like a small streamer to orbit around bigger content creators that can exert like a level of pressure. They kind of like you kind of like ride along in their way in the waves that they make sometimes, you know? Or if somebody else says something because you associate with them and they're bigger, people just assume that you agree with the same position. It's extremely fucking annoying. But I can say I've never experienced anything, not even close to the kind of shit that Destiny Orbits had to put up with. It's actually fucking diabolical.
So all these streamers are terrified of losing Doobie in the JSTOC community because they pay them. It's like literally this coordinated, dude, it's so fucked up. And even Destiny will be like, this is like so conspiracy. This is like, it sounds.
The problem is that Destiny is audience captured by his own community, who basically have him by his frickin' balls. No, not really. I think Destiny is set up as a community in a way that it's just a bunch of yes men now, right? And so it's a perpetual echo chamber that everything that Destiny does is always defensible, always defended, always good. There's never any criticism. Because everybody who was critical has either been banned or is just like left by now, as Destiny's become like increasingly deranged, right?
Crazy.
Yeah.
It just sounds all crazy.
Yeah. No, I see. So wait up. So the argument is that Doobie is basically propping up Connor. So I even made a graph.
Yep, that's the graph one.
Okay, so he's like donated like 10K over the course of what, like 2 years or like total?
Yeah, it's and that's just what he's like shown. Like Destiny
Right.
has like something he's trying to. But there's so much more. Like you can just see like
It's fucking insane, man. Yeah. So over the lifetime of Doobie donating to people from 2019 to 2026, he's donated $10,000, which for a single person, don't get me fucking wrong, is a lot of money. Okay. It is a lot of money. But at the same time, is that stuff that's actually going to turn the tides? You've got like an oiler that has got such an influential drag on you that you're pulling an entire community behind you. This is a concerted effort by Doobie in order to mind rape people financially. Well, Destiny's got more, you've got to understand. You know, Destiny knows stuff behind the scenes as well. Does he? What, dude, it's always the assumption that Destiny knows something extra that makes the point correct, even when it looks like Destiny's totally retarded. So, where is Counterpoints? Counterpoints is, what? I guess you could say 2 and 3, right? Yeah. There you go. So the idea that he's like a huge donator to Wick, well, I mean, it seems pretty well distributed. You know what I mean?
Okay, I see.
Pisco is.
Yeah. Pisco,
Like Pisco, he's gotten into Pisco's community.
2.5k max to one person too. Yeah, Pisco is the largest donated, 2.5k. And again, over the past 7 years, it's a lot of money for a single oiler to donate, right? It absolutely is, but really, do we not trust people to be able to come to their own opinions about this stuff?
And so they'll do like these. It's all like in the back ends, like it's all in like these like private discords, these snarker communities, like you're aware of.
Yeah.
And the one that he's specifically talking about is with H3 also. So they're in there and they're getting dox material and H3's or Ethan's family and shit. There's that, but
Wait,
Destiny's like the primary.
Wait, they're doing what? Wait, the Snark left are doing what to Ethan's kids?
And so they'll do like these. It's all like in the back ends, like it's all in like these like private discords, these snarker communities, like you're aware of.
Yeah.
And the one that he's specifically talking about is with H3 also. So they're in there and they're getting dox material and H3's or
what?
Ethan's family and shit. There's that, but
wait,
Destiny's like the prime.
What? It is fucking insane. These people will fucking believe anything you tell them, man. You see the CPS skulls, and you assume that this community is responsible for everything bad that Ethan has ever faced in his entire fucking life. He trips over a stool. He trips over a stool as he's walking around his podcast studio, and that was us. Yeah? He catches a cold. That was us as well. Wakes up in the morning. Dick won't work. Has to buy some fucking blue chews. Yep, that was the Snark left as well. That was the Snark left as well. We are there whenever Ethan has a downfall. Whenever he makes a mistake, whenever something bad happens in his life, we will be there.
Where's that happening?
These people think that Kosher Kathy is like the reverse Flash of Ethan's life. Yeah, exactly. It was me, Barry.
Where is that?
It's JStock's community. It's called the Snarker. I know Destiny has like a tweet about it, but about the actual, you have to be invited in there. Oh, in fact, Willie Mack, you know who Willie Mack is, right?
I do, yeah.
Look at his fucking last post where he tried to join it, and they're like, you have to threaten Ethan's life, basically, to be
What? What?
involved in the snarker community. It's so fucked up.
What?
Like, it's so fucked. It's, maybe it isn't that.
Wait.
Don't say W Kathy, because that's not even true. That is not even true. Hold on, let me check out Willie Mack. What did Willie Mack actually say? Hold on. Because I think Willie Mack did try and join it at one point. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Nice. Alright. I tried to join, but apparently you have to be approved before you can bring up Hutch's dead sister. Classy server. Is that what he's referencing? Is that what he's referencing? He's seen that he's made a joke that you need to get through the approval cage before you're allowed to make jokes about Hutch's dead sister. And that has got, like, amalgamated in the sludge of his brain as you need to threaten Ethan's life to be able to be allowed in there. Do these people think that this Discord is like the Dark Brotherhood from from Elder Scrolls? You've got to do, like, the Black Sacrament and cut out somebody's heart and do a fucking secret prayer to Satan to be able to get in there. Thank you for the 50 kicks, Space Station. Thank you. Yeah, okay, here we are. Here we are. It appears, Nicandros says, it appears you've come to believe that people on the server made fun of Hutch's dead sister. Want to show the evidence that made you arrive at that conclusion? And then Willie Mac says, because it has a skull with CPS written on it. Huh? Huh? What? It appears you've come to believe that people on the server made fun of Hutch's dead sister. Do you want to show evidence that made you arrive at that conclusion? Because it has a skull with CPS written on it. I hope that Willie Mac realizes that he's bringing up something that's completely detached and unrelated, right? I have that faith in him. I have the faith in him that he realizes that he's just making shit up right now. It doesn't even fucking make sense. And yet somehow 147 people saw this and thought, oh, CPS skull, yeah, and fucking liked it. But what Willie Mac leaves out of this, hold on. Willie Mac. Do I have access to the logs? Oh, I do, actually. I do have access. Okay. Dick is exclusive. Now, I'm not a moderator of the Discord server. However, I can see when people join and when people leave. You can see, like, the coming and going logs, right? And so, I know something that Willie Mac has left out, and I know that he's left out when he's told it to other people, because I have heard that Willie Mac has said, it's impossible to be able to get in this Discord server. They're not letting anyone in. It's impossible to get in this Discord server. Willie Mac joined the Discord server. 17:15. Willie Mac left. 3 minutes later. 3 minutes later, this guy leaves and then complains that you can't even get in the Discord server. They say it's open. They say that you're allowed to get in. You're not even allowed in this Discord server. Bro.
Ew. Well, I'll take a look at the Willie Mac tweet. That sounds crazy.
How can you hate on the club? You can't even get in. You know?
One sec. Let's see here.
Trying to find it too.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah, here it is. I tried to join, but apparently you have to be approved before you can bring up Hutch's. Oh yeah, it's Hutch dead sister. It's like because for a while they were talking about Hutch's dead sister that died of cancer, and they were all like mocking it, and they found his information too. They've been doxing the fuck out of Hutch. And
have we?
In this thing, it's like,
did these people not fucking realize? Because you need to get specific with the shit if you're going to talk about it. Do these people not realize that Hutch has been open about his full name since he started content creation? Do people not realize this? When he was in gaming and would do collaborations with Red Bull, for example, under his gamer tag, he would use his full name. And he was open about his full name throughout his career. I don't even see people bring it up, but even if they fucking did, that's not dox. That's not dox information at all.
It's like you have to swear a pact to destroy these creators, Destiny, Hutch, anybody that basically is kind of even like kind of positive towards Destiny.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Hutch is like distanced himself from Destiny pretty much completely.
Right.
But just because there was a pact and he hasn't really completely disowned him, he's fair game to be doxxed.
Okay.
And so there's all of this shit. So basically, the main thing you have to think about in the back of your head, because I know you're gonna have your opinion at the end of all this,
right,
is like Destiny is honest about being a piece of shit, which you can say is like that doesn't make it any better, but to me it does make it a little better because he's not hiding it. And these little snarker rats are out there 24/7. Like literally, they have a job. Like they're in this Discord 24/7, finding information on people, and that's all they do. It's like they're unemployed losers. It's the weirdest shit.
Facts. Okay.
Gokanaru. I mean, I don't envy his position. He's coming in, he doesn't know an awful lot about the fucking the situation. And then some DGG is calling in and like giving him a shit ton of fucking information. Facts. Yeah, facts.
So that's basically what like that was the information that you wanted to relay to me, more or less.
Yeah, basically. I just feel like it's important you know that context, and then like
Wait, hold on. We might need to do some cleaning up in chat, okay? We might need to ban some people who are taking this stuff too far. So let me just ask you real quick, okay? YouTube chatter. HIV-1. HIV-1. Is that a reference to Hutch's sister? Yes or no? Because if it is, that's not going to be tolerated here. Okay? Do you want to check real quick? Just want to check real quick. No. Okay. Fair enough. We'll let you stay here then. Okay. Thank you for being honest.
I just feel like you should really watch the snarker one first when he confronts the snarkers.
You were talking about Hutch, the reaction with Hutch.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And I think that he links if you don't want to see Hutch's reaction. But actually, I think Hutch brings up some really valid points in it too.
So when you're describing two snarkers, are we talking about like this guy, which is Aiden Underground, I believe?
Yeah, Aiden Underground.
And then Dickers?
And then Dickers. So they are in this. I don't think they're in the server. So they're in this snark server, and they'll put up points like they weren't involved.
Oh, don't worry. Okay, that was a joke. Don't worry. I don't even know who Hutch is. I'm here because of Destiny. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Involved in any of the doxing. They don't know about the doxing, but then it's slowly Destiny starts getting it out of them. Like, they know everything. Like, they know how bad this server actually is. Because they start, Dan comes in, he's like, dude, I can see you guys actively because of our mole. I can see you deleting everything with my software because Dan owns Redact, like the cleaning service to clean your shit. So he can literally, so there's a conspiracy with that too, but he's
that just doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen during the debate. That just doesn't happen during the conversation. Dan does not come in and say, I can see you deleting stuff in real time. That doesn't happen at any point. I do love this, though. That this guy is, like, presumably watched the debate just before going to sleep. Hasn't watched it all and then just, like, dreams and fills in the rest of it. Dude, it's fucking insane. That Dan has kind of vague tweeted about that stuff before, right? The idea that some people are redacting stuff, but because he owns the server on the back end, he can see everything that people are deleting. He's tried to intimate that a couple times, and I just don't know why you fucking would, okay? Because you've got Destiny fans who believe this now, that Dan has personal access to all of the stuff that you delete using his privacy software to be able to redact your public footprint, or your internet footprint. Man, great advertising, great strategy. Yeah, great strategy. Great brand you're building up there.
He said he's not.
Wait,
like,
what's the conspiracy?
Back end.
Wait, but what's the conspiracy? I don't know much about this.
Do you know?
I know that all I know is that
Redact.
Yeah, all I know is that it's like he sponsors the H3 podcast. Like I just see like a little redact button.
Dude, I don't know. It's fucking crazy.
Well,
but so he owns the Redact software company.
Okay.
And they used Redact to clean all their messages, and so there's this conspiracy that Dan has hijacked Redact to see them deleting stuff, and I don't know how accurate that is. It doesn't. It might be true. I'm not sure, but there's some.
Right.
Dude, this is the blight of the middle class, man. It truly is the blight of the middle class. Rich enough to be able to afford doc software.
Do we know that Redact doesn't save anything?
In their terms and conditions, it says that it's all run locally, and so nothing is retained. But Dan has tried to, like, do a fucking ego play a couple times, and say that, you know, I can see everything, or, for some reason I was able to find this. He tried to redact it, but I got it somehow, you know. But yeah, it is brutal. It is truly brutal being a middle-class, unemployed snarker, you know. Just rich enough to be able to afford the doc software, not quite rich enough to be able to afford redact. Very, very sad.
That could be a possibility. I don't think that is, though.
I see.
But like I said, dude, all the things I might be misleading you completely, but here's the thing: you just pop into Discord with Destiny, Dan, Mr. Moon. Mr. Moon's great. He's gonna pull you right up. You guys can have a chat and be like, dude, you're a piece of shit, and he's gonna be like, yeah, I'm a piece of shit. This is why.
Mm-hmm. I see. Okay.
So just before when you make your epic ass video to destroy Destiny, at least reach out to him.
That is not. Okay. All right. Understood.
It would be epic.
What this DGG doesn't realize is that he is trying to come in here and do an op to be able to conquer Gokanaru. Little does he know, we annexed this territory months ago, okay? This is firmly snarker ground you are standing on. You think you can come in here after the fact and do your little fucking psyop gay ops? Nah. Nah. This is snarker territory.
Big dude.
You're saying before, right?
Yeah, before you
okay.
Fuck, I don't want to fuck over Gokanaru with that. To be totally clear, that was a joke.
Before you destroy him, at least interview him.
Okay. All right.
Dude,
all right.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. Yeah. But
All
hey,
right.
nice talking with you.
Yeah. No worries. Okay. God bless, bro. Thank you for the. Yeah, I'll check out the materials here. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. See ya. All right. Well, we just got filled in. That's pretty good. Okay. One sec here. Nice. All right. So I was gonna check out the rest of this debate, but I can tell that this is like a fucking snake pit that I should probably, submerge myself in, probably off stream. But
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe should I just read what Destiny fucking said? Fuck it. Let's just see.
Okay. Oh my god. Is this the manifesto where Destiny talks about conquered territory and now he's cutting these people off for not being nice enough to him? We'll see, okay? Has the brainwashing taken effect, or is Gokanaru still a free thinker? Does he remain intellectually pure?
Just as a heads up, here's the game being played in the background across several Twitch poll servers right now. Kiwi Farms, the Snark server, and Discord server. And several individuals whom I've been involved with in the past, JStock, Doobie, Queeman, etc., have been infiltrating and turning several communities against me by repeatedly debating for hours and hours and hours, for months and months and months, the same stupid talking points over and over and over again. Okay, that's, first of all, bro. If people are organically joining another community to basically debate others about you, like, I understand how that's fucking annoying, but dude, isn't that a part of this whole fucking thing? Isn't that what is done to Hassan by you? Like, what the fuck? But okay, whatever. This has been an active project they have been all been collaborating on for over a year, where several people will join Discord communities to make the same.
Dude, it's actually fucking insane. I think I watched a little bit of this later on. I was in the chat later on, but it's like, dude, from it, like, I would say Gokanaru is like largely a neutral third party in a lot of this stuff, right? He's not really been involved in the Destiny coverage. He made videos about Ethan Klein a while ago, but I think for the large part, he's been kind of disconnected from this sphere of things. But it is genuinely like such a breath of fresh air. It's like a tall glass of cold water on a hot day, just to hear somebody else point out the fucking obvious, Isn't that how Discord works? What people like talking about you and like and debating about you? Isn't that like, like the internet, like the Twitch politics debate community? Isn't that just how that stuff works? Yes.
Arguments, or shower people with money on stream to donate negative or disgusting things about me. All right. So the argument with like Doobie's like buttering people up or whatever. I get the idea of like, okay, Doobie donates regularly to these people, but like the donation amounts are not life-changing, if that makes any sense, right? Like it is money, right? Like over the last 2 or so years, he's donated like $2,500 to fucking Pisco. That's money, right? But it's not fucking life-changing money. So it's not like Doobie's out here like authentic, infiltrator or whatever. He's a benefactor, but he's not a fucking sugar daddy. So I don't know, but let's see.
To be fair, for the small streamer community, okay, with the amount that Doobie spends, that might get to sugar daddy territory. Yeah, I was gonna say, really, for Wick? Are we sure that wouldn't be sugar daddy territory? I don't know, dude. He's like following Destiny through all of these twists and turns, buying every single argument, groveling on his fucking knees to try and remain ideologically pure for Destiny. I think that Doobie is probably a big hit to him. I think that kind of predominantly a big reason why Wick probably didn't want to ban Doobie from his community is the fact that he's a big oiler, right? Yeah. That probably was part of the calculation. I can't lie.
Okay, let's see. I have the challenge of balancing how much harassment and abuse I can take from these communities while not actually cutting them off, because it gives the snarkers a big win in that they can permanently manifest there and continue to rot that community. Dude, it sounds like he's describing the fucking Halo flood. And the people in it until they also believe the same lies and smears about me. Okay, what are the lies and smears, though? We should be getting into the specifics of the lies and smears that they like to proliferate. Unfortunately, today is probably a win for them in that they've managed to peel off Connor and mark his community as conquered. That's so funny, man. So funny. Isn't this what happened with Ethan? To an extent. Anyway, whatever. The talking points these people use will revolve around several things, a few but not all of them being Destiny is routinely attempting to ensnare mentally ill women using clout/power. Alright. This narrative also almost universally started with Mr. Girl/Lav, and the fixation point on this is Anna Voir. Anna was a 30-year-old plus master's student pursuing...
Okay,
you know what, we'll get to the end of it, because I'm just not interested in all the fucking law, you know.
On Katie Price husband?
I didn't do any of the coverage on that, but thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Alright.
/catfished. What the fuck? By a member of Queeman's community for 2 years until they finally leaked everything onto the internet. That is...
When Destiny was originally sexing with Rose, was Queeman even streaming? I don't think he was, right? I don't think he was.
Loaded as fuck, because I know, at least I have the enough awareness, because he's talking about Solo, right?
Yeah?
I thought that the whole thing is that Rose is a person, Solo is like a boyfriend who is dating the person or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's two things there that are kind of like not engaged with, really. It's like, you didn't confirm this person's identity, right? Even though privately you realized you probably should, right? That you should confirm they were of age or whatever the fuck. Okay, hoping to expose me as a pedophile because the woman whose pictures he was sending me was a victim he'd pursued on a platform for minors using a false account, and then later by threatening to kill her and her family if she didn't play along with his catfishing game.
It's just so fucking insane. Yeah, the whole Queeman reference is, like, super fucking dishonest. Like, Solo did try and go around to different communities who fucking hated Destiny to be able to ship this stuff around, right? But the idea that it's somebody from Queeman's community who intentionally tried to do this, no, not really, not really. Like, he was a Destiny fan, right? Even in the messages back and forth, he was watching a lot of Destiny's content at the time. He'd even described stuff that was, like, happening on stream. He was a Destiny fan. He was not a Queeman fan, because Queeman wasn't even around back then, I don't believe. But, yeah. Queeman had the Snarker protocol implanted in his brain at birth. This goes deeper than you could imagine. I still don't understand the Rose story. There's too much bullshit surrounding it. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's impossible to reach. It's impossible to reach a conclusion on the Rose story unless you add in a little bit of speculation. So it's whatever story makes sense the most for you, right? But I mean, maybe I'd need to go into a few more details there to be able to understand it. But the idea that it was Solo talking back to her the entire time, I just don't know if I necessarily believe that, right? I don't know if I believe that at all. Like, Destiny said that he had phone conversations with this person quite extensively. And then now apparently it's this British guy, this British twink, putting on an American accent with a voice changer to sound like an American girl? Question mark, I guess? There's also, I guess, there's Rose talking about certain details of her going to college, which turned out to be true, and those details were all real about the real person. And there's pictures of Rose in DGG merchandise that, Solo bought for her, sent over to her, told her to wear so that he could get somebody else to take a picture of her, and then he could send that to Destiny. It's just so fucking weird. It's just so fucking weird.
So we're talking about Solo, right? Solo Tiny Leaks? I mean, I would agree that guy's a fucking psycho. The thing is, yeah, so what I was going to get to is that...
Oh no, to be clear, when I was talking about the British twink, I was talking about Solo, not Queeman.
As far as I'm aware, this Solo guy did approach these detractor communities. I am, if I remember correctly, near certain that they were refused by Queeman. And I don't remember if it is that they ended up going through President Sunday or if they just dumped the shit on Kiwi Farms. I don't remember what the fuck it was, but...
I think President Sunday entertained them, right?
I'm not fully convinced on the narrative that this was just some guy catfishing him for 2 years, whatever. I think he was talking to Rose. I thought that the whole thing was that it was, Rose had kind of a compromising leak of some sort.
To be clear, there's zero proof for catfishing. Well, there's not zero proof, okay? So on the other end of all of this, you do have the testimony from Rose in court, where she's saying, like, yeah, I never sent any of those messages. He sent all of that stuff. This was against my will. He threatened me. I felt like I was in fear for my life, blah, 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 that kind of stuff, right? So you do have her testimony in court. The problem is, if she admits to doing it, then she's admitting to transmitting, CSAN, right? If she admits that it was her sending those messages back and forth in court, then she was transmitting CSAM. And then if she admits that it was her that owned and operated that account, is she then on the line for the non-consensual distribution of intimate images as well? And the easiest way to be able to get out of all of that is just to testify in court, hey, look, yeah, I was no part of this. This guy forced me to do it. I didn't send any of those messages. That wasn't me on the phone, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. It gets you off a lot of the criminality. And there is kind of no downside to it, unless Solo wants to reveal his identity, come over to the United States, and then, sue Rose for defamation? It's just not going to fucking happen, is it? So yeah, I'm skeptical at the very least, okay? Skeptical at the very least of Rose's testimony there.
And again, that's kind of a Destiny absolving himself of the fucking sins that he did commit, which is, in effect, basically, him providing just an unreal amount of sexual material to this, Rose person who he did not, as far as I'm aware, know in real life, and whose identity he didn't hard confirm. Anyway, whatever. Based on Destiny's behavior, his family is fair game. Who the fuck said that? That's horrible. Who the fuck said that? I think it is justifiable to unmask accounts that have been directly involved in harassing people involved in my court case, doxing, and harassing people close to me, and moving in groups of users from server to server to convince people of all the above. Doobie and others have ran around making the argument that it is therefore fair to stalk/harass my child and his mom. Dude, you have to fucking provide a receipt when it comes to somebody like Doobie co-signing that. I need to constantly weigh how much psychological and physical pain I am suffering and am willing to endure while allowing smaller content creators to give a...
I mean, that's just like a total misrepresentation of Doobie's thing. I mean, saying that it was a Queeman community member and saying that, Doobie said that it was totally fair to harass my family. It's just, this guy will just lie. This guy will just lie. And then you will have a shit ton of people around DGG who will defend it and say that, well, he might be doxing, but at least he's honest. Yup.
Is Tyrone modded? I'm starving. This hunger strike will continue until you unscam the greatest chatter in sewer commentary. Raised fist emoji, raised fist emoji, raised fist emoji.
Thank you for the $5. Listen, Tyrone is modded now, okay? He was modded last stream, but thank you very much for the $5. Janky Johnny.
Safe space to to allow these types of infestations to grow. Dude, he actually views it as a fucking cancer. Following what I've been trying to do over the past year or so, I'm going to continue to try and enforce stronger boundaries to prevent these types of weaker creators from being around me.
It's just, it's such abusive behavior. It legitimately is such abusive behavior. I feel like I've heard Destiny say before, if you want to state a boundary, that's totally fine. But your boundary can't extend into my behavior, right? Your boundary can't extend into my behavior. You can't say, as my boundary in our relationship, you need to do this, or I'm going to stonewall you, essentially. I'm going to cut you off.
He's describing Connor as a weaker creator. I'd much rather cut them out and let those communities eventually fall to the crazy / snarker behavior that's taken over them. I can deal with a lot of negative attention on the internet against me. Personally, I've cut enough of my personal life away to survive a lot of the collateral fallout. But I cannot continue to try and maximally center the feelings and well-being of every single smaller content creator I interact with, while they are funded by and continue to host people who have openly stated it is their goal to destroy every part of my life and the lives of the people who do not denounce me. Is that what Doobie is doing? As of today, I do not want anything to do with Connor / Counterpoints. I will not appear on any panels or shows with him. I will enforce my copyright.
Yep.
Mr. Klein!
Yep.
Mr. Klein! I wonder who...
I do wonder if Destiny is going to start lodging his streams with the Library of Congress. I wonder if he is going to start lodging his streams with the Library of Congress to be able to go after people.
Inspired this. I will enforce my copyright against him if he is reacting to...
Like, I don't know if that's true, okay? I don't know if that's true. But the idea that Destiny is setting clear boundaries that certain people can and can't react to his content, and you would absolutely sue them. He will try and look for if they're reacting in an untransformative way to be able to sue them for copyright abuse. I don't know if Destiny's content is necessarily safe to be able to react to anymore. We'll see how things go with Denims, and then we'll make the determination, okay?
My content in a non...
Can he even fill out the copyright application? No. I don't know what Destiny's talking about here. If he's talking about DMCA, or if he's talking about copyright lawsuits. Let me read that again. I would enforce my copyright. I will enforce my copyright against him if he is reacting to my content in a non-transformative way. I don't know if that's DMCAs or lawsuits. With the position that Destiny's in right now, that might be DMCA, yeah.
Untransformative way. Who?
What do you mean he clearly means DMCA, Alex? What do you mean he clearly means DMCA? He's spoken recently about going on an Ethan Klein arc and suing a bunch of people. It's not clear that he means DMCA, at least in my opinion. You got to think about how much pain he'd be willing to endure to be able to go after people. But I could imagine that Destiny in a few years does an Ethan Klein tactic and does try and sue people for reacting to his content. Might have to go and look into the statute of limitations there.
Who decides what is and isn't transformative, exactly? How long was your reaction to Ethan Klein's content nuke again? I do not want anything to do with him, and I do not want any contact with him in any way, say, size, shape, form, whatever. Maybe this changes in the future if that snarker community dies out or something. On a personal level, for me, and this applies to your own relationships as well, I have made...
Oh, 3 years! What? 3 years! In the United States, the statute of limitations for copyright infringement is 3 years from the time the claim accrued. Jesus Christ. Pixie, if you can hear me now, please do everything within your efforts to be able to frustrate this legal case and drag it on for as long as you possibly can, please. Okay? Thank you very much Hugely appreciate it. Yours sincerely, the Snog left.
The mistake in the past of simply thinking it was prudent to continue fighting my way through all this toxicity, but I wasn't considering how much better my life could be if I was spending this time building positive friendships with people who will proactively defend you. Oh. Ugh. And your reputation, rather than me having to get on my knees like a fucking loser and beg people to simply slightly modify their community to cut out people who have devoted their lives to destroying mine. So it's a positive friendship is someone who will proactively defend you and your reputation. That is what Connor Counterpoints has been, hasn't it? Hasn't it? Isn't that what he has been for the last 2 fucking years? Am I wrong? Levying a measured amount of parrhesia.
Dickers, heads up. FD Signifier says the N-word twice in quick succession, I guess, during the Empanada debate. Yeah, but is it okay if a black man says it? I know that it's okay if you say the soft A. Is it okay for YouTube if a black man says the hard R? It's gotta be, it's gotta be, it's gotta be. It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be.
Tempered criticism, your direction, does not instantly mean that it is.
I mean, it's actually, dude, I wonder if it's going to depend on the fucking YouTube moderator that I get. If I get a Morgan Freeman-ass fucking YouTube moderator that takes a look at my live stream, I might be fucked.
Not a positive friendship, quote-unquote. If anything, sometimes that can be a sign of a real friend. Someone who's willing to risk literally what you have.
I'm African, so blah, blah, blah. You know, you're the wrong type of African, my hooker. You're the wrong type of African. I don't think Egyptians get to say the N-word, right? I don't think Moroccans get to say the N-word either. I think it's like a very particular type of African that gets to say the N-word, you know?
Taken away from Connor by emphasizing so fucking transactionally that, oh, I will not be rating him or helping him or doing anything or I'm cutting him out, whatever. Risking that disassociation, losing the benefits of being friends with somebody because you feel that maybe they should actually internalize some critique because you feel like it's what is it in their best long-term interest or whatever. It can be argued that's a sign of a fucking real friend, man. Not just that they'll fucking blindly defend you and cut out any fucking critic of you or whatever. And that little comment about enforcing your fucking IP. Yeah.
I mean, I agree with everything that Gokanaru is saying, to be totally clear, okay? But we've got a problem to solve here. We've got N-words to analyze. Okay. So if I just paste this in real quick. Have I got it on screen? Yeah, I've got it on screen. Why is it so fucking small, man? Okay, perfect. Let me reset it. Let me drag that shit out. Okay. Nice. I would say that let's have a look. Let's have a look. Because I would say that Egyptians, they can't say it. Okay? So no for Egyptians. Tunisians, also not allowed. Morocco, not allowed. Who else aren't allowed to say the N-word? I feel like Algeria is like a maybe, right? It depends exactly who you are in Algeria, though. That's my opinion. Sudan, sure. Ethiopia, yeah. Chad, well, literally in the name, right? Yeah. And then, oh man, that's also dicey territory, you know? That is very dicey territory. Because I don't think I want to create a permission structure where Elon Musk can run around and say the N-word. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's going to be dicey territory. And then Madagascar? Could Alex the Lion and Gloria the Hippo say the N-word? Alex the Lion could, Gloria the Hippo couldn't. We're giving that a yellow as well. Yeah? Nice. Okay, that's good. I think that's sorted. Fab.
The game's changed, my friends. The game has changed.
What do you mean they're black? No. No. There is a big difference between people who've come and, like, immigrated from different generations, right? Like, even if you're not talking, like, even if you're talking outside of the, like, American slave context, I think, even if you're talking about people in the UK who came during the 1940s and then integrated into Afro-Caribbean communities in the UK, I think if you've got brand new African immigrants that come over, those people don't always feel like the same ethnic group, you know? Like, racially, they might be the same, right? They might have some kind of, like, genetic similarity compared to the quote-unquote native population. But I think that culturally they are very, very different. You'll see a lot of brand new African migrants who are just incredibly fucking racist. Incredibly fucking racist.
Okay,
One of the only times I've heard the N-word used in a derogatory manner, like, genuinely aggressively. Thank you, Janky Johnny, with the 3. But yeah, one of the only times that I've heard the N-word used, like, aggressively, insultingly in the UK is, like, an African immigrant who used it to describe, like I guess Afro-Caribbean Brits who were, I don't know, like, lower-class chavs, but they spoke with, like, British accents and stuff. I think they were just poor. Incredibly frustrating. Well, incredibly awkward situation. Because you just don't really know what to do, you know? You just don't know what to do when you're put in that situation. But, you know.
Just don't fucking forget. Just do not fucking forget. Anyway, alright. I'm not gonna watch the Connor conversation. Fuck, should I? I don't know. How long is it? Let's see. Real quick. Oh, okay, it's here. I actually skipped past it. I'm fucking lobotomite.
Argument that he made. That is the argument.
Okay, I'm not going to watch Gokanaru's reaction to that, but yeah. No, I watched a little bit of the Gokanaru stream last night, probably the last, like, hour or something like that. Especially when he's talking about Ethan Klein and stuff. I think Gokanaru's got a good fucking head on his shoulders, you know? He sees through a lot of this stuff. Very, very fucking refreshing to see one of the people from the old commentary communities that still have principles and stuff. Man. I was literally, I wasn't even adding much intelligence to the fucking discussion when he was talking about it. He was just saying basic stuff like, lawsuits over stuff you say online are not good. 100%. People have lost their principles when they're talking about freedom of speech online. Yep, 100%. I think there was something about unpicking people's ideas about it. So I think we might talk a lot of the time about people losing their principles and no longer caring about free speech. I think at people's base, they do still care about freedom of speech at, like, a base level, right? But it gets covered with a bunch of gunk about basically what amounts to spite-based arguments, you know? There's, like, the narratives that are wrapped around this stuff, like CPS, or there is, like, factual discrepancies, like with Destiny's reverse doxing, and you can start to pick those apart, right? You can start to undermine them. And then I think people's free speech intuitions start to, you know, like, kick in. So with the CPS stuff, you just point out, well, he registered everything with the Library of Congress and clearly intended to do this plan before CPS was ever called, right? 2 months before CPS was called, he'd already lodged that stuff with the Library of Congress. And then with Destiny, with the reverse doxing stuff, you can unpick that as well by kind of, like, pointing to the factual claims or, you know, the lack of evidence. And I think then people do have, generally, at large, some kind of, like, intuition that free speech is good. You'll never be able to convince DGGers, and for Ethan Klein fans, you'll probably never be able to convince them either, right? But if you're thinking about the huge mass of people who are looking on at this stuff, I think you can start to build, like, you know, like some kind of counter-signaling or turning the tide, so to speak, you know? But I think at base, people do care about freedom of speech. Yeah. But we'll just have to see, I guess. Because they're all socially retarded. Who? Ethan Klein fans or DGGers? I would say that DGGers are probably socially retarded. Ethan Klein fans are probably just generally retarded. Women, basically. You know? Yeah. Okay. What? Oh, fuck! What I was gonna do was watch this conversation through Destiny. But I don't know if I want to now. I don't know if I want to. Listen, we'll take a look. We'll take a look, okay? I think Queeman had an interesting conversation with Connor Points after the debate that he had with Destiny yesterday. And so it's a little bit of a debrief. Conversation about Israel, conversation about Palestine, and then also I think they have a chat about more general topics as well. No way this has been Queeman's entire fucking stream. Really? Bro. Okay. We're gonna skip over when they're talking about politics, and we're gonna go straight for the fucking drama, okay?
Videos vertical to horizontal, and this is why while they're like uploading fucking beheading videos and civilians on digitally strangling keffels.
Yeah, so it's just the personal.
Oh, okay, nice. Fab, let's go.
Into leftists always crow for a revolution, but when they see one in the Middle East and North Africa, all they have is criticism. This is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, is that a little crazy?
Wait, what? I don't know if you care, but Hassan just got a subpoena for his Cuba trip and want to cover it. What? Okay. Exclamation point Discord in the chat if you want to send that over to me. That is fucking insane. Is that real? Okay, nice.
I feel like that's crazy.
Yeah, that's two
Regardless
examples.
of whether or not you want...
But, so the issue I have there is...
Okay, we're going to do an incredibly transformative reaction to Destiny's live stream, okay? Especially if Queeman is going over all of the reasons why he hates Destiny. Is he not live anymore? Fuck, okay. Let's go for the kick stream, because he takes them down on YouTube, right? Kick.com/Destiny. Let's go for it. Videos, streams, non-stop drama 5 hours ago. Let's go. Jesus Christ, he watches it for a fucking while. Okay, nice.
I think a lot of it is somewhat politically motivated, or like politically adjacent.
Yeah, because I saw that earlier. Somebody mentioned that Destiny was tried to watch the Queeman Connor coverage, but it's just Queeman talking about being raised in a Jewish household. I imagine that Destiny went in there, you know, really amped up. Probably on amphetamines at the same time as well, but really amped up to be able to address some snarker logic and destroyed them, debunked them with I don't know, the truth, the blinding light. And it's just Queeman sitting there going, yeah, well, you know, I'm not completely Jewish. I'm like, my mum was ethnically Jewish, but I was raised as an atheist, and, you know, I got bullied at school by Holocaust comments. Okay, right. Let's move on to something else. But I think they get back on track, start talking about Destiny again, and he starts watching it again.
If it's like a lib thing, people... They switch back?
No worries, no worries. So the brainwashing thing as well. So, I mean,
Yes, brainwashing.
me and you have literally, I feel like almost every conversation we have had has been, like, very contentious, aggressive, like pretty much every time. And I don't think there is a single thing that I've argued to you that you now 100% believe. I know you could correct me if I'm wrong, but both of us are quite stubborn, I feel like. So I don't feel like this is really brainwashing.
I said that I was going to challenge you, and then Brianna Wu, for whatever reason, said, oh yeah, I'd love to challenge Queeman. And then we let that happen, and that was a moment in internet history. That was very interesting. I think that you described Ethan Klein. I think lefties are crazy. I think the pro-Palestinian side is crazy, and I think I could probably find more evidence for these people. I think that Israel is bad, but it's not as bad as it's being categorized as. And I think, generally speaking, you should be nice to Jews. So realistically, I haven't sued anybody into silence.
Is this the way to solve it? Okay. Is this the way to solve it? Let's go. Pixel size, dither factor. Let's go.
But you should still probably hate me about 20% as much as you hate Ethan Klein based off of that rationale. So, yeah, just because we're speaking calmly doesn't mean we agree with each other.
Yeah, sure. I don't think I hate you 20% as much as I hate Ethan Klein, but sure, yeah.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's probably good. Okay, so we kind of got to Keffels, Anonline, and Doxing. Are there any other reasons why you can think of why you hate Destiny? And then do you think, sorry, second part of the question. Second part of the question is, these are the top 3 reasons that you gave me for why you hate Destiny. Do you feel like your conduct on the internet for the past 2 years has been proportional to his sins?
So yeah, another reason why I hate Destiny, he took sugar and spice away from us.
Okay.
Do I know? Is that a meme? What does that mean?
So I assume you know what sugar and spice was. I assume you know.
Yes, it's
Pixie and
Straighterade and
podcast.
Pixie's podcast.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, and there hasn't been an episode in over a year and a half, Connor, if you can believe it. There has not been a single
Nice.
episode in over a year and a half. And I could not be more angry. I could not be more angry.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I do think
I feel like that's partially sarcastic and partially earnest.
Well, yeah, but it's I'm obviously entailing the underlying behavior that caused that to be the case as part of that.
Yes.
So
yes. Oh, okay. So Pixie would be unironically one of the ones that you dislike.
yeah, I would say Pixie.
Wow, this filter adds so much to the original video. Listen, okay? It makes sure that this is not a market replacement. Not at all, not at all, not at all, okay? You're not even getting all of the fucking pixels, buddy. You're getting like half of them.
Everything that's wrapped up in that, I wouldn't necessarily put Pixie alone. You know, if let's imagine it's Destiny.
Did this do anything when you watched Jimmy Kimmel? It did actually. I didn't get a copyright strike. All right, this isn't going to be in the fucking content ID, is it? Realistically,
He's already admitted to sharing nudes without consent in the past. He already in the Bob 7 manifesto admits to doing that. So that was already publicly.
How many years ago was this? 6 or 7 years. Also, I like how this is like going into.
I mean, is it incorrect? Is it incorrect? Destiny's contended for the last year as though it's totally ridiculous, the idea that he would share any of these nudes without consent. He had implicit consent the entire time. And then, yeah, you come to realize that, oh, he's spoken about doing this exact behavior before. I mean, okay, I'm not going to fuck anybody up. It wasn't a public VC. It wasn't a public VC. But somebody that likes Destiny, and I think that Destiny likes, did say, you know what the silver bullet for Destiny is? You know what the silver bullet is for Destiny? The Bob 7 manifesto. So, okay, right. Well, we went over that at the time. Yeah, it wasn't like a huge fucking point, was it? But no, yeah, Destiny had done it before. He says in the Bob 7 manifesto, yeah, me and Melina, his wife at the time, you know, we've had problems. We've had problems, yeah, sure. I mean, I was sending around her fucking nudes to a bunch of people, which, you know, I shouldn't do, but we've spoken about it and we're all fine now, you know? Come to a few years later where the Pixie situation happens. Literally the exact same.
Into hyper-specific agreements or disagreements that Melina have and that me and my ex have in terms of like who do we send stuff to at what point in time, and this is just like blanketed as non-consensual sharing of news and nobody blah, blah, but
wait, what is he even talking about? I feel like that's just a straight up lie. Oh, okay. Do we go into it? Destiny, Bob 7, manifesto.
yeah, I understand.
Okay. Do we just name search here for Melina? You don't have to go into the hyper-specifics of the hyper-specific agreement. None of it is that, like, technical at all. Destiny just says, blanket, on this stream. I shared about a bunch of nudes. Melina didn't like that. I betrayed her trust or something like that, and we apologized, and now we've made up. Melina. Right? Or how the fuck do you spell it? Sharing her nudes. Sharing pictures. What's the quote?
Include, like, I mainly focused on like Melina sharing pictures, and I didn't really include. But then eventually down the line.
Fuck. Okay.
This sin is whatever. I'm including it here because I love Melina, and because one of the troubling things for me is that over the past month, she's been incredibly distraught over this because she considered Bob 7 a close friend.
That's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for at all. Okay. Does Destiny admit it right at the fucking start? Is it videos? Okay.
They are. Here I present in full a document not only cataloging and justifying my initial claims, but also disproving many of the claims laid out by Bob 7 in previous videos and documents. To justify the claims I am making,
Fuck. Let me try and see if I can get the clip then. Destiny talks about sharing Melina's nudes. Bob 7 manifesto. I know I have the clip from the fucking time, man. I know I have the clip from the time.
I'll be including logs and audio recordings from a wide variety of sources. I retain all of the original sources for all of the material I am about to present, and I am able to provide more in later updates if necessary. I do not believe I will need to speak to any of these matters once this document has been published and reviewed. In this document, I had her send a few very pointed messages to Bob 7 to see if he would mention the stream. On the 14th of December, Bose called. Now, if you watched my stream from that morning,
Okay, it's when he's talking about his relationship issues with Melina, I believe. The party grows, not from that. Big boss. I don't think so. Okay. Is this it here when he's talking about sharing nudes? Fuck. I don't want to go through every time that he mentions Melina. Do we have to? Melina's laptop screen. Melina, where you tell them both of this horrible. Okay. Let's just do a quick little search here. Okay? Communication lasts several months. He brings up something along the lines. Melina had a call with him. Get a picture of what's going on both sides. Okay. Talk to Melina about last night's stream. Telling Melina and Bowers out, for instance. Drunk lol. Ah, okay. Is this it?
ease up a little on the relationship drama between Melina and I, and to stop using her as a tool in the crusade to save Melina. Now, I don't include this because I don't have proof of this, but I also told Melina the same thing, and she told me that she told Bob just as much. I hope this is funny in a week. Me gets cozy in bed and gets high. Steven, one of you fucking psychopaths is lying. Referencing our earlier conversation where I told her, either you or Bob 7 is lying. Here's my evidence. This is what I have. Oh my God, more. I spoke with Bob for a few minutes and basically told him I think he's truly trying to be a good friend to Melina, and he actually believes all the stuff he said, which is fine. Bob is entitled to his own opinion. But I told him he did what he could in terms of expressing his concerns to Melina, but at the end of the day, your word is always going to be more powerful than his, and he'll never convince her of anything so much better, and he'll never convince her of anything so much better to just let it be. I also asked him not to use me as a tool to further his point, like saying, Bose is scared for you. Bitch, what the fuck, LOL. He said that was misinterpreted, but I think as long as she's cool with not talking to Bob about your personal lives anymore, it'll be all right. He doesn't seem like he wants any problems with you, LOL. Just giving you info, because I know you're nosy too. Thanks. And again, just establishing a pattern, okay? Another thing here of somehow Bob 7 being misinterpreted. But another example as well of me, I'm not manipulating their friendship or trying to tell them who they can or cannot be friends with. Did this was because I was getting conflicting stories about a singular conversation, so I thought that whoever was playing games and lying and confusing people was probably the source of that contention. I did my investigation.
Let's just go for Mel. That's going to be a little bit easier, okay? Little on the relationship drama between me and Mel. Melina about last night. Mel. Lying to somebody what's causing trouble. Okay. I get a feeling that it's right in the start. I get a feeling it's right in the start that Destiny says this. Okay. We won't be able to go through. Fuck. I've come this far. I really want to be able to find exactly where he talks about this. Okay. Man, I watched it at the fucking start, man. I watched this several months ago, maybe a year ago. And so I know that it's in here. Okay. Okay, fuck it. Is it in the text of the manifesto? I might try and get it right now, okay? I might try and get it off screen.
Oh, don't ever do that again. Fuck, hold on. Okay. Thank you.
Known that he has done or would do that. Not really controversial to say.
So how did I heard you mention that previously as well?
I thought I was a Destiny fan. This fucker knows Tiny Orbiter podcast. Well, these are like the talking points. Is this guy a pixie simp? Is that what he's meant? No. These are just, they iron out these talking points every single day, every single week, every single month. They argue with other people. Like, everything that Queenman is presenting here to Connor are things that these guys have forged themselves and refined over months or years of snarking me.
With the Bob 7 manifesto. So in reference to that, like...
So, like, for the Bob 7 stuff, Queenman is going to tell Connor two things. One is that I non-consensually shared nudes of Melina, and then two is that I went after Bob 7 for the same thing that...
Yo, Queenman, thank you for the raid.
for the same thing that I do. I think they try to bring this back to me somehow, but basically they try to say that my whole Bob 7 manifesto was because Bob 7 shared a nude of somebody that wasn't supposed to. Maybe even of Melina, I don't know. But if you watch the Bob 7 stuff, my issue is that Bob 7 was the solo feeder into the Austin show, or Raj Royale is what they called it back then. And that he was like fucking the girls after saying he was asexual, or like having sexual relationships online or whatever, like requesting nudes or whatever, even though he said he was asexual, but he was the solo gatekeeper to this program. It was like not a good thing. But the main impetus with that was that Bob 7 was also shit talking me behind the scenes constantly. And I was like, why the fuck are you telling these people weird, random fucking things about me? Well, fuck it then. Let's, to be fair also, I warned him first. I did say.
It is fucking crazy. The drama at the time that everybody else remembers is that Bob 7 was doing weird fucking shit. And a big part of that drama, probably the biggest part of that drama at large, is that Bob 7 did a screen recording where he shared Melina's nudes with a girl called Bose at the time, right? And then this turned into a whole fucking like revenge porn thing, or like a non-consensual sharing of sexual images, and blah, blah, blah. But Bose saw those. She never got sent an actual copy, which, I mean, it is distinctly different, right? Especially if you're worried about these things like getting out to the public or like leaking. It's still a violation of somebody's trust, but it's just not. It's not quite as bad, although it is still bad, right? But Destiny talks about this stuff with Bob 7. And he is widely condemned for doing this screen recording. And then several years later, comes out that Destiny does stuff far, far, far worse with people he knows far less.
The Bill Cosby joke is popping into my head of like, I think the worst part was the hypocrisy. But my question for that is like, I think you pointed out that what. Oh, hold on.
Also, Connor is just fully in this now. Well, the issue is Connor, so like Pisco, is like too retarded to see the social dynamic. So Connor thinks he's having like a genuine conversation with Queeman here, where these are like genuine Queeman beliefs, and he doesn't realize that he's seeing like, I bet there's some video game that has like a fucking picture of this. There's like a guy here. Wait, no. There's like a guy here who's like talking to like a guy here, and there's like a curtain here. And he doesn't realize that this guy here is like part of this huge fucking machine. He just thinks he's like talking to some dude. Imagine these are all cogs, and this is a sick fucking, almost looks AI generated with how intricate this awesome fucking drawing is, okay? But he thinks he's just like having this talk right now.
Sweet for Destiny real quick. So for Bob 7, he used his booking job.
You see, Connor thinks that he's speaking to Queeman right now, but actually he's speaking to a series of cogs. I don't even know what he's trying to communicate with that. I don't even know what that fucking means. I think what he's trying to say is that Queeman is being disingenuous. Right? That Queeman is being disingenuous with the opinions that he's given, and that Queeman is running a whole machinery of snark operations in the background, and Connor is just a function of the snark machine in this conversation. Possibly, I think. I think that's what he means. Dude, it's like impossible to be able to interpret this stuff.
And in order to get in the ears of all these women, pit them against each other, talk shit about each other, etc., and then send nudes without people's consent or whatever. So how...
I keep saying I would have to go back and check. Although these guys never source anything. I don't know if I might have made that a minor point, or maybe that was a point that came up. But the big point was just that he was like, you had to like fuck him to get on, or it seemed like it, that he was applying like sexual pressure to girls after saying he was asexual, because remember he said that online so much, I'm asexual, in order for them to get through to the Raj Rao, which is just obviously like not good. That's like pretty bad,
How do you view Steven as hypocritical in that regard if
Was that even an allegation during the... I don't think it was it? That was an allegation during the Bob 7 stuff, that you would have to fuck him to be able to get on the show. I don't think that was the accusation at all, was it? I think the accusation was that he was having improper sexual conversations with people who happened to also go on the show. But they were already attending, right? They were already guests on there. I don't think I remember during any of that drama that you had to have sex with Bob 7 or have sexual conversations with him to even end up going on the stream. I don't think so at all.
If that was the criticism that destroyed Bob 7's career.
Well, I mean, Destiny does, like, there's a clip of him literally laying out in no uncertain terms it's unethical to try and get with the women you're booking for. That's basically, I don't understand where the line would be between what Bob 7 did and what he does with his stream. Obviously, I think he said he doesn't really believe that anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. I remember this lie. Sorry, Jesus. There's so many to keep track of. That I require people to fuck me to come on my stream. It's like... I had
women who have said that, but
not anymore. But I had like the most open Discord in the universe. Anybody could jump in to debate, do what the fuck ever, anything they want. It was just like this. There's zero evidence of this, zero substantiation of this. There have been plenty of people that have come through my Discord that I haven't banged. It's just like, oh my god. But there's never any evidence given of this. This is like one of the Mr. Girl talking points. Yeah, I think it's even in his Destiny report. There's like, I wonder if Connor will ask for any.
I don't know that I believe it as a hard rule even, but that is absolutely, I would say that there's no way around the hypocrisy there. And I think
what
there are
about the argument
considerations
that
you need to make if you're going to do that sort of
I mean, sorry, for the Bob 7 stuff, it wasn't a gateway to be able to get on the show that you had to have sexual conversations with Bob 7. That was never part of it at all. I think Bob 7 got drunk a few times and made serious, inappropriate conversations with people. And that ended up making people feel particularly uncomfortable because he had said that he was asexual. But then later on he said some fucking bullshit about like, oh, well, I'm just struggling through my asexuality or you know, making sexual jokes is how I'm learning to cope with my asexuality, or I'm coming out of my shell again, or some bullshit like that. Like, he was a creepy guy, right? Don't let it get fucking twisted. He was a creepy guy. But no, I don't think the allegation was ever that you had to sleep with Bob 7 to be able to get on the show. And that's not even what Queeman is talking about there, right? It's having like inappropriate sexual conversations with people that you are booking for, with people that you are getting onto the stream.
thing, and Destiny does not make any of those considerations.
So this is a descriptively true statement, and this is why I'm not going to become a snarker who endlessly
Descriptively true statement. What?
obsessively stalks Destiny. Not that you're stalking him physically. I'm just saying, like,
I reject even that characterization. I feel like I should be firmer on this. I'm just totally obsessed with Destiny. I don't cover him that much at this point. There was a long stretches where I'm just not covering him. Only recently, because he's gone so fucking crazy, me and people around me, have I started covering him again. Like, basically,
should I sweep for you by pulling up your video?
Please, I'll always accept sweeping.
Your video compilation, because I will say that part of the accusations against you are reliant.
One of the funniest things, this was completely fanfic, all coming out from Lav mainly, right? Yeah, I don't know if there's like a screenshot floating out there of it at one point, but I think me and Lav hooked up, and then we weren't talking as much afterwards, or just because we fall out of communications. And then I think it was like the Black Issues arc. There was a bunch of stuff going on my stream, and then Lav started jumping in more. And when she started jumping into my stream more to argue with people, she also started to get like a little bit more flirty with me in DMs as well. And then I like, because I'm not retarded. I am aware of like the dynamic. And I think I explicitly messaged her, and I was like, hey, like, I know that you're jumping back on stream to debate people, whatever. You know, you don't have to like fucking flirt with me or whatever. Like, that's, you know, that's cool, right?
It's just the way that Destiny does his stream now, and the way that he like winds these narratives, especially if you're actually listening to what Queeman is saying and then what Destiny's saying in response. I don't think Queeman has ever alleged that you have to sleep with Destiny in order to get on his stream. But this is the spin being ran with, as though Destiny is fucking responding to that in some way. He's not responding to that claim, because nobody made that claim, right? But he can defeat that straw man really fucking easily. But just so long as he like pauses and rambles for a long enough time, you get the sense as though something Queeman's been saying has been defeated. Despite the fact Queeman never made that claim ever. He did it in the conversation with me, right? Where he keeps on trying to derail and try and paint it as though that, I don't know, Destiny was trying to like massively maliciously fuck over Anna. Now, I might believe that, okay? But that wasn't the point that I was making in that argument at all. But Destiny keeps on trying to drag the conversation there and keeps on trying to fucking divert there, you know?
And then I think she replied with like a meme where she was like, oh no, like I'm only doing this to be fucked in your harem or whatever, or something. Like, she was joking because she knew there was no pressure here. But I remember that when Mr. Girl and Lav had their struggle sessions about me later, they both brought up this message that was like the most responsible message in the universe, right? They both brought up this message of how I am a master manipulator because I leave messages like that in order to cover my tracks. And I'm like, what the fuck am I even supposed to say to that? I guess. Okay, whatever, I guess.
Upon your obsessive desire to destroy Destiny. But it does look like that part of the accusations against you are reliant upon your obsessive desire to destroy Destiny. But it does look like you not only does your video diet have a substantial amount of diversity, but it seems like gaming. I'll literally list all the creators that I see. Okay, I got Techdown, Noah Samson, Hutch, Nick Diorio, Ethan Klein in Destiny, me, Destiny, Ethan Klein, Beck.
Why even do this sweep for him? I don't even know what the point is here.
Get Nick DiOrio.
The point is that you're saying that these people are deranged and trying to fucking kill your career in the crib, and that it's been relentless harassment for the last 2 years, when in actuality, Destiny's just like any other fucking commentary topic. Any other commentary topic at all. I mean, if this was like anybody else, if you saw that Dog Viper AU was doing extensive coverage about how, you know, Chud Logic can't stop talking about him. He's constantly talking about him. He wants to destroy his career. He doesn't even care about content anymore. He's hellbent on total Dog Viper death. You would laugh at him and you think he's a fucking lolcow and you think he's fucking deranged, right? But Destiny is just, I don't know why. Destiny still has this lingering sense of respect, I think, among certain people in the community, that when he says something, it should be taken somewhat seriously. It shouldn't, and he is just a deranged lolcow.
Tech tone. So it seems like if we were actually to break down some Gaming for Hope stuff, some Chibi reviews, some Chud Logic, some more Nick DiOrio, if I was just to take your past 6 months to a year, it looks like you hate Nicholas DiOrio substantially more than you hate Destiny, or at least you're giving him substantially more coverage.
Yeah, definitely way more coverage than Nick DiOrio.
Nicholas DiOrio is hated because he's seen as like an attachment to the Ethan Klein industry. I bet if I were to go through all those anti-DiOrio videos, I bet there's a lot of mentions of me in there. I don't have it offhand though, but like...
Just how fucking built in. I mean, this is why he's complaining about Connor doing the fucking sweep, because he has to address it, right? I guarantee when he's talking about DiOrio, he's talking about me. Nope. Nope. A lot of references to Ethan Klein, probably. Just the kind of way that this guy thinks that other people obsess over him. It's so fucking deranged. It's so fucking deranged. You can probably go to Queeman's channel and just like filmot Destiny and see how many times he's referenced.
That's why they hate Nicholas DiOrio.
I don't know where I...
Yeah, exactly. I don't have it offhand. Do you know what Filmot is? Do you know what Filmot is?
How much I hate them, but absolutely, I spend way more time thinking about Nicholas DiOrio, making content about Nicholas DiOrio. That's absolutely.
Did you back off on Destiny because he was threatening to dox you, or was it more content, or both?
Why would you even offer up that? Oh my god.
Like what math would you put in there?
I'd say that.
Is that not a total reasonable question? My god, Destiny is just being mind raped right now by the idea that Connor is being, what, fair and reasonable with Queeman? That is a totally reasonable question, no? Are you this deranged hater and you just stop covering it because you are afraid to catch some fucking strays or afraid to catch doxing or something?
And there's always an element where it's like, you don't want to be on super hot, tense, dangerous sometimes situations for a huge amount of time. And if you can sort of take a path of least resistance, it is easy to do that, and that's appealing sometimes. But I wouldn't say it was determinative in any way. I would say it's like, it's just like it's a consideration. The idea that you might get some fucking insane shit happen to you, it's like it's in the back of your mind when you're thinking about what to cover. But it was never like sort of determinative. I'm not going to cover this because what if this happens? It's always.
Is the claim that you are so secretly manipulative, you don't do anything manipulative, and is above board on everything, so no one suspects something? That sounds stupid, but that's literally. I don't remember which log I was reading. I think I showed this on stream a while ago where somebody was like, now I understand why Destiny's so manipulative, and he always says, if somebody accuses him of something, ask for logs. Destiny says this because he knows that he never leaves anything in his logs that can be incriminating, or something stupid like this. And it's like, bro, what do you want? What the fuck, bro? Okay. 2070 chess.
This might be a weird question, and you can say no comment, but have you been doxxed at this point?
No comment, no, justify it.
Okay. Okay, shit. Well, all right, then I suppose we should get back to Israel real quick. So part of the narrativization that I saw in the video that I'm not going to strawman, so we articulated why Ethan Klein should be disliked. We articulated probably why Israel should be disliked. We articulated why you specifically don't like Destiny. So is your argument that there is a intentional Zionist narrative in the internet, or do you think people are picking up on it subconsciously and therefore it's like aligned interest?
Was Destiny allowed to ask for logs, but you're not? I mean, yeah, that's just like a really retarded part of the whole fucking drama. And you will have Wick and, well, let's just be real, okay? Wick is a DGGer. Take a look at his Reddit account, and I don't know if you'll find a single comment that this guy has made outside of the Destiny Reddit community. Is it Wick? Wick TV? Okay, here we are. Let's have a gander. Maybe I'm wrong, alright? Alright, there's Wick TV. Let's have a look at profiles, r/Wick TV. I'm looking at users. Here we are, u/Wick TV. Okay, let's go. Let's not go top, okay, because that might sway us one way or another. Let's go new and just take a look through, okay? Wick TV, overview. Let's have a look at posts. And we're supposed to believe that this guy has just decided right now that he's on Team Destiny because the evidence has swayed him that way. Never mind the fact that Doobie provides evidence and that doesn't sway him at all. But as soon as Destiny gives a scintilla of evidence, he believes the rest of the narrative absolutely. And he changes sides. He realizes he's on Team Destiny now. Yeah, he changed sides. He was no longer neutral. He was always very, 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 very neutral. Is there a single subreddit that isn't r/Destiny that this guy fucking frequents? Let's go back through. Hold on. r/Destiny. Is there a single deviation? This guy doesn't have his own Reddit community. Doesn't participate in r/liberalism. r/politics. Really? Nothing? Damn. That's crazy.
What do you think is the balance between that?
Sorry, so you're basically saying is it conspiracy?
How's it going, Gilded Poo? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Just like aligning.
Yeah, let's say there was Mossad calling Destiny and calling Ethan Klein and giving them $50,000 a year in order to sweep for Israel in cash. And then let's say there was, well, you know, Israel's just kind of in the zeitgeist, and most people think that if you hate Jews too much, then you're anti-Semitic. Therefore, I'm going to kind of go with the flow. Between those two perspectives, where do you kind of line up the Israel comments that you were making in your video?
It's so I'm not alleging, or even I don't even believe in or suggest or anything any more coordination than is basically entirely publicly viewable. You can see Dan Saltman published an article with the Free Press. That is Dan Saltman working with the massive Zionist machine. That is Barry Weiss' paper. That is him going there to write an article about Al-Sayed and Son. That is very clearly Dan using the Zionist infrastructure in America to push his own interests. That is.
Wait, hold on. 1 second away from Israel. Just since I've finally found the timestamp for the point that I was trying to make earlier, for the sake of completeness, if nothing else, all right? Destiny admitted that he did share nudes non-consensually from Melina during the Bob 7
is literally screen sharing his fucking Discord with me to show that he does in fact do this very often. This is him screen sharing a conversation between him and Melina, where she's saying that everything that we say behind the scenes is getting spread around. Bob's 7 way of speaking around this while talking to Austin is to claim that I, on a night while I was streaming, left my stream to run into the bathroom, look at the conversation between Redacted 1, Melina, and Bob 7, memorize the nude photo, then run and tell Bose exactly what the pictures were, despite the fact that I had zero incentive to do this and can produce our entire logs for that night showing no such communication actually took place. I just got it a bit ago. It's fun. KK, this is our log for that night, and then here's November 16th here. I never had a call or conversation with Bose about any of these nudes, ever. And Melina and I were also having an argument that night over whether or not Bob 7 was manipulating friends, and Melina left the group chat immediately once the conversation was finished, so it would have been impossible for me to retrieve that conversation on my own. Now, Casey Tron has come forward publicly to talk shit about what Bob has told her, saying that, well, Destiny has access to all of Melina's calls. Melina leaves conversations immediately after those conversations happen. There is no way for me to retrieve those messages. And what's more, while they were having this conversation that night, me and Melina were having a big fight over Bob 7 and over whether or not I believe I trust his judgment. Oh, because they're having...
Fuck! Wrong timestamp! I've just self-raped so hard. I got the wrong fucking timestamp. Never mind. Believe me, Destiny doesn't even deny it, okay? He doesn't even deny it.
What is happening there? Just know if fans or bots about it. Same with when Dan goes to, say, the ADL, Richie Torres, tries to put pressure on Twitch to get people banned for the Sabra hummus.
Is Richie Torres a congressman?
Yeah, I believe so, congressman.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw him tweeting about Hassan a few times, but I didn't see him otherwise. So hold on. So from Dan's perspective, though, let's say that you're Dan real quick, or I'm...
Find items that fit in hand luggage. Well, how big is your hand luggage? A laptop? I guess, right?
Chill on me, bruh. Chill on me, bruh. Chill on me, bruh.
Pianos, no. Beds, no. Desks, no. Hell yeah. What is the time frame on this? This could be a lot or it could be a little. 713
Destiny
clips found about Destiny. Can these come from the same video?
On this.
Damn. So, okay, it only goes back to 2023. Okay, I feel like that's a decent amount of mentions. No, 713. But okay.
Dan. And I say, I was raised Jewish.
I mean, Destiny is a word, to be fair, but no, I mean, Destiny is like a big content creator with a lot of loops in. I'm sure there's probably going to be a lot of videos that have offhanded remarks about Destiny, right? Or if you're talking about Hutch, the relationship between him and Destiny's community, that's going to be one thing. But the idea that the content is fixated about Destiny, no. Destiny just doesn't get into that much drama.
I was raised in the synagogue.
Just click on this Diorio video and type your name in the transcript.
These people that...
Nikki D has started to distance. Show transcript. Destiny. Gee, shoo! Well, hold on. Some of these are down in the comment section as well.
Oh, this is over the fucking iDubbbz lawsuit, where Destiny's chat message is integral to that fucking... Oh my god, bro.
Does it say how many times? Jesus Christ.
What's the context? Because you know that he just said iDubbbz, right?
No, okay. So it's like 45 times in this one video here that's titled Nikki D has started to distance. Does it say how many these are?
Let's have a look at the references.
Down in this. Show transcript. Destiny. Gee, shoo! Well.
Okay. Does it make for Nick to be prescribing the iDubbbz, the iDubbbz apologizes to Ethan for using this message Destiny wrote. Now, unfortunately, Queeman can't speak, and he mumbles all the fucking time. And so the transcript is fucked up there, but presumably this is talking about Destiny's message that ended up in the iDubbbz stream that iDubbbz then got fucking sued for. Right? Is that content focused around Destiny or obsessing over Destiny? No, everybody was mentioning Destiny over that. Dude, and the fucking video they pick is so intentional as well. It's got to be so fucking intentional. It's a video about the iDubbbz lawsuit.
Okay. Good one, Connor. Good job, buddy. Good research there.
My kids are Jews. They're raised in the synagogue. I buy into the narrative that Israel is the fallback point. God forbid there's like an American Holocaust. And so as a result, while maybe I don't like everything that's happening in the West Bank or, you know, southern Lebanon or Gaza, I still think that we need like, maybe a little bit of...
Everything Connor is doing makes perfect sense in the lens of someone deliberately running cover. 1, he asks for no corroboration of claims against Destiny. 2, provides outs and answers to questions while asking them. And 3, anything that I explicitly called for didn't happen. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. No, they can't be. I feel like he's just mind-fucked. I think me being a larger creator allows him to be mind-fucked because I'm like the more manipulative one. Queeman is just a small little creator dude. Like, why would he possibly do this? He can't see the machinations all behind Queeman. Maybe? That's my guess. I don't know.
Ethnic cleansing. Like ethnic cleansing as a treat. So I still need to support this Zionist machine because it's in the existential interest.
What does Destiny think is fucking going on here? The machinations, all behind Queeman. Queeman can sometimes have ulterior motives and stuff,
for leaking
right?
sex tapes. That's just, Steven's just being a silly guy.
Queeman can speak. Streams are so boring I can't tell.
Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. But Queeman can sometimes have like a secondary motivation, or he can be, maybe be a little bit sneaky sometimes, okay? But Queeman is the one doing the machinations. The idea that there's this huge fucking, like, built-up mega-structure behind Queeman to do the snarking of Destiny, it's literally just Queeman doing what he does. And then occasionally you talk about JStorg. Talk with JStorg about content. Or sometimes, very, very rarely, he'll talk to me about content as well. But the idea that there is this industrial Destiny snarker complex... I mean, it's just gang stalking. It's just fucking gang stalking.
Interest of me and my family. Therefore, not only am I a Zionist, but I'm also going to work with other Zionists. How do you feel about that? Like, you know, I'm presuming an internal monologue, but how do you feel about that internal monologue?
I don't like. So I'm trying to figure out how to like pass this out, how to like separate these things. I don't have like it doesn't sort of like how I don't know that I believe it as a hard rule even, but that is absolutely I would say that there's no way around the hypocrisy there.
He doesn't even ask about the Bob 7 stuff. What is the hypocrisy? Does he just accept that? I don't
So
know.
I heard you I haven't sued anybody into silence. Logically, inferential logic.
Yes. I mean to ask you like how exactly you want me to answer this question, but my immediate feeling is it's like if you're not calling for and you're moderating against the worst behaviors, I don't know how you can ever be sort of like in the wrong or going too far if you're keeping it to true statements or jokes and satire. To me that's all. I'm a free speech guy. I think you should, as long as you're doing your responsibility to make sure it's not happening around you, you're not participating in it. I don't think you should be stopped from saying basically anything, as long as it's not, defamatory or some other issue.
How do you feel about these two comments that I wish I could use the F slur in order to describe my own chatters? A brainwashing happening live is not something you see every day. Number one, do you think that you're successfully brainwashing me? And then number two, Magic, somebody says, they dox Destiny's child lol, so why do they get a pass for criticizing Destiny doxing?
Oh my god.
So you as this amalgamation whole, we did the never have you
Address my spicy take. What did you even say? He let his wife bang other men. How many men does a woman have to blow before revenge porn becomes piracy? Nice. Thank you, Gilded Poo. Thank you, Gilded Poo. Fuck me, man. I to be fair, okay? I've had this stance before. I think that if somebody's got like OnlyFans content and then that gets shared around, that's not really like an intimacy or like a privacy issue, right? At the end of the day, that is a piracy issue. That is a copyright issue. So I think there was some like bullshit going on with Leafy, where Leafy was pulling up like OnlyFans content of Melina, and Destiny threw a hissy fit to be able to get him banned. But yeah, so at some point, okay, for certain categories of content, possibly
ever earlier. But do you want to explain why you don't think you're?
Ooh, Patriot Pete. Looking forward to the sneaky server logs being released. You and me both, buddy. You and me both.
You're responsible for Destiny's doxing or swatting?
Sure. So let's start with the second one, I guess. So, depressing situation to me. I don't really want to talk about it. So I just don't understand how I could.
Dude, yeah, it has actually been so fucking funny because I've been receiving the same thing on Twitter from like different DGGs saying, I can't wait until these logs get exposed. I can't wait until these logs get exposed and you get shown for who you truly are. Bro. Dan Saltman has even said during the conversation, no, your hands are clean. No, yeah, you're like less extreme than the rest of the guys. You're like a lot less hateful. Yeah, you're fine actually. What are they expecting to come out about me? But these people don't give a fuck, right? They all think that all of these people are dedicated to Destiny's destruction, and they'll do anything to be able to effectuate it. It's just so fucking pathetic.
Describe responsibility for things happening to.
And then what about brainwashing allegations? Do you think you've said anything that's
I just want to make sure
untrue?
I want to make sure I'm fully clear that I've always said it. I will comment on things where it's like, oh, apparently Drew Pavlo spoke to Nathan. That's fucking weird.
Would you talk to Dan Saltman one-on-one again? Well, given the fact that the last time that I spoke to him, he threatened me, we might have to have a think about that, I think. I might scratch my chin, maybe pull some funny faces before I have a conversation with Dan Saltman again. We see, though, okay? The difficulty with Dan is that Dan is like a charismatic guy, right? You know what I mean? So he is nice enough. The problem is that he's just slightly neurotic and a little bit fucking crazy sometimes. Yeah, Jankers is basically explaining it for me. Dan threatens everyone. It's his thing. Yeah, exactly. What does TDD mean? I think it means Total Destiny Destruction, is the TOS-friendly version. Yeah.
Apparently food shops raided into that. Don't know why that's going on. I'll comment on things like that, but there has never been sustained coverage or significant attention brought to Nathan. It's always just things that are already swirling around in fucking, everywhere. No one wants to pay significant attention. There was, for instance, there was this guy called Joe Podawful. Have you ever heard that name?
I haven't.
He's sort of like a Red Bar.
Okay.
Do you know who Red Bar is? Have you heard that name before?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I am generally online, but I'm not
There's this whole world of these trolls. Okay, these trolls. They just go around fucking with people and doing live streams on it. This guy called Jesse Podawful, Jesse PS, some shit. Who showed that he had obviously.
Hey, Queen Black, seriously, welcome to go join the Discord. Click on my profile and DM me evidence of Queenman's duplicity. Evidence of fucking Doobie's duplicity.
So then the other message was something about brainwashing you, right? It was.
Yes.
Do I feel like I'm
actually? Hold on. Can I share one thing before we go into brainwashing?
Of course.
So I have evidence. I have screenshot evidence that there is a Telegram group of groypers who actively plotted to go to Miami to kill Steven. And
I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry.
the FBI, this is one of the visits to me. I don't think that was serious, but maybe it was. I don't fucking know, bro. But this is one of the times they can.
Wait, what? You've got groypers in Telegram group chats saying that they're going to come to Steven's house and kill him, and he doesn't take that seriously. But a server called the Snark Left, with a CPS skull as the logo, filled with a bunch of Twitch poll shitters, who mainly watch, A-log, document, talk about other people's fucking content. Maybe you can say that it's like mean commentary. Possibly you can say it's nasty commentary. But, I mean, has the FBI taken an interest in anything going on there? Has there been people... Dude, if they had messages in the Snark Left server that was anything even approximating talking about coming to Destiny's house and killing him in real life, with any sense of seriousness, we would not be giving this level of fucking charitability to it. I think Destiny just... He kind of knows where the actual schizos are. You know what I mean? When you're talking about groypers, you're not going to attribute loads of shit to their community, or shit talk them too much, because you don't want that fucking heat, you know? When you're talking about the Snark Left, oh boy, scorched earth, let's go.
I'm going to talk about, I know exactly who he's talking about.
He thought that
one is ongoing relentless harassment, the other one isn't. First of all, you got no fucking clue about that, have you? You're just assuming that's not the case. But second of all, what's the ongoing relentless harassment?
they were hyping each other up to the point that one of them would do it. I have that.
I guess the follow-up question, does Destiny harass Hassan? Might be an interesting question to ask.
Evidence. So if there are groypers who are willing to try to hype each other up to go kill Steven in Miami, would they be willing to dox or swat him?
I shouldn't downplay it. I'm sorry. I cried when the FBI came. I was crying. It was traumatic for me.
You mentioned that Nazi groups online are insane, but groypers too? Do you think groypers would actually do that? Groypers are pretty fucking insane. If you're aware of like what that community tends to do when Nick like beefs with people, that community is absolutely fucking unhinged. Yeah, absolutely fucking unhinged. Not going to describe any particular circumstances or what might happen if Destiny actually fucking went to war with them, but yeah.
Sorry. I don't know. Fuck. I'll work on this. My crying. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I fucked that one up. I fucked that encounter up. I just failed that quick time event. Fuck.
Logically, inferentially, the answer is yes.
Yeah,
so right now, I have more evidence of...
I need video evidence for Destiny crying while the FBI raids his house for me to believe this. I mean, Destiny apparently needs photographic evidence of somebody getting fucking swatted before he'll believe it, right? He said that. Well, he tried to lie and say that Anna had never even alleged swatting. Presumably because he didn't think that those, I don't know, anybody could find evidence of that, or he just wants to assume that it's not true. But no, he's, like, lying. He knows that Anna has absolutely accused him. Or, accused Kiwi Farms or other people of swatting her in the past, right? I mean, Destiny was contacting her fucking university, you know what I mean? It is what it is, you know? But, you know, regardless of that fact, no, I think it's probably fair to exchange some level of charitability. With the position that Destiny's currently in, with all of the eyes on him from the entire internet, and the amount of enemies that he's fucking made, I mean, the guy is literally shouting out particular Kiwi farmers that he has, right? He's feeding directly into his Kiwi Farms thread. I would not be surprised if he was actually being swatted. Not at all. Dude, I think it fucking happened one time on stream. No? I mean, I didn't cover that. I don't think I spoke about it at the time, but yeah, fucking insane. Interesting. So now it's only harassment. It's only harassment because you are doing online commentary about Destiny, and he's got a court case going on. Okay. Nice.
Groypers attempting to dox, swat, or murder Destiny, then I have been presented.
This whole narrative about people being in communications with the opposing lawyer, J-Stalk is literally being offered the chance, or, you know, potentially, to, like, give testimony, because he was intimately involved with the fucking case. You know what I mean? People in these spheres knew who Pixie was. People in these spheres were intimately involved with how the Pixie drama played out behind the scenes. The idea that they shouldn't be allowed to have a contact with an opposing lawyer, because that is, what, harassment? You're fucking insane.
That Queeman and Doobie are guilty of attempting to dox, swat, or murder Destiny. So if you want to give me contrary evidence, My Discord link is open. Sorry.
You just need to explain to me why, even if that was true, I'm not sure that it is, but an entire community feeding the lawyer with talking points. Destiny tries to say that. I'm not convinced that that's true. But even if it was the case, right? Even if you have information about the law, statements that Destiny's made on stream about the case, and you want to send that on to Pixie's lawyer, why would that even be a bad thing? Huh? If Tectone went on Twitter and started calling Pikachu a fucking bitch and broke his protective order, and you let Pikachu and or her lawyer know about that, would that be improper? No, obviously not, right? It's only because it's Destiny.
Sorry for the yap, but I feel like that needs to be articulated.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So the brainwashing thing as well. So, I mean...
Yes, brainwashing.
Me and you have literally, I feel like...
The lawyer doesn't need shitters online for legal points. This isn't a shitter Discord debate. I mean, yeah, 100%, right? But in terms of, like, evidence or things that, like, statements that Destiny said to be able to provide evidence and timestamps and stuff, yeah.
Almost every conversation we have had has been, like, very contentious, aggressive, like, pretty much every time. And now, later on, now that Hutch has freaked out about it and Parry made this video where he's talking... I think that's the intention. I don't think people are trying to make Hutch kill himself. I don't think that's what people are trying to do at all.
I have dogs who have died on me in the past, right? They were older, they got cancer. And so if one of my friends wants to be irreverent and he goes, well, you know, Connor's still brokenhearted over his dead dog, what a fucking pussy. If his job is to like razzle me and you know, hurt my feelings, but do it in a way where he's fucking with me, but he's trying to tell me he loves me.
Yeah.
No problem. That happens every single fucking day. But if his intention is to literally get me depressed, so I fucking, you know, start drinking or kill myself.
So yeah, I heard you say this. Yeah, I don't think that's the intention. I don't think people are trying to make Hutch kill himself. I don't think that's what people are trying to do at all.
Are you for real?
I'm for real. I don't think people are trying to make Hutch kill himself. I don't think that's what's happening whatsoever. I don't
You don't think they're showing up and being like, hey man, you killed your dead...
Has the FBI made any progress with tracking these people down? So the issue is that, like... This is so annoying to talk about, okay? Because I'm balancing like a lot of different things here, and I don't like to make a lot of stuff public, but the issue is that the FBI told me that if I actually want to find these people, that if I actually want to do it, I have to message Doobie, and I have to get him and his squad on the mission. That he's the only one that can infiltrate deep enough into these neo-Nazi child porn groups to gather all the required evidence and material and to go as deep cover possible to get these people. And I just haven't crossed that bridge yet, you know?
Bad sister. You don't think that's them, you know, trying to fucking get
I don't even know who
relapse?
did that. So the timeline has been like butchered a bit here. Hutch said that someone in that Discord said his sister was a valid target, and then like 5 minutes later, someone came into his chat spamming about his sister. But my understanding is these are actually like that message and someone going into his chat were like 2 weeks apart. It was like 12 days later. And the mood in the Discord, there was a poll taken about whether there should be jokes.
This is one of the issues with how brain...
Dude, it sounds so fucking unhinged when you try and describe it, though. It sounds so fucking unhinged, but I think, yeah, what are the... do I want to say who it was? I don't know. It's just, like, everything's so hot right now. I don't know if I necessarily want to give people, I don't know, like, somehow cast fingers at people. But I've seen that screenshot of somebody in the Discord basically saying, like, is it appropriate to make jokes about Hutch's dead sister? I don't know if they were making a tweet or if they were making a video about it. And literally everybody who voted in the poll voted, no, don't do that. That's not appropriate. That's not on.
Broken Connor, but I don't even think he sees it. We don't see a lot of how our mind fucks with us.
I mean, also, you know, as an addendum to that, I don't know if Hutch doesn't have the name of the person who said it. Because there's two possibilities here, right? Either Destiny has been sent over, Destiny or Dan has sent over to Hutch just the message with the name cropped out. Or he's got the whole log, right? And he knows who it is. And he's cropped it out to be able to paint it as, I don't know, as many people as possible. Who could have done it? Maybe they're all participated in it, right? But I could be wrong. Is it? To my understanding, I'm not even sure if it was even in that server.
If I were to make this claim, like if I were to say, no, that happened right back to back, the comment here and then somebody going to his chat, Connor would demand evidence from me. But is Connor going to ask him for evidence of this? Also, again, has Queeman said whether or not he was in that Snark server? Because how would Queeman even know if he wasn't? And then if he was, why doesn't he have evidence of this?
2 weeks apart. It was like 12 days later. And the mood in the Discord, there was a poll taken about whether there should be jokes about Hutch's sister, and it was 6-0. No, there shouldn't be jokes about Hutch's sister. So at the time, the mood was, no, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Now, later on, now that Hutch has freaked out about it and Parry made this video where he's talking about turning Hutch's sister into a desk, yes, it's become almost funny in retrospect because there has been this freak out over it. And that becomes the joke. That becomes what gives it the humor.
What I'm not going to buy, what I'm not going to buy is that you are harassing. You are
Like, I like that even Hutch laughs along with that. Again, like, it's different when there's, like, actual vitriol here. Like, there's almost no amount of how funny this can be to overcome it. It's, like, actual vitriol. And it's against a guy who, like, really doesn't... It's Hutch. Bro, it's Hutch.
Hutch is very irritating. I mean, I know that Destiny likes Hutch, because, like, Hutch is, let's be real, okay, been one of the most loyal DGG foot soldiers that they've been around. He still clearly has, like, warm feelings towards Destiny. In terms of the live and... if I'm thinking about the live and learn lads, in terms of the live and learn lads, is it Pisco, Hutch, Josiah, Soypill, IRI? I think Hutch is the one who's closest with it, right? Hutch is definitely the one who's the closest with Destiny. Will react to his content, agree with him the entire way through, and, you know, go after his enemies and stuff like that. I mean, just take a look and see if any of the other people on that podcast are associated with Destiny has, like, caught on to the fucking, the current drama that Destiny's engaged with, right? He clearly moves in the same waves a lot fucking more than the rest of the lads do. So I know that Destiny's got, like, a vested interest in defending Hutch and, you know, I guess gassing him up a lot of the time, but no, Hutch is pretty retarded and quite annoying. And unfortunately, Hutch does lie quite a lot. Very unfortunate.
Harassing, I guess. Somebody is harassing Hutch out of love.
Also, they're doing it again as well. The adult-child thing. These people are all talking about themselves like they're children, right? Yeah, there was a comment. Yeah, it happened. Whatever. And then, yeah, Perry made a video about it. So, yeah, there's been more, right? They're talking about themselves like they're children. They just do as they do. And it's inconceivable that they could do any other way, right?
I don't think...
No, they're not doing it out of love. But why does it have to be either out of love or trying to make him kill himself? People don't like him. They're ripping on him and trying to make funny jokes about him. Like, make him look bad.
Wait, okay. Somebody asked earlier, Dickers, show the evidence of the poll. Dickers, show evidence of the poll. I will show you the evidence of the poll, if you would like. Okay? Give me 2 seconds, because I've got to grab a screenshot of this, if it's in contention. Okay? I'm talking to fill time, to wind up to when I'm going to show you the poll. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the screen. Okay? Take a look at the screen. I think this has already been shown, to be fair. But should Tony snark Hutch's dead sister? Yes, no, and now the bot automatically votes. So 1 automatically has 1 vote. But the 2 should not snark Tony's dead sister. That gets all the votes. So gay, it should say the opposite. Okay. Gilded Poo, you're not even a fucking snarker, dude. And you're going 10 times further. Jesus Christ.
Or hurt his feelings because they don't like him. But that is not trying to make him kill himself. Like, the idea that...
What are Hutch's sins?
Is that a reference to Tony Stark? Tony Stark. Tony Stark made a bone desk in a cave with Hutch's dead sister. Not funny. It's not funny.
Hutch's sins. What are Hutch's sins? Hutch, I really do dislike Hutch and Win. I'm gonna be real. And I think I have perfectly valid reasons. I think, you know, if you really had your eyes open, you'd see them too. They're both very dishonest and very stupid.
The reason why we snark these people every single day is because they're dishonest and stupid. The only answer here is their proximity to me, by the way, which is sad, but that is the answer. Like,
it's like, okay, and they get given
what is
way too much grace.
Hold on. So hold on.
They get given way too much grace. Like, sometimes Hutch gets things so wrong, I can't believe people haven't fucking made fun of his sisters more to him. I can't believe people, like, what? That doesn't even make sense. I like how Connor is just, like, sitting here slurping this up from the ground without even, like, a question of how insane that comment was. I can't believe they give Hutch so much grace. Don't people know that he's got a dead sister we can make fun of? This is, like...
Very stupid. It's like...
Well, I mean, yeah, just welcome to drama commentary. Yeah, it's irreverent. Oftentimes, it's quite mean. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Like, it's just so fucking retarded, man. If there was complaints that people could fucking hammer on, if there was evidence of, like, swatting or coordinating some fucking evil ploys or something, that would be hammered on again and again and again. But unfortunately, the main topic that people keep on hammering on is about Hutch's dead sister and people joking about it.
Okay.
And they get given
what is
way too much grace.
Hold on. So hold on. Doobie says, and I don't agree with him on this at all, that Hutch was lying about Ogre Boy jumping into the Discord to check if people were harassing his dead sister. That's what he said. That Hutch
Yo, thank you, Cool God, for the membership. Hugely appreciate it. Thank you.
was knowingly lying. But what I got from the same piece of content, which I probably watched twice, because I actually really liked Hutch being vulnerable and sharing stuff about his sister. What I got from that was he was saying that Ogre Boy made it sound like he jumped into the Discord on a tear and was like, you guys
I feel like he's humoring too much, in my opinion, but I'm hearing pushback. Connor's about to give this pushback, and then Queen's going to go, oh, no, that's not true. And then Connor's going to be like, oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
Yo, Core God, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I hugely fucking appreciate that, man. That's super generous. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're not be fucking doing this.
Okay, can we get some 07s in the chat for the 10 gifted subs or the 10 gifted memberships? Thank you.
Right? But if you look at what was actually sent in the Discord,
Yeah, no, I wouldn't point to that. I wouldn't point to that as an example at all.
So what else is Hutch lied about?
So there's a very clear example. I don't, I'm reticent to use this one because I don't want to make it the anti-Destiny circle joke everyone expects it to be.
Okay, wait. Queenman just dropped that. Wait, so did Queenman just tell a lie? Did I misunderstand that? Did Queenman just lie, and then Connor pushed back against that lie, and was like, okay. And then he goes to the next thing? What?
Huh?
Okay.
So there's a very clear example. I don't, I'm reticent to use this one because I don't want to make it the anti-Destiny circle joke everyone expects it to be. But there's a very...
Well, okay, I'm not going to lie. I didn't even know what Queenman just said. Queenman has got this big fucking problem with his mic when it keeps on cutting in and out. And he copes when you're on a call with him, and he says that it's only on Discord, not realizing that it is on the stream as well, no matter how much you fucking tell him. His audio setup is fucked. I've got no clue what he just said.
Okay.
So there's a very clear example. I don't, I'm reticent to use this one because I don't want to make it the...
There's a very clear example. I'm very reticent to use this one because...
The anti-Destiny circle joke everyone expects it to be.
Because of the anti-Destiny circle jerk everyone expects from me?
But there's the very obvious one is Hutch initially takes a very strong moral stance about what Destiny did.
There it is. They haven't disavowed me hard enough. This is what I mean when I say, and it's annoying, I understand, because you guys are like, oh, why do you talk about this? But they fixate so much on this to try to destroy every single person around me if they haven't come out and called me a rapist, basically.
Stuff.
But I'm glad we got... So the first thing was a fucking lie, but then the whole lot... Now the second thing, right? Okay. It's because he hasn't denounced Destiny hard enough. Me and Hutch didn't do content for... Together for what? Over a year? Was it over a year?
That's what happens with...
But like that wasn't enough? For what?
Right. Later on, he makes a statement saying...
What? No. I think Queenman's laying out pretty fucking well, right? Hutch came out, he did make a really strong statement to begin with, and then later on he's kind of like starting to ebb and flow on it. And now he's got completely unrecognizable takes on the fucking Pixie situation from how he was a year ago.
He's seen new details in the case that make it all a lot more grey, then denies he said that, and basically says all he said was a statement about how, I was an addict, I understand people can change and do bad things when they're in a state of addiction, all this sort of stuff. But that wasn't all he said. He made a specific statement that things had changed in the case, which I don't understand what could have changed in the case that would change your moral analysis based on the things that he had said previously. And he refuses to explain that, and he denied that it happened. So that
refuses to explain that? What? Why the fuck would he owe you an explanation? What?
Why? I don't even... What gutter tier commentary is this right now? What gutter tier commentary? This person has made two contradictory statements and has not given an explanation to be able to reconcile them. Why do they owe you? Why do they owe you an explanation, you twisted little pervert, snarker freak? Huh? Why do they owe you an explanation at all, you loser? Well, I don't think they do, right? Don't think they do. But until that explanation is given, then it is unreconciled, right? It's pretty clearly that it's a lie, right? Dickers, I seem to be in a bad mood tonight, so if I say anything inflammatory, just make sure to ban 24 hours instead of perma. I'll be fine tomorrow. Okay. If you say anything nasty about Destiny, or Queeman, or Connor, 24 hour, okay? Anything about me, we'll see, okay?
that's like a clear point where I feel like he just lied. He just lied, and it was just because he didn't want to get heat for the association. I don't care about the association in and of itself, but you got to be real about it. Don't take the strong moral line and then refuse to explain why it's changed.
Oh my god,
that's bullshit. That's snake behavior.
Okay, so the reason why I'm sympathetic to Hutch,
dude, Destiny is just so narcissistic that he thinks that he's the only person this applies to. This applies in literally every other drama. Literally every other drama. You've got big content creators, people might disavow them, have an initial reaction to the drama, and then over time, they slowly try and migrate back. But they can't migrate back while keeping their similar stance from before, their strong condemnation, right? And so they change their condemnation, and eventually they pretend that, eventually, nothing bad even happened at all, right?
And I wouldn't accuse him of a lie of commission
It's like the clout game that you have to fucking play.
unless I actually had the specific things. Was because you were, and Laugh, and Mr. Girl, and a shitload of other people
Wanted
were
strong denunciations.
What's that?
Wanted strong denunciations. Is that what you're gonna say?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a polite way to put it. So
yeah, for sure.
in 24 to 4, yeah, within 72 hours of the January 20th, 2020.
So why didn't they dislike Connor as much as Hutch, since he still considers Destiny's friend? I've said this in the past. It feels weird.
Oh, that's an interesting point. That is a very interesting point. Let's go.
For now, but like, Connor has his disagreements with me, but he'll voice his disagreements with me, but he's still okay to be like cool with me. He was in the past.
Yeah, Connor is like honest. Connor is honest, right? Connor's honest about his disagreements, and he doesn't try and hide behind. Well, something is in the case has changed, but I'm not going to tell you what.
Actually, it was very hard to pressure. Like there wasn't really much in Connor's community. These people would try to show up and do things, but like there wasn't really much they could do. I think because Connor just made his shit clear. Like if somebody were to show up in like Peace Ghost chat or like Hutch's chat or whatever, I'm not using these guys as like bad examples, but they're just like, oh, didn't you know Destiny do all these horrible things? Like they might not want to address it. They might want to talk about it directly because they feel like it's bad for the stream. They might just whatever. It's like hard to deal with stuff like that. Connor will just read a thing like that, and be like, oh yeah, I think Destiny's discussing all this, but I don't care.
But people still did really dislike Connor. He's been clowned on massively. Particularly by you. Yeah, you've got a huge fucking hate burner for Connor, Alex. You've got an enormous fucking hate burner for Connor, in fact. No, Connor's not that bad. Despite the fact, I will say, the most annoyed that I have ever been with Connor is particularly around his Christian morality takes. I feel like they're irreconcilable. I don't think he argues them very well. It just annoys the fuck out of me whenever he tries to dip back into Christian morality as like a source of understanding for literally any moral question ever, right? But that is probably the most annoyed that I've ever been at Connor. It is slightly annoying that he won't come out and give like a harsh condemnation of the doxing until now, I guess. And it's been annoying that he will give both sides of the issue while accepting that Destiny hasn't showed him any evidence for it. That was a big stretch of time where every time that I would hear Connor talking about this drama, he would say, well, Steven says, well, Destiny says, well, I've heard from Destiny. I was like, okay. Next time you speak to Destiny, maybe ask for some evidence, right? Okay, yeah, sure thing, I will. And the talking points never fucking change, you know? Fuck, dude, while I was talking about that, Daxter, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Holy fuck, okay. I missed it when it happened. Nothing but 07s, nothing but 07s, nothing but 07s. Thank you very much.
I was still his friend or whatever. So like that was why it was harder. The only reason why the Connor shit has melted down is because I just don't want to associate with anybody that's entertaining even that much of like these people like running around in these circles. But like technically technically Connor's space was fairly impervious to this type of stuff just because he would be like pretty clear on his stance about me. 29. Okay, I might watch this chat thing in a bit. We'll see. I don't know.
So
yeah, for sure.
In 24 to 4, yeah, within 72 hours of the
I think Destiny is basically he's trying really, really hard not to say it, right? I think he's trying hard not to say it, but he's basically correct. Connor will be honest about his stance, and he will be open about his stance as well. Whereas Hutch will be kind of mealy-mouthed when he's trying to get back with Destiny, and he'll say that maybe, well, you know, things have changed, but never say what, and yeah, right? It seems pretty clear. You're never going to give those reasons, but you do want to signal to Destiny, or Destiny's community, that you're kind of back on the team, you know? Whoops. At Dickers, does Destiny address his schizo meltdown and veiled call for his audience to go after Connor's family? No, I don't think so.
The January 20th, 2025 drama, there was a huge wave of anger in order for creators to distance themselves from Steven. And I think I told you to go fuck yourself. That was fun.
I mean, it didn't even have to... Sorry, again, I have to push back, but I don't say people have to dissociate. things I say are that if you have standards for association that you've laid out, you should stick to them or actually articulate why they've changed, other than you just not sticking to them out of self-interest.
Like that's so like I'm not saying that anybody has to disassociate from him. I'm just saying that like if you don't like rapists, then you need to explain why you're still next to Stephen Destiny. Like,
okay, that's the first.
What is what? Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question. What is worse? What is worse?
I mean, you could be totally open about it, right? You could be totally open about it. You could say, this would be a totally fair statement from Hutch. I mean this legitimately. I still stick by what I said at the time, right? I do think that what Destiny did was disgusting, reprehensible, awful. I still, have a lot of sympathy for Pixie. However, as time has gone on, I feel as though, people can grow and learn and, they can become better people. You don't want to hold somebody to the mistakes they made a year ago, right? I think people might grumble about that. I'm not going to lie about it, okay? I think people might grumble about it. But in terms of, harsh criticism, what can you really even give there? He's being open and honest about what Destiny's done, and open and honest about the reason for his return to associating with them. There's literally nothing that you can really grasp on to even criticize in that, other than mocking him for going back onto the DGG plantation. There's nothing real to criticize,
Sharing homemade pornography without consent, and allegedly audio recording sexual encounters that were consensual, but without the consent of the other parties, or being a lolicon pedophile.
The first one. Wait. The
first one is worse.
A pedophile that only looks at lolicon but is a pedophile. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sure. What do you call it?
Like a virtuous
word? There was like a noble pedophile.
A virtuous pedophile. That's what I call it. Yeah.
A virtuous pedophile. Yeah. Which one's?
I wonder where they would rank if they ever asked, even outside of the sex trafficking stuff. If you were to rank what Solo did, where would you rank that? As better or worse? I wonder if they would. I don't. Nobody talks about Solo. Nobody even cares. Whatever.
Where the virtuous?
I would say.
Queenman definitely won because Solo was an active.
Solo isn't even a fucking public figure, bro. Solo isn't even a public figure.
Member of Queenman's community, and was even in his community for a bit after the leaks.
These people never talk about Pablo Escobar. These people will never issue a strong condemnation of Charles Manson in their lives.
Yeah, okay.
By the way, Queenman didn't even ban him for, I think it was at least a week, but whatever.
The one who actually does.
Everyone says Solo's a criminal. Yeah, but it doesn't matter how many times that you do say that in the course of the coverage, right? It doesn't matter how many times that you say Solo is the person who posted it to Kiwi Farms against Rose's consent, It doesn't matter how many times you fucking say that. The narrative will never change. You'll never get given that level of charitability. Even if Queenman said in this conversation right now that Solo seems to be some kind of sex criminal. So, okay, so he's throwing it in now, right? He's throwing it in now as a little token.
The person who actually does the harmful acts. The person who actually does the harmful acts. It would be the first one.
Okay, that's fine.
So yeah, Food Shops is not as bad as Destiny in my worldview.
Really?
Yeah, Food Shops is not as bad as Destiny.
Okay.
Also, Food Shops is less agency. She's legit disabled. It's
Oh wait, sorry. That might be really funny. Can you say that again? What you said? She does have agency or doesn't have?
Doesn't have a lot of agency. No.
Okay. So you just think she's like a leaf blowing in the wind?
Yeah,
she just
basically.
goes where her.
Yeah.
People still bitch at me for shit that I did 4 years ago, especially Queenman, so lol. Yeah, but that's very, very different, right? That is very, very different. Bitching at you for things that you did 4 years ago versus things that people that you associate with that you're honest about did 4 years ago. There's not that much of a fucking condemnation that you can fucking give there, right? People intrinsically don't care about Beckett having an association with Lyle Convoy, right? Not really. They'll disagree because they feel as though Beckett is underplaying certain aspects there, or they don't think that the apology is sincere. But realistically, even when Aiden's criticism of Beckett comes down to essentially, I don't think that Lyle's apology was sincere and you do. It's okay, right? How many times are you going to fucking condemn him for that? It's literally a fucking difference of opinion on the fucking topic,
Sorry. Okay, so one of the things is once again, I don't hate Steven. Not gonna go out of my way to fuck with him.
Holy shit. Uh-oh. Fed subpoena Hassan Piker and Medea Benjamin over Cuba trips.
What? Oh, fuck! Wait, I think I said this at the time, right? I think I said this at the time. Yeah, I don't know if Hassan went to an illegal hotel. I think he might have. Right? Yeah, okay. We'll do some coverage on that at the end, though, okay?
Seen him with food shops.
We'll talk about that later.
Pretty cool.
Pedophile. That's association with food.
And Medea Benjamin over Cuba trips. Uh-oh.
not going to be joining the snarkers in their crusade. But, you know, obviously something that there was tension over was the association with food shops. That was a huge tension. So I'm not pulling punches anymore. That bitch says something about me. I'm going pedophile.
I saw you on Twitter earlier. I saw you going back and forth.
Because here's the thing as well, again, you might get like jokes cracked on you for associating with certain people. You absolutely will. But I mean, I think people need just to fucking grow up about this stuff. If you're going to associate and be pally with food shops, the pedophile, okay, you should probably be prepared to have some fucking jokes cracked on you. You know? It is what it is. It is what it is. But in terms of like malicious behavior, no, that's not justified based on your fucking associations. But people muddle these concepts intentionally so fucking hard to be able to justify whatever the fuck they want on the opposing side, you know?
Yeah. Every time she met.
Yo, thank you, Master Goy Eater. wait, what? Oh, Master Goya Eater. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Okay, 07's in chat. 07's in chat.
Mentions me, pedophile. That's what I'm going to say. I don't have to fucking... I'm not going to pull punches just because you're Steven's strongest soldier. Like, that is not a thing.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. I like seeing that. That was pretty cool.
Goy Eater is a lot better,
I was saying I really dislike Hutch and Wick. So that was one example of Hutch being incredibly dishonest. Another point where I feel like Hutch has been quite dishonest and quite...
Hold on, real quick. People are criticizing you because they're saying that you give 0 fucks about Lolicon. Obviously, I have like a different opinion. But then Steven, the very conversation that I'm referencing, where I said, hey, I think you associating with food shops is a mistake and it's bad. Here's why. And then he was like, well, I think it's just drawings. And I was like, fucking kill me. So anyways, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So another reason why I felt Hutch quite dishonest and Steven. I don't know if you saw his arguments with Pisco over the Ethan Klein stuff, or his argument with Straight Rate.
You didn't feel, sorry, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. You didn't feel like Pisco, like I understand Pisco was being pretty, or Hutch was being pretty abrasive towards Pisco in one conversation that I saw.
No,
that
the abrasiveness was not.
But you don't think Pisco's abrasive in fucking general?
Neither. I'm not talking about abrasiveness whatsoever. Pisco is abrasive. Nothing to do with being abrasive. Hutch is, he's like so condescending. It's not abrasive. It is like pulling faces at everything.
This is the propaganda talking points about Hutch. That Hutch is condescending to Pisco. Pisco's being a good guy. He's trying to like save the bridge. This is like the same shit that
No, Hutch is absolutely condescending.
Just to go Rao Kittenhouse, all of these guys say this continuously. This is like the workshop talking point.
Said instead of giving an argument.
Well, it's not a workshop's talking point. It's just it's just a description of Hutch's affect. Like, you guys are so online. You guys are so online. When he's talking to like his friends about their political opinions. No, that is like almost the definition of condescension. No,
and it's so.
If anytime something sounds retarded or impossible to you, you just have to remember the funnel. You just have to remember the funnel. It all gets fed into the top. That's the only thing all these people see. The mid people all like react to it and agree with it, and then when it's funneled up to the bottom, like it's that this is like the creation of this reality. So if it seems like how the fuck can you believe this? It's because this is how their content consumption is working. So he's just delivering this as real as anything else.
Fucking weak. It's genuinely the worst like stream debate demeanors that I've ever had the displeasure of watching.
Is that because Pisco wouldn't let Hutch crucify Taylor Lorenz sufficiently?
That Live and Learn episode was pretty bad too. That was pretty bad.
Okay.
But no, it's specifically the ones about the Ethan Klein stuff. It was like they had a super long debate about I think the Ethan Klein lawsuits, and Hutch basically never he like almost never argues. He does basically just like beg the question repeatedly. Like he does constantly the CPS.
What is their ultimate end game with all of this? What is their end game if you were to disappear and stop streaming? Oh, then they would stop caring. The end game is always silence of whoever their adversaries are, right? So like if I were to stop streaming or stop doing political stuff altogether, whatever, or if yeah, that would be it basically, yeah.
And Skulls thing. He's constantly like they sent CPS and Skulls to his house. They sent CPS and Skulls to his house. And there's just no way that I don't believe anyone who's doing that sort of argumentation has been in this space for this long and doesn't realize how that's like totally non-responsive. And they're basically just doing a tactic there. They're like trying to get out of arguing the point.
Do you have any regrets? I know you probably don't run the Discord yourself. Do you have any?
No, I'm pretty sure, dude. I'm remembering a certain take that Hutch gave when he was arguing with Josiah. But I don't think I can remember exactly what stream it came from with a timestamp or stuff.
You're getting too big for your boots.
But they're having a conversation about the Supreme Court.
Why is your sweater the color of cigarette ash?
I didn't dye it that way, okay? It just turned out the way it turned out. Thank you very much for the $2. I appreciate it.
Regrets of the optics of having Skulls with CPS on it for the Discord banner?
No.
Okay.
I think that's
did anybody, to your knowledge, in the Discord?
This is another thing I get for fuck. I'm sorry so much. Because I see through the matrix now. Okay.
There's no way Hutch just asked that question sincerely, right? Wait, Connor. Do you regret having the CPS Skulls as the banner? No. It wasn't even my decision. It wasn't even my decision. But the idea that you would regret it. Why? Why would you regret it? If anything, it's pulled in a shit ton of fucking notoriety, you know?
I want you guys to see the Matrix. That's why I get annoyed when people are like, Destiny, the optics for the Trump people, for the firefighters, for the girls or whatever, right? None of the optics matter. It just matters the reality that you can fabricate for people and then sell to people after you fabricated it. That's it, right? Like, this is an obvious... Should you really have a skull or whatever with CPS written on it after Ethan Klein's having CPS? Like, this is such an obvious, like, what the fuck? Hutch had...
You said that Ethan Klein molests his own children. What is the concern trolling going on right now? What? The fucking comments that Destiny has made about Ethan Klein verbatim said that I think he deserves to have CPS called on him. And now Destiny is going to scold people about horrible, horrific bad optics. Why would you ever say something like this?
This moment, actually, when he was talking about people talking about his sister, where he's like, if you don't talk to any normal person about this, they would say, what the fuck, bro? That would be it, right? But Connor is now like getting captured by this mindfuck thing. It doesn't really matter what you do. Like, Queeman, remember, it's the children. They can justify literally any behavior whatsoever. It doesn't matter. There is nothing that's like rhetorically ineffective or anything that's too far or anything that's like, well, that wasn't a good joke to say then. It doesn't matter. They're part of the team, so they'll get covered by the blanket, and then they will be part of the funnel, and everything will be A-okay, 100%. Yeah, the Snark server's icon.
Did the... No. Gilded Poo, there's no way you don't know the law. There's no way you don't know the law. Did the skull actually have anything to do with Ethan? I just saw it as 2012 Edgy Boys. No, Ethan Klein got sent skulls. Yeah, Ethan Klein got sent skulls mere weeks after he received the CPS call. Listen, the actual thing... Wait, there's no fucking way. Dude, you've got the CPS skull as a fucking emo over on Kick. Based, I guess. Okay. Yeah, but no, it's the fact that, like, Ethan Klein uses the CPS and the skulls. If I want to break down the fucking joke, okay? It's the idea that Ethan Klein uses the CPS and the skulls as justification for literally everything that he's doing now, right? He uses it as, like, sword and shield to, like, self-victimize himself, and then, you know, justify whatever the fuck he does to iDubbbz, justify whatever the fuck he does to, like, any of these fucking people, you know? Yeah.
Is a skull with CPS in the center of it, yes.
For the Discord banner.
No.
Okay.
I think that's okay.
Let me see if I can find the fucking video. Okay. YouTube. What's the video? What's the fucking video title now? It's gonna be, they sent us skulls in the mail, I think. Wait, no! No! Have we not got the original video? Have we not got the original thumbnail and title anymore? Oh my god. Wait, I think it's Ethan and Ela, and they're, like, sitting there with their hands on the desk, like... I think the skull is between them, but it's like... They look kind of pensive and shit. Yeah, they sent 2 human skulls to my house. I'm pretty sure they were fake. No? Were they fake? Anyway.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, in the Discord participate in the have you ever, you know, the doxing, squatting, skulls, CPS calls? Is anybody in the Discord that you know of engaged in that activity or admitted to engaging in that activity in the past?
Not to my knowledge.
Nicandros is going way too fucking far, man. If we're talking about malicious behaviors that people in the commentary community have engaged in, Nicandros has been on an absolute fucking tear over the CPS skulls stuff. He's just taken it way too far. The logo should have been this. I know that since Nicandros is sending it to me, that he was the one to create this as well. Hold on, have we got some more of these? Yeah. People have been workshopping brand new looks for the CPS skulls, I guess. Okay, here we are. We've got a GIF version as well. There we are. The golden skull. There's some others. Oh, there's bronze. There's bronze, silver, and gold skulls. Nicandros has made that as well. Oh, for the for the snark left. There's also this with the hammer and sickle in the background. That's very tasteful. Okay, that's very tasteful. That's for political snark, I suppose. Yeah, okay. Nice. Is there any more that I can show? No, fuck it. There's a few with phones, but I can't find anything else.
Good if I got. Okay. I don't. Everyone's. I'm sorry. I know. Like, my
calls, CPS calls. Is anybody in the Discord that you know of engaged in that activity or admitted to engaging in that activity in the past?
Not to my knowledge. So good if I got. Okay. I don't. Everyone's. I'm sorry.
Why did you guys put out the Discord link if you weren't going to let anybody in? So I didn't put out the Discord link because I'm not one of the server. It's ran by chatters in this space, so it's like a community hub. I don't run anything there. But people have been let in, right? People have been let in. I don't know. The problem that people are having, and I showed this with Willie Mac earlier, right? Where's the fucking screen cap? People are complaining that nobody's being let in, and it's a super secret Discord server, right? And then if you take a look at their fucking logs, you'll notice, like, Willie Mac Show, for example, joins and then leaves 3 minutes later. And then these are the kind of people that are fucking bitching and moaning and crying that nobody's letting them in. I don't have the role to let anybody in. I'm not managing any of this fucking shit, right? But at the same time, dude, just like, how about you just like leave it and wait and just see if you do? Who knows? Willie Mac Show could be a great addition to the Snark left.
I know, like, you know, Shamu has doxed in the past, playing Destiny. Dug up the other day. Shamu doxed people like 3 or 4 years ago when he was part of these, was it Sector troll groups, like Ethan Ralph sort of area, you know, troll groups that were fighting on Discord, doxing each other. There's like stuff like, I'm sure there are people like that who have done stuff in the past. A lot of people have doxed in the past. But to my knowledge, this isn't a behavior that's being exhibited by this group, or people in it. And when it is exhibited, the moment you can show this person did this, they're dealt with, and it's dealt with.
Is there any platform?
Thanks, Yabiash.
Excuse me. Is there any off-platform enforcement of doxing, or is it solely on the server, to your knowledge?
So, I have recently enforced against some off-platform conduct. The one that was brought up from the server, and there was a separate one that happened on Twitter by a user in the server. And I took action in my community because of those off-platform behaviors, which I don't really like doing, because it does feel like you start making a rod for your own back. That the moment you get into moderating off-platform, you're taking on this insurmountable task where you're expected to keep going. And it's like, the moment you don't do it for someone, it's like, why aren't you doing it for that person? You want them to get doxed, and then they almost try and put responsibility on it now. And it's like, it feels like you're just like, you get, that's the goal almost, just get you wrapped up into this endless game of trying to ban a bunch of users.
Have you said that you're at the top of your information funnel, but other large creators are at the bottom? I mean, some of them are at varying points, but like Queeman would be near the top of theirs. I was near the top of mine, but I just have like my corner of the internet, basically. Like when I was on Twitch, it was a lot different. This is one of the things I said when I liked being on Twitch, was that whatever I talked about would like set the media diet for everybody, because if I talked about it, people would react to it, and then I could kind of like set the tone for what we're all going to be debating for the next week or two, because I would give a take, and then everybody on Twitch would react to it. But now in YouTube land, it's a much, much, much bigger ocean. So you're not as directly influential.
The argument though from the anti-snarkers or the DGGers though is that, like, even though this was a not private Discord or private Discord of 100 people, that they would be, if they were previous doxers or people who had engaged in personal identifying operations in the past, they would effectively know not to make that public. Ergo, you might shit talk somebody in the general, but then because DMs are obviously closed, and if all these people have incentives because they're all doing equally bad shit, the only way to find the kind of evidence that I'm looking for is if somebody turncoats and then screenshots and leaks DMs. That's like and I'm sympathetic to that argumentation. I just think that if you're going to dox somebody, you should probably.
Do you ever get a break from this BS? After the court case, I will maybe. But no, this has been the last 2 years of my life, basically.
Have something. So what do you say to the fact that, like,
what action is he talking about, Dickers? Who was Queeman moderated? So I also took the same decision. To be totally clear, okay, not in concert with Queeman. I didn't realize that he'd taken moderation action when I did, okay? But what we're talking about is the Wick thing that got brought up when we were having the conversation, right? I reached out to Wick after the fact. Wick refused to give any evidence to be able to prove it, which was really fucking annoying. But he said, I've got no beef with you. You'll just have to wait until the Destiny manifesto drops. So presumably Wick was happy for his information to say lying there for the next, I don't know, year, something like that. It's almost as if these people don't give a fuck about any of this stuff because Wick's information is so widely spread around. But anyway, in any case, you know, enough about Wick's weaponization of his own docs information. Yeah, so I went back to be able to ask some moderators, hey, have you guys been able to figure out what the fuck is being discussed here? People found out, people found the message, and I independently made the decision that, like, okay, yeah, I mean, fuck it, dude. If people are going to do this crazy shit, I'm banning them from my space as well. But it was the Wick instance that got brought up when I was having a conversation with Wick. Yeah.
Connor's doing all of this while they nitpick his divorce.
I mean, I've got a similar, I've got a similar stance to Queeman, to be honest. If people are engaging in, I think that doing moderation around off-platform behavior, I probably do have standards around it, but it like I guess like Queeman says, it does make a fucking rod for your own back. and it is kind of an impossible challenge to be able to moderate all of it. So it's kind of difficult, okay? It's kind of difficult. But yeah, usually I'll moderate for stuff inside the Discord, and then if it's egregious enough, I might kind of make a subjective determination that somebody needs to be banned. But that's not happened very much, right? Usually it'll be for people that I think might be a direct threat to, like, my community. So people will do, like, Discord raiding and stuff like that, or, you know, and they haven't kind of repented and said they don't do that behavior anymore, right? But again, all of this fucking shit, making any hard rules around it, it does make it very, very difficult. But it's like more of a kind of wishy-washy, subjective assessment of each individual instance. You know what I mean?
To make fun of him. They did that before because Connor was seen as being in my camp. This is why I said in my Reddit post that this is going to be like this is a victory for them, is flipping Connor. They won't make fun of his divorce or any of that. They'll leave most of that alone. They might make like a lighthearted joke to kind of show that they're still like ribbing him, but with the same viciousness that they did before, nah, definitely not.
Because I almost guarantee you this is going to be Dan and Destiny's argument, is that you got most of you, 95% of you, are smart enough not to dox in VC or in the text channels. But if you wanted to engage in P-ops or gay ops, you would just coordinate the shit talking in the server, but then you would just jump into a group call for the gay ops or P-ops.
It's just like
It's totally fucking unfalsifiable. How can you prove that's not true? And then what is the evidence that it is true? It's totally fucking unbelievable. I mean, I don't know.
Totally unfalsifiable claim that you can say about literally any community online. You literally can't go anywhere online without running into someone who has done some form of doxing or something someone would consider to be doxing.
Server raids are fine if justified. I mean, that's tautological, right? That's tautological. Rape is fine if justified. Genocide is fine if justified.
In the past, it's like especially in these communities, it's like it is literally impossible to vet for no one who has ever done anything like this or that could be argued to be like this. So all it is it just comes off like a totally unfalsifiable claim. It's like it is just a blank check. It's just a blank check. It's
so if I asked Doobie a similar question. So let's say that because I try to earnestly engage with people, and I often feel like people earnestly engage with me because of my earnestness.
No way that Alex Pratt just said in Kick Chat, it's a tautology, but it's true. I've never been so tempted. I've never been so tempted to fucking ban somebody.
But that doesn't mean that people are incapable of lying. So let's say that the manifesto comes out or some Discord DMs come out, and there's something here in the never have I ever questionnaire, which I know is a grill, but you just like bald-faced lie to me.
Such a grill, bro. Such a grill.
Do you have any problems with me disassociating and saying, hey,
no,
I tried to be earnest with Queeman, and he was not earnest with me, therefore fuck him?
No, of course not. If I straight up lied to you about what I was engaged in, of course I expect you to dissociate with me. That would make total sense.
Okay. The only reason why I want that articulated is because it's like, if the manifesto drops, because this is what DGG is saying right now, they're saying, trust Destiny, trust Destiny, trust the plan, trust the plan, trust the plan. He's working on the manifesto. He's working on the manifesto. But what they're acting like is that they're going to get the smoking gun of you or JStock or Doobie engaged in malicious, antisocial behavior that is worthy of disassociation. And it's also going to prove that you're snarkers or whatever. Not just snarkers, but like malicious digital harassers.
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm.
This is from Queeman's channel. I wonder if he's ever used this TDD phrase before. I'm trying to look it up.
That's what we're harping on now.
I can't see the context here. Does this mean the video is...
Team Total Destiny Death.
Oh.
There needs to be a harsher narrative.
Who's that guy? Who's that guy? We've found him. We found him. Dude, you can't see it behind the chat? This is the leader of the fucking Snark server. I didn't realize that his face was out there. Fuck!
Against Destiny, right?
I like how they were just openly saying this
Hold on.
Owns an arguably lazy...
Oh.
Willie and Queeman go at it, I think. And then Kelly...
I'm not going to continue disseminating this.
Interjecting. But here's the thing, right? I heard two major talking points that I really agreed with, right? The first talking point that I majorly agreed with was that Willie's video did not establish a pattern. It was a very bare bones and arguably lazy video. That might be harsh to say, but I mean, I don't know. I just thought
that all the streamer people are gay.
I thought the video. Well, no. Let me elaborate on my point. I thought the video could have come out like.
I think it's gay. Why do you think it's gay?
A day or like a few days after the initial Pixie allegation, and it would have had value then. But now at this point, like, you know, there needs to be. I do agree that there needs to be. I'm Team Total Destiny Death. There needs to be a harsher narrative against Destiny, right? And then my second problem with the video was Willie sort of praised himself.
Nice one, retard. And this is why you don't film on the fly while you're on stream, because you look a fucking moron. Well done. You managed to find something that Queeman was reacting to, talking about Total Destiny Death.
Reaching out to Destiny. He was like, I'm the only guy that reached out to Destiny.
Okay, I don't want to give any tips. I'm not going to give any tips. But
then when he got that statement.
I'm just saying that people might find it TOS to say Total Destiny Death, for example. right, out of context as a definitive claim, so people might use other words.
He didn't really do anything with it. He didn't analyze it. He didn't really.
Handed it off.
Good luck.
Yeah, but I thought that was just such a waste of effort. It could have been. He could have like. I'm not saying he had to make a whole segment on Kelly Jean.
Never forget, the Oreo had comments to say about the content of the Destiny report when it dropped Polluti from Ryan Beard's retelling of the report. Yeah, I mean, look, even detaching it from the Destiny report thing, because like, plenty of people just watched Chud's coverage and barely paid attention and said it was retarded. That's like not a Nick thing exclusively. What I find especially annoying though is that Ryan Beard video, I could have made that Ryan Beard video.
Like they were so much more open a year ago when they all thought I would get convicted of fucking rape or whatever, of like all kind of working together on this stuff, right? Is this Augie RFC talking about a video that Willie Mack made with Nicholas Diorio about how he's encouraging him to cover certain things, and they're watching like the content nuke from Brian Beard about Destiny, and then like the different drama.
Yeah, people will talk about the drama topic, correct.
So they should have picked up, and like these guys are obviously part of like total Destiny death. Like it's like super, super, super open.
Without research.
It writes it as though this is some kind of Masonic conspiracy. This is some kind of like pressure campaign from a huge network of people. Augie and Diorio are talking about criticisms that the Willie Mack video has, and are proffering a better video that was made about Destiny. What's the conspiracy, bro? Where is the fucking malicious pressure campaign happening?
I could have literally, if you just told me, go write a Destiny hit piece, and I locked myself in a room for 2 days, and I sat there with a notebook, and I wrote out a Destiny hit piece. I would write out Ryan Beard's video, pretty much. I would pretty much just write out Ryan Beard's video, and I had already seen all of that stuff, and I already made points about pretty much all of that stuff. And so I knew all that stuff. Mr. Girl, he obviously knew all that stuff. Naked Ape knew all that stuff, because Naked Ape made that same video 10 years ago. Not 10.
How long has Total Destiny death been a phrase? I think it was around a little bit after my leaks came out. So like maybe January of 2025, maybe would have been around when it first showed up, or December 2024, maybe?
Like 7 years ago. Why didn't Nick know all that stuff?
What are we watching this for, Destiny?
Why didn't Nick know all that stuff? The thing is...
I mean, I'm guessing he's watching right now to try and wait to see if Queeman says the phrase Total Destiny Death. But I don't think that Queeman is going to say Total Destiny Death, so he's wasted his fucking time.
Nick kind of did.
Yeah, Jessica was saying it back in January of 2025. Thinking of taking up programming streams. Anyone else just a massive fan of TDD? Apologies to all those I may have hoodwinked into thinking that was actually about coding. Huh. What was the date on that? January 21st, 2025. Was that one day after Pixie's Substack dropped? I think it was. There's a lot of people on the internet that were workshopping these narratives, bro. It's a lot of stuff.
Dude, workshopping these narratives. Because Jay Stoke win one joke about TDD. Workshopping these narratives. Yeah, true. All of the people that hate you are in the same group chat together, conspiring about how to bring about your end. It is happening right now. Because I'm in the group chats. I know.
I wonder what this is. Hold on. I haven't listened to these. So. It might not be him saying it or approving it, or maybe it's out of context.
Good. Does it? So, guys, we are blaming Chud for this. And remember what actually happened.
What's going on here? Hold on.
Be secret.
Tommy C is getting this factually incorrect. On 11/30/24, before your stream, Turkey Time did 2 things. 1, talk about the Destiny leaks on stream. 2, distance himself from DDG and Destiny. The New Year stream had no effect between. They're trying to like keep their alliances together while like getting as many of them to try to destroy my career as possible. Like the level of coordination, bro, it was a lot of shit.
Right?
Dude, he's got no fucking clue what's going on, and he assumes that it's all about him. It's got literally nothing to do with you, man.
I knew that the Sunday video was coming out. Whether he knew what he was doing with it, who knows if we'll ever find out.
What does victory ultimately mean for you going against us? I mean, sometimes all you can do is survive, brother.
He 100%. So why would he put him on defense like that? If he knew about this, then he's putting him on defense after he's trying to move away. That doesn't make him look very good, does it?
So, guys, we are blaming Chud for this. And remember,
I like he's literally giving orders to like the snarkers, like this is the narrative. Like you're watching the funnel in real time because it was.
Yeah, it's almost like he's giving commentary. He's almost like Queeman's giving commentary and a perspective on the content. What the fuck is this guy doing, man? Look at him! Look at him right now! He's telling the story. He's giving the points. He's telling them their marching orders, what they need to believe. He's giving them his opinion. It's like, I feel bad. I feel fucking bad even pointing this out. Because it's like a schizophrenic kind of like tweaking on the fucking street. And you're pointing at him and saying, that guy's crazy. That guy, yes, because he is crazy.
It was a little bit smaller. People didn't have eyes on it as much. Or rather, it was more socially acceptable because of the hate wave against it so much. Was Solo involved in...
Like it or hate it, it's still totally acceptable to fucking hate Destiny, and it never will not be.
When this campaign against you began? That's still a thing that I'm still like digging up information on, but like...
No! Ali Khan was the founder of that CPS snark left server. How did they know? How did they know? Have they heard through the pipeline that the person who created the CPS Skulls server is Indian, and so they see somebody called Ali Khan and they assume that it's him? That's so fucking
That Solo
good.
guy was an active member of Queeman's community. Like, a fairly active member. He typed a lot on his Twitch chat. He was active in his Discord. Even after the leaks, he was still active in his Discord for a bit. They didn't ban him. Like, I don't know what the actual connection is there. I think my mind might actually, like, explode into a million pieces if it ever came out that, like, it was actually, like, a whole operation. That would be crazy. Like, from the start, there's no way. But I don't know.
And he's still trying to seed it. What did he try and say to me during the debate? He tried to deny to me that he'd said an admitted lie, that he said that it was 2 years to be able to get them to make a mistake and to get them to think that he didn't know as much as he did or something. I tried to ask him, what kind of misstep were you hoping that people were going to make? And he couldn't fucking answer that question. But he denied saying it to be able to pump a narrative to his fucking audience that all of this stuff had been coordinated. And then here he is, 2 days later, pushing exactly that. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. If it turns out that this was all coordinated, all of the hate, all of the people who turned against me, that was all coordinated over the last 2 years, my mind's gonna explode.
But that would just, but I mean...
Trying to introduce it, trying to roll it out maybe, trying to put it in people's minds. I guarantee in about 6 months' time, this will be what he's claiming. This will be the thesis of the manifesto that comes out. I would bet money on it.
It wouldn't even be the craziest thing at this point, so who the fuck knows?
Remember what actually happened here. Augie is the first one to say that it's obvious that it's non-consensual, okay? The moment when Chud reaffirms it, Augie is screaming total Destiny death. And then when Chud reaffirms it, Tom's response is, okay, let's debate about this. Debate me on this then, Chud. That's Tom's immediate response. How the fuck is this Chud snaking anyone? How the fuck? So, right, guys. Nick brings up Destiny. Augie says it's obvious that they're non-consensual. And Tom asks to debate it. But it's Chud's fault. Please make this make sense. Make this make sense.
In fact, it makes him look like shit. If he knew what Chud Logic was doing, or excuse me, if he knew what Sunday was doing, and he...
Solo Catfish was a snarker psyop? I don't think so. That would be crazy. But he was active. He was an active member in Queeman's community.
Knew about this video. He looks... Oh, he's the biggest snake as I'm saying he is.
Yeah, also Tommy's original argument was that because he was still associated with Destiny and that's why it was snaking.
Like, video streams had no effect. I thought, like, what the fuck? What are you talking about?
I don't even know what Destiny is like trying to watch or glean right now. This is just so retarded. We're watching some old coverage from Queeman about the Chud Logic beef between him and Tommy C, okay?
So I just did
Infinite suck glitch. He's just like an active member. And then he was also active in 24.
No way.
You can see him like typing in his Twitch chat. Solo yet. He's got the same little profile picture. What is that? Riz voice. Infinite suck glitch. He's just like an active member. And then he was also active in the Discord too. Queeman and then, by the way, all of them know this, but this is another reason why they never talk about this guy, is because the connections to Queeman are so strong. They tried to make it out that...
Why do you think that there is precisely one stream where these screenshots have come from, and it is directly around the time that Solo was trying to join Queeman's community and leak this stuff to the public? Why do you think? Huh? Why do you think?
Oh, he was a DGGer. And it's like, I'm sure at some point he was. How else the fuck would he know to catfish me, right? He must have been a fan at some point. But he was an active fan of Queeman's right up to the leaks. But I think there's another reason why they never really talk about the Solo guys, because it makes Queeman look pretty bad. The elusive trans-Palestinians.
Crazy that he got so unlucky with the only clips are Augie saying TDD. I would have guessed Queeman said it. I would have also guessed that Queeman had fucking riffed on it and joked about it as well. But unfortunately, Augie just goes in for it a lot fucking harder.
Good one.
I don't know if Queeman's concerned about optics or concerned about TOS.
Connor would be like, he was just listening to a guy saying he was part of team or Total Destiny Death and talking about all the things going on and agreeing with it. But he didn't say Total Destiny Death or whatever, so he's not actually...
Okay, I've got an entire... oh, Gilded Poo took a look at all of YouTube to be able to find all the videos that include the phrase Total Destiny Death. So, one is Destiny's. The second is Destiny's. The third is Nicholas Durio. This is... I don't even know who the fuck this is. That's Chud. That's Chud. That's somebody else I don't even know. I think those are both Destiny. That might be Destiny as well. That's Beckett. Queeman. Come on the window. I don't know who that is. J-Stalk. Morale. Resi. Okay. That's a good distribution.
But what I'm expecting, and I'll be happy to eat crow on this, I would prefer it if I ate crow on this. What's going to happen is because the Discord is so large, there's going to be similar things like Wix PII floating around or whatever the fuck was happening with that. Or there's going to be references to Hutch's dead sister.
You should post those logs to Sully because Queeman denied this. He just denied Sully was in his community to Connor on this very call. Oh, he just lied. And Connor's too much of a fucking retard to ask for proof of anything, so.
Or something like that, but we're not.
Ask what the counterproof is, but yeah. No, he was definitely in that community. They wiped all the logs from Queeman's server though as well. You can ask him. They not archived, not moved to another channel. They wiped those fucking logs. And that was the reason why, 1 trillion percent.
I'm going to get the smoking gun that says Queeman, J-Stock, or Doobie are the swatting, doxing, attempting to murder Nathan people. So yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Is effectively it's going to be inconclusive.
Yeah, I just don't know how. So what would you need for it to be conclusive in the other direction?
Don't all 7 fall into your lap. It's been a long time of just collecting random stuff and then recontextualizing stuff. And then the thing is that like in the past, I would have tons of people to bring stuff to me, but I would say from like January.
Destiny is just lying, I think. I think he's just lying. I'm going to have a look right now in Queeman's server, and I can literally see stuff from all the way back in 2023. So I'm not seeing what they're talking about. I think the guy might have deleted his account by now, and that might be why you can't find that anymore. But no.
To like January through like 2025. I really didn't have much of anything because basically everybody thought I was like a mass rapist, murderer, or whatever. And then like a few people reached out and then started helping a lot. And then as time has gone on and people have seen how crazy and convoluted and kind of like bullshit a lot of these things are.
Oh, yeah. If you take a look, I've got one of the logs right now. Somebody tries to tag him and it says @deleted_user. So he deleted his Discord account. It's not that the logs are gone. I mean, maybe they banned him. And just when you ban somebody, you can go down. Oh no, he's still there. Wait, he's still there. He's still there. Yeah, you can see right now in Queeman's server, deleted user. Mang, you crazy Mang. You straight trippin' fool. Wow, really, that's fucking crazy, quote unquote, Callum. You can still find Solo's logs in there.
More people have kind of like come back and like, hey, like here's a whole bunch of shit. This is like kind of fucked. This is a funny message because this was in Queeman's Discord server. December 2nd, by the way, after this guy had already leaked all my shit. But it's funny because even Solo knew that Jessica and Cherry were dating 6 months before it would have eventually gotten leaked online. Oh, and who's that? Ryle Kittenhouse. This Ryle dude is so active behind the scenes. He used to be Jessica's old video editor. He might still be his current video editor. Nobody really knows about him, but he's another guy who's like mega active in all these fucking spaces.
Mm-hmm. Ryle is too lazy.
That you guys are not.
Ryle goes through periods of being like really helpful and really useful and where I love Ryle. And then sometimes Ryle goes through periods where he's just not terribly active outside of like J-Stalk's sphere. I still love Ryle. Like I still love Ryle. But he could be the man that Destiny thinks he is. You know what I mean? You see where I'm going with that? Like the nightmare of Ryle Kittenhouse that Destiny has in his mind when he goes to sleep. That's who Ryle could be if you locked in, you know? Unfortunately.
Yes. Yes. That we're not
very lazy. Incredibly lazy. No, he's alright.
Doing anything that's, you know, that we're keeping it all above.
Weirdly enough, I thought Snark was going to hate me for stating this. And sorry, real quick, this one's important. Beloved Cat says, ask if anyone has mass reported. We already know that J-Stock did, but J-Stock did in what he's claiming self-defense because Destiny based on...
Remember, all treated as children, right? Well, he had to. It was self-defense. He had to, using exactly my rationale.
Wait, sorry. Doing self-defense is childlike?
Right? But he's justified for it because he's a child. Destiny shouldn't because he's an adult. It's the same thing.
That chronology had already called.
What? Okay. Nice. How does anybody fucking watch this guy? Literally, how does anybody watch this guy? It's actually insane. Yeah, Destiny shouldn't because he's not a child. That's exactly what they say. Yeah, 100%.
For his docs at that point. So, is there any other mass reporting besides the JStock mass report that you know of?
So yeah, one user, it's not quite mass reporting. What I'm aware of is one user, and this is why I took action on him. One user tagged Team YouTube under a tweet of Lonerbox telling Hassan to kill himself. And like that's, it's not quite mass reporting. It's not quite mass reporting. What I'm aware of is one user, and this is why I took action on him. One user tagged Team YouTube under a tweet of Lonerbox telling Hassan to kill himself. And like that's, it's not quite mass reporting. I don't know if I would usually take action in all cases for something like that. However, because I have a relationship with Lonerbox, I just literally, I don't want even, the risk or appearance of risk that someone's going to go after his channel for being too close. It's just like, it creates fucking problems. I can't obviously hunt down everyone that's ever made an erroneous report or an erroneous at Team YouTube in my community. But when it comes up with people that I might be associating with, that it's just fucking annoying. It's just like a problem.
Yeah. Last Liberal, I don't know if you were in here earlier, but I have evidence that there was I'm not even looking for evidence. I just found evidence. Somebody gave it to me. That there was a Telegram group chat of Groypers who wanted to kill Destiny and were trying to hype up one of their members in order to... Yeah. Last Liberal, I don't know if you were in here earlier, but I have evidence.
Yeah, I just... looking at Destiny's chat. Lot of one guy. There is a lot of references to one guy. You're right. There is a lot of references to one guy. I think it's that Ali Khan fella that everyone keeps on bringing up. Very duplicitous. Incredibly duplicitous.
That there was I'm not even looking for evidence. I just found evidence. Somebody gave it to me. That there was a Telegram group chat.
Oh, I wonder if this is a different one. Maybe this is a different one than the FBI visited me about, because he made it sound like this is recent, because this other thing was like months ago, but I don't know.
Of Groypers who wanted to kill Destiny and were trying to hype up one of their members in order to finally doing it. And so my question is, logically, if this group of Groypers were ready, willing, and able to try to hype each other up for somebody to go kill Destiny in Miami, then why wouldn't they do swatting and doxing? And I have evidence of this. I have screenshots of this. So I have, at this point, at this juncture, once again, I am praying to be totally wrong. I am praying that we have a four-way conversation between Chud Logic, fucking Queeman, JStock, and Doobie. And they're like, Connor's such a fucking idiot. I can't believe he's falling for this. We are currently mass raping Destiny online, and he's such an idiot.
This is basically every side server is saying more or less this. I think I posted all the Gisticle things yesterday for how proud Gisticle was at Connor being a good boy and falling in line.
Can't believe that he's buying our bullshit. Maybe we'll find that.
And all of the good boy points right now that Connor is getting, because good boy points have to be completely equal in the universe, the exact opposite is probably going towards, I think, Chud. Because I think Chud was forced to denounce the Shamu and Nicandros, whatever fucking dudes. So now they're all fucking, like, dogpiling on Chud Logic, which is stupid.
If we don't find that,
we are.
What? Because I have more...
No. Not even going to deny it. I'm not even going to deny it. Yes, we are. We're coming for that fat fuck's head over this shit. Dude. You do not betray the snark left. You think the skull? You think the skull on the server icon is fake? You think it's going to be computer generated? No. In about 2 weeks' time, the skull on the server icon is going to be real, and it's going to be Chud Logic's. That's how this shit is going to fucking go down, alright? You might think I'm fucking joking. We'll see, okay? We'll see. I've got a team of Groypers right now that I'm deflecting from the Destiny case onto more important matters.
Evidence of those people that are likely to swat Destiny than Destiny, Dan, Lonerbox, Hutch, or Wick have presented. So, I have evidence. You show me yours.
Right, sorry. So yeah, we were saying, what would you need to be conclusive in the we're innocent direction, or at least I'm innocent. So yeah, stick that out.
I think it's like it's a time thing. Two, I think Destiny would basically have to gay op infiltrate the Snarker Discord. So he would have to hire some Indians, part-time, full-time, give them $10,000 a year to infiltrate your guys' fucking Snarker servers, and then, be active participants who are beloved in the community, and then see if you guys offer them any OSINT tools or doxing tools or whatever. It would basically be like a long-term undercover mission. Sure. And if the undercover mission didn't yield any fruit after like a year, then I'd be like, okay, they're clean.
So there's nothing really reasonable that can be done to show, at least that this is highly improbable.
Well, and see, this is part of the reason why I was beefing with Destiny on Friday, was because the assertion is your absolute
What in the gay shit does Connor always have over his shoulder? So I thought that Connor had like a pin in his shoulder, but then I freaked the fuck out because I see him one time just like fucking manhandling it and like pulling on it and shoving it and shit. I was like, okay, there's something else going on there. Apparently, it's a back massager that he has, but it looks really fucking uncomfortable. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Guilt. J-Stock's guilty. Queeman's guilty. Doobie's guilty. They deserve to be digitally ostracized and ignored. That's what they deserve. And they deserve to be doxxed. And yet, when I say, okay, well, what have they done? The answer is they cumulatively contributed to a permission structure.
It's like a crook you can use to dig into your shoulder blades. It's actually very comfy. Oh, man, it looks so fucking uncomfortable, man. It looks so fucking uncomfortable.
Sure, in which people could dox and swat Destiny by talking shit about him on the internet. And by that virtue,
it's like I'm looking at some French peasant who's been locked up in the stocks and having, being like whipped by, I don't know, the magistrate or whatever the fuck. You're like, actually, it's really comfy. Actually, it's actually really comfortable once you get used to it.
I am guilty of the same thing for Hassan Piker. So Hassan Piker, like, based off of that rationale, Hassan Piker should be able to dox me. Which he did, by the way. But like that, but then based off of that, I should be trying to dox Hassan. But I'm not going to, because he can dox me, but I think the internet should be the internet. So my job is to talk shit about him on the internet. That's where I'm at right now.
Maybe I agree. That's what I agree with. That's what I'm pushing.
Remember when all of us were like, okay, guys, it's time for total Hassan death? Remember when that was our tagline for shit that we did and we tweet that out?
Jesus. Right now,
not our fault you've got no aura. Sorry. Womp womp.
So I feel like, why I feel like it's worth attacking Ethan Klein and Destiny separately. I feel like they are probably some of the biggest purveyors that I know of the falling standards of the
Remember when we were cool like the Snarkers, guys? Do you guys remember when we were cool like the Snarkers? No, me neither.
Relation of the ability for us to do this.
This is actually like one of the first...
No comment. No, absolutely no fucking comment on that. How have I survived as a creator? I don't know, man. It'll be the same thing in a year after this. What people forget, I guess. I feel like I've been through... I hope this is the last one. I've been through so many of these fucking dramas. People just made the most unbelievable accusations about me. And then every single time they've come up short. Like, every single fucking time, it's just been this exact same thing over and over and over again. But
smart chat that I've seen all night. So one of the accusations is that there's Kiwi Farms cross-pollination.
I do fucking love it. It's insane. It's insane when he fucking says it. My time in online, people have tried to call me a rapist. They've tried to say that I grabbed onto that girl one time when I was drunk and I was like sexually assaulting her, and they said that I was like messing with Anna's mind, and I was saying I wasn't gonna fix her bad reputation in my community, but in the meantime, I can lick on her toes and tried to come up with these insane unhinged things, and somehow it's never stuck.
And for me, I kind of sarcastic.
Dickers needs a bigger chair, too much scoosing. I'm just a super fucking fidgety person. So no matter what chair I have, I'm always going to fucking fidget.
Use your guys' excuses of...
You're just built different. No, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about how do they accept it? I don't understand how Connor accepts it. Like, so, oh yeah, I guess DGG must be like the crazy... Like, Queeman just said basically that the current state of the internet and the area here where everybody's like swatting and doxing and doing all this crazy shit to each other, the main purveyors of that are me and Ethan Klein. Like, even if, regardless of how I feel about Ethan, right? Like, did I miss this? Was Ethan out there, like, doxing and swatting and everything before the Snarker people? Like, was that a thing? I've never heard of this in my life. Like, it's just...
Ethan Klein doxing people? Yes. Yes.
Such a crazy, wild thing to say, and then for Connor...
I'm not going to say the swatting stuff, because I don't think that Ethan Klein does swatting, and I haven't seen any evidence that Destiny does swatting either, right? But in terms of the doxing, it doesn't matter about any of the fucking Snarker stuff. Yes, it is Ethan Klein. It is Destiny. In fact, Ethan's done it his entire career. Destiny's done it his entire career as well. I mean, that is why, to like clarify my position as well on the fucking doxing stuff, that is partially in my mind why I think that for not to cast any aspersions on particular people as if they're going to be a particular problem, but if somebody is doxed in the past, if they've shown a propensity to be able to engage in that behavior. They can apologize, they can change, or they can move on from that behavior, but it will always be in the back of your mind. And I guess it probably should, right? If somebody's shown like a propensity to do that stuff, they will probably, or they may possibly, I should say, do it in the future. Destiny's done doxing in the past. Ethan's done doxing in the past. Who are the biggest people online doing it right now? Right? You know what I mean?
Just like hang out there with nothing, no evidence.
Like, I'm sure for every Ethan Klein or Destiny you can give, there are probably like 100 more people who have doxed in the past and then don't continue to do it into the future, right? But that's what I mean. It's just like, you know, stuff you keep in mind, I guess.
It's nothing, but...
Oh, well, it's just a drama forum, and they prohibit harassment. So realistically, that's the best that it's going to get. Regardless of whether or not Kiwi farms should or shouldn't exist, it does feel pretty weak to have the documented sins of an online personality in one convenient place for them to read, and then also to have their name...
Dude, Lieutenant Razak, you are intentionally trying to... Stop. You are trying to get me fucking killed. What the fuck are you doing? Dude. I'm telling you, it's either a fucking edgy joke, or you're a DGGer who's been hanging around these fucking circles, who's now trying to come in to be able to be fucking subvert me and get me shot.
Address, telephone number, current employer, and family member.
Yes, me. Dickers fan number 832. Yeah, I love doxing. I dox all the time, actually.
Bro.
And then to say, we are not encouraging.
Yeah, I don't know that it should be illegal to have the dox information there in the way that Kiwi Farms does. I don't know that I agree that, there are some... I have a lot of sympathy for the idea of anti-doxing laws. I think I agree with making some forms of doxing illegal, especially when coupled with otherwise criminal harassment, like California does. My issue, my defense of Kiwi Farms is that you should make that illegal, not try and get the website taken off or shut down or whatever. As long as if they're operating within the law, they should be allowed to operate. You shouldn't go and fuck with them.
Then follow-up question. This might put you in a bind. So if no comment is the answer, that's fine. But in the past or going forward, if there was, as a matter of fact, this might actually just be a good testing the principle. So to your knowledge, if somebody was found to have not done it in the server, but posted personal identifying information to Kiwi Farms, and we knew who that person was, they used like similar handles or some shit like that, would that person have been doxed or not doxed, excuse me, would the person have been doxed from JSTOC server, or would it have been viewed as like off-platform behavior and therefore not your concern?
Jesus
if there's
Christ.
someone, so you're saying if there's someone within these communities that has a Kiwi Farms or post doxing on Kiwi Farms, would they be allowed to say?
Yeah, wasn't there who? I don't know if you'd be able to remember this just off of this description. Wasn't there a pretty famous Kiwi farmer that Destiny's mentioned by name that was in JSTOC's old server, not this one, or he was in Spicy Chat? He was in Spicy Chat and he was banned, but he posted some PII or dox info, but he was using similar handles between Discord and...
Yeah, so there were like a few years ago, I think there was, if it was just one guy, if there were two guys, there have been people that have kicked around like that. I think my general stance now is, I don't know if I would set a hard rule. I don't like having people like that kicking around. I would, if there's someone that I know of that is in any way an active doxer, I'm generally just going to remove them from my community, period.
All right, well, and then, sorry, here's a question. Do you run that server or no?
No, I don't run that server. But obviously, I'm not going to want those people around me. So I'm generally going to advocate against them being anywhere.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm a content creator in there. I'm sure my words have like some level of weight. I don't know how much weight it would have, but that's
okay. I'm trying to think of that guy's name, but I can't think of it for the life.
I think it's best if you don't mention a lot of these guys by name. That's another thing. Okay. Yeah, there's something at Destiny sites as well. That people say like Blav1. My chat. It's okay for the Destiny always.
That was it.
Oh, no,
there he is. We know his name now. Blav.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think there was I don't know if that's exactly the one.
No. Destiny's move. Can you? I don't think you guys can see that. Can you? I don't think you guys can see that. As soon as the name gets mentioned, what does Destiny do? Straight off the fucking bat.
Yeah, there's something at Destiny sites as well. That people say like Blav1. My chat. It's okay for the Destiny always.
That was it.
Oh, no,
there he is. We know his name now. Blav.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think there was
Straight to the chat. I
don't know if that's exactly the one.
I feel like it's best that we don't say his name, but that's why people say Blav1.
Well, this is the only one I bring up because Destiny has brought him up on stream so many times. It's like he goes off Destiny keeps bringing up. You can't. Yeah, it's almost difficult to not have the name kicking around when he's given so much fucking attention. It's like so it becomes difficult at a certain point.
Okay. Well, that's what I got. What else do you have?
Okay, we don't need much. Just one person. Okay, one person. Anybody. Just one person. Say the phrase.
What else do I have? Do I have anything else? Oh, I've got. I'm not vouching for him, but Purple Parry did ask you to unblock him, and he's sorry for being gay in DMs. But I don't vouch for him in any way. I don't co-sign him. So.
No. So
that Purple Perry guy is like one of the most unhinged people on. I like the fact that he's comfortable enough to even ask us and Connor just says yes is actually so unreal to me. I don't even have shit linked from him. I didn't even know for a while. I thought that guy was just like a internet troll dude. I didn't even know he was connected to his community because his shit is like so outwardly crazy fucking unhinged online. I'm like, what?
What happened was he was like, because I remember this. He was like, let's talk about this.
You know how you deal with trolls, right? You know how you deal with trolls. You call them out by name. You say how unhinged they are, how crazy they are, and how their online presence disturbs you. That's exactly what you do with online trolls.
And I was like, I don't want to, or I was just like, no, I'm busy right now. And he's like, you're gay. And I was like, okay, well, bye. You know, that's, it's not that I'm unwilling to talk to schizoids. I'm actually quite willing to talk to schizoids, but if you're trying to get my fucking time, at least be polite about it at first. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's not very polite. I'll agree with that for sure.
Yeah. Jim says, he gave me a super chat and he really wants me to talk to you about this. Queenman has stated multiple times that Godzilla -1 is better than any Clint Eastwood movie. Jim says he shouldn't be dogged.
Yeah, I know I've seen all Clint Eastwood movies. It is a lot, don't even appreciate movies that do actually have conservative values when they come out. They just totally ignore them. We talk about, so I rate Godzilla -1 as one of those.
Based. Okay.
Oh, look, here we are. Ali Khan in chat right now. How's it going, Cathy?
Somebody said the comment section here was roasting Eric Weinstein a lot.
Okay, nice. And that's the end
Eric
of the
speaks as if he's waiting for us to catch
stuff. Fab. Dude, it's just insane. I don't know how I don't know how Destiny has that much fucking energy for that stuff. It is so fucking unhinged. Just the fucking narratives that get spun as well. So what did we get at the end of that? What was Destiny's basic fucking position? That Queeman, Chud, Nicholas Diorio, and Augie are all conspiring together for their stated goal of TDD. Okay? You got the people in the server who were working in secret. There's going to be loads of evidence in the server when the leaks eventually come. But also, at the same time, all of this stuff is happening behind the scenes in DMs. And then there's just endless lying and mischaracterization of anybody's position. Should be good. I'm looking forward to it. And then, all of Queeman's coverage about Ethan Klein, about Diorio, about all of these people, somehow connects back to Destiny. Proof? Oh, he was talking about the iDubbbz lawsuit that explicitly references Destiny. Nice. Yeah, nice. Oh, man. He actually seems very low energy. I think Destiny is actually fucking brain fucked by all of this stuff. I think he's actually lost his fucking edge. Yeah, 100%. I don't. Maybe it's permanent. Maybe it's permanent. Like I keep on. I've said like several times, right, that people are bandying about these like explanations that have to do with like long-term amphetamine use, possible abuse as well, and then maybe like long-term stress and lack of sleep. I honestly don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Other people have said that Destiny has kind of lost the A-team in terms of people who would put together dockets, talking points, research, stuff like that for his streams. That could also possibly be true. It's probably a combination of some of the stuff. I'm particularly thinking about the amphetamine stuff, because I'm hoping to be able to get ADHD meds soon. So, and we'll have to see, I guess. We'll have to see, you know? Who knows? I might be, in a year's time, cooking up conspiracy theories where Queeman and J-Stalk and Aiden and Parry are all coming to kill me as well. We'll have to see. Nice. Okay. We did some of the coverage there. I'll have a look at what our viewership is looking like. And if it's good, if people are still wanting to watch the stream, then we'll probably go into the Bad Empanada FD Signifier and stuff. Yeah? Okay, so 136 people over on YouTube, and how many people over on Kick? Probably a great time to tell people to like the stream, okay? Like the stream, helps an awful lot. Bumps in the algorithm, costs absolutely nothing, okay? Hugely appreciate it. If you want to go one step further, and if you're feeling so generous, you can send a super chat, super sticker. You can buy a membership and gift the membership over on YouTube, and then also, you can also buy and gift the membership over on, a subscription over on Kick as well. Hugely appreciate all the support that I get. Couldn't do it without your generous support. Yeah, okay. Nice. Didn't it get shit for cozying up to him prior to the Pixie stuff? What, you were talking about Diorio cozying up to Destiny? Yeah, sure. I mean, there were people in the commentary community who didn't like Destiny, right? Boblax and Augie being probably the most particular examples. You know? So, Yeah. Anyways, let's debate ethical grape at Dickers. Gilded Poo, actually, if you wanted to debate Stardust, that might be interesting. You know? That might be interesting. But it's totally up to you. It's totally up to you. That might be an interesting conversation, though. There are certain people currently in the commentary community that, in my opinion, need to be gone. Need to be absolutely gone. And Stardust, well, is Stardust even in the commentary community? Yeah, let's be real. Stardust is just in the fucking DGG sphere at this point. But it is what it is. You know? Like who? I would say Leia Sapienti. Easily Leia Sapienti. I want to give a shout out to Himpleton over the stuff, over the coverage that he gave as well, actually. Okay, Gilded Poo has said, what about Stardust? Himpleton did a stream, if you guys want to go and check that out at some point, going over the Leia Sapienti stuff. Used to be friends with the girl. Used to be friends with her. Used to kick around their kind of sector. You know, Himpleton, A-Space, Samuel, you know, those kind of people. He did a stream recently going through all the Leia Sapienti stuff, pointing out probably better than I can the fact that she is just like shamelessly grifting towards DGG for Twitter likes and follows. Yeah. Looking forward when that all comes crashing down, by the way. That'd be good. That should be fun, you know? Because eventually she is going to lose interest in a lot of the drama stuff. There's going to be some kind of crossover, but in terms of drama coverage right now, I don't know who there is that DGG can really plug into. I actually don't know. Maybe Diorio, since he doesn't really talk about Destiny an awful lot, but Destiny shit talks to him all the time, so, you know? Yeah. Be a friend. Hold them to a higher standard. That's what I'm doing for Stardust. She might not think it right now. She might not believe it in her heart, but I am holding her to a higher standard, and I think she should be grateful. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Is the topic should Stardust be offline? Probably, yeah. Yeah. Essentially. You can throw in should Stardust lose weight as well, if that makes the debate more tantalizing for you. But it's totally your prerogative, I suppose. You know? People who are offline are objectively better than any of us. True, true. But when people offline talk about retarded shit that they're interested in, do they have 150 people who listen to them? You know, that's a benefit. That's a benefit. When people offline talk about stuff, does anybody care? Friends, family, support groups? What's that? Okay. Nice. Let's get into the FD Signifier stuff. Okay? The viewership is held strong, even despite me fucking rambling about it. Alright, nice. So this is the first signs that I saw of something rumbling to do with Bad Empanada, an FD Signifier. So, Bad Empanada got on and called FD Signifier a goy slave. Fan behavior! Woo, 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 woo! Today on Noah Samson's stream, Bad Empanada had his fans brigade the chat and is currently begging to be let on stream to debate FD Signifier and is complaining about not being invited on the stream. This man is so pathetic. Lumphao. Now, usually, I would not watch Bad Empanada content on stream, okay? I don't think he's a good person, personally, okay? I think that he does lie when he talks about his drama coverage, as he did with Lonerbox at the time, right? However, unfortunately, this is just too juicy. So he comments and says, Noah Samson lets people slander anti-Zionist on his stream and doesn't invite them on to defend themselves. I'm starting to see where Kathy gets his fucking rhetoric from. I'm starting to see where Kathy gets his fucking tactics from, okay? But yeah, so Noah Samson is doing this charity fundraiser stream after he's getting sued by Ethan Klein to be able to raise money for, not himself, but children in Gaza, I suppose. So he says Noah Samson lets people slander anti-Zionists on his stream and doesn't invite them on to defend themselves. And then people are in the chat. FD is right. This guy's a Zionist. FD is a Zionist. FD is a Zionist. That is horrific. That is horrific chat spam. That is awful. Really terrible coordinated chat spam. Oh my god. And then it's the same person saying, FD is a Zionist. FD is a Zionist. No! The Bad Empanada fan spam. Your comrade, 80, It's just a single homeless black guy. Dude, sitting at his fucking keyboard. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Same thing over and over and over again. We need to be able to make imperialism, we need to be able to explain imperialism to people, says the person making videos exclusively about wrestling and singers. Okay, that is kind of true. I've noticed recently that FD Signifier doesn't really seem to go in for a lot of the political content that he used to. Maybe he's trying to appeal to normies, like, you know, political people oftentimes do. They try to take a political topic and then include it in a video about, like, a general commentary topic. And so they trick you. They hoodwink you into listening to their retarded political opinions. Tyler Perry. No, Wananzara Mamdani. Okay. Sinners and the Death of Black Art. That's explicitly political. Wait, where is the fucking singer stuff? Okay, here we are. Yeah, Beyonce is everything. How Hotep became a slur. How Diddy ruined hip-hop. Yeah, so it seems to be like every other one. He'll do something, like political, and then he'll do something like pop cultural, right? That seems to be his content strategy. Anyway, let's go in, let's grab the timestamp, and let's have a look at when Bad Empanada called FD Signifier a goy slave.
About that. Yeah.
Now, my intro to this has been seeing a couple clips on Twitter. I'm pretty sure that FD Signifier argues that it's racist to call a black person a goy slave, because some black people were at times, like, real slaves. Anyway, let's have a look. He finally gets on the stream. Let's go.
So is it even possible to progress political ideas while we're on stage?
It is,
or dialectic dialogue, you know, if it's loud.
He does talk about Drake and stuff, but that's mostly to relate it to black culture. Okay.
Live rather than uploaded as a YouTube clip, is that the most
it becomes a product once it's re-up. You know, you're talking about the chat. I'm sure I'm going to go back and look at the chat and be like, what was happening? Not allow for, I think there's more groups monetized and made into
that context that Bad Empanada on, because we were talking about him at length to have a conversation. If it's going to be uploaded and presented as a debate, which it probably will be, then that is without our consent. We do not consent to that happening. So that is what it is. Jeff is on the line. We have
Hey
Jeff.
everyone, it's Jeff. So anyway.
Hi Jeff.
FD, you love to...
Wait one sec, you need to change your microphone.
Away. Okay, great idea.
Went straight to webcam mic.
1 second, my actual mic isn't showing up in the devices here.
Dude, all of the aura instantly fucking gone. That is actually fucking devastating, man. You enter the call, you want to dive straight into it.
Oh, sorry, my microphone. It's the wrong microphone.
Okay, FD Signifier is mogging right now. Yep, he's totally unconcerned. He's picking his fucking nose. He's clearly got some fucking snot or something on his mouth. That's what he thinks of you. He thinks you're like a booger on his chin.
It's my failure on not staying on code myself.
Zionist Nazis. I don't even know how that came up, but that's why I'm here.
Wait, so say that one more time. Sorry.
He decided to call me a Nazi for being too anti-Zionist for his taste. So
I never said that.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Give me a break. Anyway, let's talk about the actual
Wait. No. Did he say? Is that something you believe?
He said, oh, he uses Nazi dog whistles for not caring too much about Jewish feelings. The typical bullshit.
Did you use a Nazi dog whistle? Did you call BGR?
You're talking about Nazi dog whistles.
Yo, let's go. I mean, listen, I don't think we're going to talk we're going to talk a little bit about state positions on this stuff, I guess. I think playing around with like goy slave, goy slop, words like that, honestly, legitimately, who fucking cares? There's a distinct difference between when people are using these terms in like a jokey, jovial, online, low engagement way, compared to when people are using it in like a genuinely anti-Semitic, racist way, in my opinion, right?
Do you understand
Answer the question
something?
you're evading. Did you use a Nazi dog whistle?
I'm going to explain
malign a
something
black
to
man
you.
on
I'm going
Twitter.
to explain a black man. Who gives a fuck if he's black or not? Okay,
I
here's
do.
what I'm going to
I give a
explain
fuck
to
if he's
you.
black or not. I think you
Have
should
you
do
ever
that.
heard? Have you heard of the Jewish?
You
sect,
are avoiding a
Chabad?
direct
Chabad.
question.
I'm answering the question to you.
Okay. All right. Let me
with
hear it.
needed context. Have you heard of the Jewish sect Chabad? Chabad, however you pronounce it in Hebrew. No fucking way.
No, I'm not. I'm not very knowledgeable on this topic. No.
Ooh.
I'm fucking blown away. But anyway, this is the biggest like religious Jewish group in the entire world. Of all the religious Jews, they are the biggest. In the United States, they are the biggest. The Chabad.
Interesting, isn't it? Interesting, isn't it? How FD Signifier never decides to ask those particular questions.
Messiah.
Wait, is he talking about? He's not talking about the Chabad Lubavitch, is he?
His official doctrine said that non-Jews are essentially cattle. They are basically slaves. Okay? Do you understand that?
Wait, this isn't what he's fucking talking about, right? The Chabad. That is what he's talking about. The Chabad Lubavitch is incredibly insular. No, it's a very fucking small religious movement. Okay, let's have a look. So it's within Haredi Judaism. It is among the world's largest, most influential, most publicly visible movements of Hasidic Judaism, known for its extensive networks of institutions and active engagement with Jews of all affiliations worldwide, in contrast to the generally insular orientation of most Haredi groups. Okay, interesting. How many members are we talking? Now, that's not a big number, is it? That's not a big number at all. But there's also not many that Jews around. Okay, interesting. I'll leave a pin on that, okay? I'll leave a pin on that. Okay. What I wonder is that maybe, like, Chabad-affiliated Jews make up, like, 20%, but all of the other groups make up 10%. And so, technically, they're the largest group, but by plurality, not by majority. Maybe. I can imagine that.
I can read it too if you want. I can get
No.
Just be a second.
I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. I'm taking you at your word.
Okay, so Chabad is also this massive Zionist organization, one of the worst Zionist organizations in the world right now. So now we are living in this era right now, right, of Jewish supremacy. I know you don't think that, but entertain me for a second. Let's imagine
that we are living. As well, but go ahead.
I mean, you denied it, and that's the entire reason we're talking here. Because
I think before asserting his positions, you should let him, just explain whether he thinks that or not.
So what I was saying there is that we live in this time of actual, like, real Jewish supremacy. Jewish supremacy.
Dickers, I'm not sure if you've seen, but Empanada seemingly doesn't have much sympathy for Black Americans, saying they're oppressed or victims of racism, because in his world, they're integrated into the American imperial machine. Yeah. For a lot of third worldists, yeah.
Supremacists are committing genocide against people who aren't Jews. Now you're pretending you believe in that. Oh my God. But anyway, so we have this situation, right, where Jewish supremacists are doing that. And one of the most important Jewish sects in the world, along with many other Jews outside of this Jewish sect, quite literally believe as a matter of official doctrine that non-Jews are slaves for Jews. That their role basically is to be slaves for Jews. They are basically like cattle. So do you think in this moment there might be more utility to perhaps not screaming Nazi whenever someone throws these sorts of terms back at these people who are literal Jewish supremacists?
Are you a Jewish
These are people who literally think. No, I'm explaining this to you. So goy, as the way these people use it, is a slur. It's a slur. They use it against Palestinians as they kill them.
No! Wait, Zog, I heard he was running for Congress, no? Dude, the terms goy and Zog are very fucking distinct, right? Zog distinctively refers to a Zionist-occupied government. The idea that Jews are in control of the government. Now, you might say that's playing around with anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. I mean, that is absolutely fucking true, right? But goy isn't necessarily, right?
Zog slave, goy slave. Who
Maybe the only thing that I could say, the most charitable interpretation, is that we were playing around with the concept that Jews view Gentiles differently than they do fellow Jews, right?
Who cares? Who gives a fuck?
I do. I think it's
Why?
weird
What's the
for
point?
left. So first off, let's clarify. Thank you for that filibuster. Did you or did you not call BGR or BRG? I'm not familiar. Did you or did you not call him a Zog slave on Twitter?
Absolutely. That term is fucking hilarious. Why shouldn't I?
So I don't think you should, because I don't think we should be operationalizing Nazi terminology to attack people we disagree with on the left. I think that's weird.
Dude, I can't believe we're doing this shit. This was the conversation that was making the fucking rounds several years ago about whether people were being like anti-black or doing some other kind of bigotry. And now we're wondering whether people on the left are doing this shit too much as well, calling each other goy slaves.
Weird, unprincipled, and shitty. And I think that's why you have the reputation you have.
These are all just like, oh, I think it's weird, shitty. Dude, who gives a fuck, okay? We live in an age,
A lot of people give a fuck. I give a fuck. You have, listen, you can
pure Jewish supremacy right now, okay? And you're splitting hairs because I threw out this funny term at someone who supports Zionists.
You're calling me Jewish supremacy, but you're using their terminology the same way they would use it.
They wouldn't call someone a Zog slave.
What would they say?
Negatively. They want to hide that sort of.
Whoa, dude! We're talking about slurs here, and you're throwing out the slur, bro. Careful.
They want to hide this idea that.
So you're going.
Just use the word bad, okay? Stay away from the N-word. It's just, dude. Especially with that accent. What the fuck is that? Is that some kind of Australian? I don't even know, man.
Masked off as a Jewish supremacist.
What the fuck does that mean?
You're calling people, as you say, Jewish supremacist slurs publicly to malign them.
Zog slave is not a Jewish supremacist slur.
Who is the origin point of the Zog? What are you saying about it? That
BRG is a guy. BRG.
He called him a Zog.
He's a massive electorate. You know, he supports all the latest Zionist politicians.
I don't think it's really established in American or Western media apparatus that Zog is anything other than the dog whistle that it is. It's, Zionist
I don't think
occupied
anyone
government.
in the American media apparatus even knows what that means.
Well, it's like the
I think a lot of people do.
You guys both disagree with the framing that Zionists occupy the government, right? It's imperialism the other way around.
I mean, it depends. Are there Zionists in the government? Yes, that's Israel occupy the government.
But Israel doesn't control America.
Why are you worrying about this right now?
Well, because we're talking about the terminology of Zog.
Dude, this is perfect. I'm seeing the fucking split that's happening right now. On one side of the argument, it's, why are you even worried about this? There are bigger political issues at play. Why are you even talking about this right now? That kind of concern troll. And on the other end, it's the fucking woke scolding going on. Dude, oh my god! Leftist infighting drama, let's go!
Actually, let me explain. I worry about it because I recognize that when you do shit like that, it's not in support of Palestinians. It's not even to attack Zionism or to attack Israel. It's to bring attention to your channel and your content. So that's
just speculation over my motivations. It's worth. Doesn't matter. You don't know what I'm thinking inside. You don't.
Excuse me, did you just use the disgusting anti-Semitic term goyslop? Thank you. We are communists here. We use the term prol feed. Thank you very much.
No, you don't have any proof of this.
Yeah, I'm just giving you my speculation. I'm telling you why I care. You can tell me why that's incorrect, but like telling me that that's my speculation is just saying.
So maybe the question: do you think is that in service of a broader political goal?
Dick, is a while ago, FD Signifier called Shark Zero a rack. Without the rack. Because he was friends with Bosch. No, yeah. I've had to be careful about FD Signifier's videos when I watch them on YouTube. I always stay away from them a little bit. Because that guy throws out the fucking, the cocoon phrase way too fucking liberally, man.
When you use language like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the fact of the matter is we live in a world that is Jewish exceptionalist, Jewish supremacist, and this framework, these sorts of frameworks are what specifically led to the genocide in Gaza. People, like the left, has been basically philo-Semitic for decades upon decades.
Philo-Semitic. They've loved Jews?
Upon decades. We have held up Jews as like a special magical group beyond any level of scrutiny, and there are still
Oh, I guess like an opposite, like like an opposite of anti-Semitic, philo-Semitic, right? Yeah, Jews rock.
people who have this sort of mentality. Many people who basically are doing PR for Jewish people at a time when Jewish people are more reactionary than they have ever been in history, and this reactionary tendency among them is being weaponized for genocide.
What you're doing it's to attack.
Dude, it is totally fucking insane. It is totally fucking insane. You're like being supportive of like a racial group, and you're saying that we shouldn't hate a racial group when that racial group is actually bad.
Black leftists online, right?
And that's just completely. You're not even addressing what I'm saying. You're just responding. You said something mean to a black man.
Is not material to your behavior. I'm talking about your behavior, which is categorically shitty behavior, and you act shitty because it gives you views.
It doesn't give me views.
No.
What would give me views? Falling in line with people
you have
like you.
With my face on them. Let's pull up your channel now on Bad Empanada Live. The thumbnails
you try to reduce everything to drama. No, let me respond. You're trying to reduce everything to drama because
then
what actually happened here?
Because it's funny.
What actually happened here? First place, right? Your friend Lil Bill made a video, an indirect response to my video on Jewish supremacy, one of the videos I made just like a week before he made that, okay? That's the first thing that happened. I responded to him on his points on Jewish supremacy in Israel, okay? Then in response...
I'll say in the West, Jews are a model immigrant community that don't get as much scrutiny as other groups. Like, I don't like circumcision, especially traditional circumcision using the mouth. I think that's incredibly rare, to be fair, okay? Yeah, that's fucking gross. I mean, I don't think you'll even find many Jews that will say, like, yeah, that's super cool, we love doing that. There might be some quibble or some point about, like, religious rights for people to be able to do what they want to do. But, yeah, I don't think you'll find many Jews actually supporting that. But yeah, that stuff is kind of fucking gross.
So that you, him, and two other...
Exact same thing goes, I guess, for Christians in my mind. Exact same thing goes for Muslims in my mind.
People made a stream.
Can't believe Blood is still live. It's literally 6 a.m. Babka, I'm watching FD Signifier content, right? Do you want to watch or do you want to complain?
Dedicated to basically indirectly refuting me for whatever reason, right? Then I responded to that. And you try to reduce this to drama. And what we're talking about here are very important political concepts.
I'm sorry.
Your response to me, as always, you just did it there. Like, look at your channel. You just talking about this for the drama. I'm talking about this because these are...
I'm just looking for clarification right now.
I'm talking about this because these are important political issues that matter to me. I don't give a fuck if it's you talking about them or anyone else. You are specific, at least
it matters to you
specifically the sort of people who shouldn't be spreading this sort of bullshit.
And the Nazi dog whistles to malign your critics.
Slurs. Who gives a fuck if there's some slur or whatever that hurts Jewish feelings right
about
now?
Which slurs? Most people who are affected by slurs.
So we're talking about actual political issues here, and your response is basically, "Oh, you're not nice enough."
No,
I kind of agree with Banner Bernard there. I can't fucking lie. I feel like people don't really care about slurs in the Big 26. It's just not like a hot button cultural issue. I don't know. Listen. People do care about slurs. Obviously, people care about slurs. But in terms of being, like, relevant on a broad cultural level, people have become increasingly au fait with, like, people using slurs over the past few years. That's just a reality.
No,
you use terms that hurt
not
people's
principled
feelings
enough.
Yeah, because you love slurs. I do love slurs. Listen, I do love slurs. The only annoying thing is when people pretend as though slurs are the bad words and non-slurs are the fine words. Not how it fucking works, right? Retard is definitively a fucking slur. But it's a fine slur, and I'm okay using it, right? Idiot, moron, those are examples of slurs that everybody accepts are good to use, but, you know.
Is that what you're doing is unprincipled?
This is not what principles... Being principled means actually sticking to what you believe in rather than...
No. Being principled means to principally put forth the movement.
You're not even responding to what I said.
I'm directly refuting what you just said.
What I said is I said we were talking about political issues, Jewish supremacy in Israel, right?
Okay, fine. Let's go back.
That's why there are videos with your face. That's why there are thumbnails with your face in them on my channel.
Yes, let's go back. So
you're trying to reduce that to being nothing but videos.
I'm not trying to
reduce just for the sake of putting your face in the thumbnail, just for the sake of talking about you.
Well, no. I'm saying
no. What you're doing here is like accusing me of grifting. Okay, it's accusing me of like just chasing the views. If I wanted to chase the views, I would not be shitting on you. I'd be networking with you. I would be networking with Hassan Piker. I would be networking with.
Didn't like half the internet jump on Chud the Builder running around calling black people apes and those words and the other word? Not really. No, he got like wide attention for it. A certain level of notoriety, but he got nowhere near the kind of condemnation that we would have seen in the past. Okay, the one example that I'm going to give, for two examples, definitive proof that people care a lot less about slurs than they did like several years ago, is A, the use of retard becoming, I will say, arising again, ascending once again. And then secondarily, take a look at the, it's not Shiloh Waters, is it? Who's the woman who called that little black lad, the N-word? And then she raised like $250,000 on the fucking back of it. People care a lot less about slurs than they used to.
With people like you.
On the left and the right.
No,
that is how I would actually have way more subscribers, way more views. If you don't rock the boat, you get way more fucking views. Noah Samson does not criticize people on the left, even though I know for a fact he thinks way less of way many of them than he will ever say. It's because he does not want to compromise his audience. Sorry, Noah, you know it's true.
No, I don't think so. I disagree.
I think it is.
Well, the reason I don't do that is
I know
because...
that you agree with me on tons of things that you will never say publicly. You will never make comment. It's fine.
Listen, no. Well,
real quick. The reason I don't do it is because I don't think the way the platform allows could bring any meaningful change other than big drama, big clash video.
I think it can massively.
What has though? Okay, so for you,
it can bring much
what has brought positive change in your eyes from what you do from other?
Dude, I mean, the guy has just gone on YouTube and said that Ethan Klein's a Zionist. Now he's getting a fucking lawsuit. That's why he did this fucking... he's doing these fucking live streams. And you're saying he's not going far enough, bro.
The creators. Like, what can you visibly see as... You say you've pushed the needle. How?
Absolutely. You see what's been happening with the first time ever that Hassan Piker is actually facing serious, like, left-wing backlash against his I'm going to support Zionist electoral strategy. Guess who started that?
Deal with you. That has everything to do with Hassan's behavior in the moment.
How do you know it was you?
I'm the one who's been pointing this out. The entire reason why anyone even knows anything about Graham Plattner in this sphere is because of me, for example. I was talking about that from the very fucking beginning.
I will
all the shit that people is spreading about that comes from fucking me. Now, I don't care about taking
and you say
from
I
this,
have
right?
a big ego.
No, this isn't ego. This is just materially true. Like, I don't care about taking credit for this because I would still be right to talk about what I'm talking about, even if.
Oh, dude. Members only chat. Members only chat.
It didn't have an effect. I think it's not.
We've got to lock him down, okay? Zog has instructed me that I need to set this chat right now to members only.
I believe to think that as a 100K subscriber YouTube, you're going to have
a very sad day for Noah
a
Samson.
political event.
But the question is, what change have you contributed to as a body?
What change have you contributed to, though? None of us have contributed to much. It's YouTube. But you can at least try.
But only one of us.
You should at least try. You should at least try.
Only
to
one of us was rationalizing saying Zog under the guise that this was principled and helpful.
What's wrong with saying Zog? It's fucking hilarious.
Well, I mean,
it's not hilarious.
If you see something,
it immediately turns.
Dude, I'm such a fucking child. I'm such a child. What's wrong with saying Zog? It's hilarious. It's not hilarious. It's not funny to say Zog. I'm legitimately like 10 years
people
old.
Off to what you're trying to say because it's understood as a slur.
No, most people don't even know what the fuck that means. I don't know. Like,
well, if they learn that it's Zion,
somebody get me the Oreo clip, please.
If they learn that it's Zionist occupied government, then what that means is that it's the wrong imperialist.
No, that's not what most people would think. Most people, if
you have
intuitively think that the U.S. government is
that Empanada, you're not
right, but you know that's not true.
Most people,
you know that's
in
not
the U.S. would intuitively think that the U.S. government is occupied by Zionists. Now, is that not true? Yeah, but do I think that right now it's really important for us to harp on why that's not true?
Do you understand though?
This is a Vosh N-word defense.
Right. This is Boston Destiny, which, by the way, he did. I don't even want to get into the fact that you defended.
Okay, so let's talk about the difference between those things, okay? Jews right now are in a position of massive social, political, and economic power.
It's okay to say Zog because most people don't know what it means. And but I was just saying some dumb shit here, lol. He's right, but the wrong reasons, I think. I think if you want to use that word, you just have to say that it's used in a certain level of context that makes it appropriate because people understand that it's a joke. and the other things that you say makes it clear that you don't believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. That's the only way, in my opinion, to be able to argue it. Because you're arguing that it's funny, and at the same time, you're arguing that people don't know what it means. You can't have both at the same time. Would you just say like Bob as like a stand-in? You're a Bob slave? I don't think so. It's because people do know what it means, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's something that you will deny. You will call it anti-Semitic.
No,
but it's fucking true.
I wouldn't deny that. I wouldn't deny that.
Calling saying
Zog is kind of a shibboleth, to be honest, for being terminally online. No. Maybe, okay. Zog is a shibboleth for having knowledge of extreme politics, which, to be fair, is going to probably be centralized online, actually. No. You are right, actually. You are totally correct.
So real quick, so you attributed
like
the
saying
position.
Zog slave to someone when they are spreading. Let me finish. When saying Zog slave to someone, or goy slave or whatever, or good goy or whatever. For one, it's hilarious. Doesn't matter. The N-word isn't hilarious. How is the N-word funny? If you could come with a good scenario for that, I don't know.
But it's still harmful and hurtful.
Who is this harmful and hurtful to? When you call someone a goy slave, who is
also
that
anti-racism movements and the ability to educate
Jewish people
on those issues.
He's talking about the N-word. He's talking about the
When you call someone a goy slave, like goy is goy, zog. These aren't things that are like used against you. It's like you're a zog, you're a goy. If anything, they call people goys negatively, despectively.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, it's not the same thing, is it?
It's I'm not comparing Jewish oppression or whatever to black people oppression. I don't think that's a good comparison to make.
Well, what I'm saying here is we live in a...
Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Who would win, dude? Have black people even got a holly? You can cry and bitch and moan about the Tuskegee experiments as much as you want. You're never even going to touch the fucking sides of the holly, man.
Moment, right? We live in a moment where Jewish supracy is rampant.
So you should
in regards to Israel. When Jewish supremacy is rampant, and there are people...
Let me look. Can I cut you off for a second?
You let me finish, because there are people who are perpetuating frameworks that specifically help to perpetuate Jewish supremacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have someone like BRG, who, at least I used to think he was like a left-wing communist sort of guy, and then he really got caught up in this sort of DSA electoralism, and now he does a ton of like anti-Semitism policing on behalf of the Democratic Party. You know, he will do anti-Semitism call-outs like, oh my God, you guys are being real fucking weird about Jewish people right now, whatever the fuck. At a time when, Jews certainly do not need you to defend their honor. If anything, we need people to push back against this sort of notion that Jewish feelings are some sort of super important thing, that there's this massive Jewish oppression, basically the Jewish exceptionalism sort of thing, where people have this taken for granted notion that in spite of like all material circumstances point to something very...
I don't know. So, Ethan Klein, very shortly after October 7th, I think a week after, right? Saying that anybody who was saying Free Palestine supports Hamas, and they're being anti-Semitic. Because if you support Hamas, that means you support the extinction of the Jewish people, right? So, you say October 7th, you say Free Palestine a week after October 7th, ergo, you want all Jews in Israel to die, right? Now, that's a case where I can say that people are being way too fucking sensitive around Jewish feelings, and it just is hysteria. Some of these people need to fucking grow up. But, I can understand that point, you're then taken and saying that Zog should not be offensive. Using the term Zog should not be offensive to any Jews. It does point to an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That's just where the word sits in right now. You can try and fucking pull it and into a space where you're just talking about totally race-neutral Zionists? Maybe, but that's not going to fucking happen, let's be real. When you say Zog, everybody hears basically the same thing.
Very different. The Jews are this oppressed group who need us to defend them all the fucking time, right? Because that is something that specifically enables Israel.
Dude, conspiracy? It's not a conspiracy. If you guys, Egyptians, had just kept your fucking balls and not sent those guys away, kept them working on the pyramids, A, your country might actually have a successful tourist industry, okay? More pyramids, more tourists. And B, we wouldn't have the fucking problem we have now, okay?
Well, that's something that has for a
So I don't want to hear anything from you.
very long time been a problem that has specifically enabled Israel. People from the left have been acting like PR for Jewish people, basically. And I think when someone is in that, is like playing that sort of role, like using this fucking humorous term, Zog slave, goy slave, whatever.
Call him a nigger.
This shit is totally. Why would.
Bro, disavow.
Why would I call him an N-word? He's not doing anything.
Why not? It's also funny.
He quietly unfollowed Frogan for calling October 7th a revolution. You just blatantly lied, my man. What the fuck are you even talking about?
It's never okay to call me.
It's literally literally completely fucking disconnected. Completely disconnected from what I just said.
Nigger in your videos, Bad Empanada, they're funny. They'll get you views.
I'm not arguing that it's funny.
But you think stop. I'll let you talk.
Disavow.
I'll let you talk for a second. Let me go. You think I'm a liberal Zionist. You think I run cover for Jewish supremacy. You think that it's more important.
Yeah, Bad Empanada says it back to him right now. He's won the conversation.
To be funny and identify the flaws in your enemies unprincipled.
No, that's not what.
Call me a nigger with the hard E.
Disavow.
You defended Norm
Can you let me
Finkelstein's
respond?
use.
Like, I don't understand how you think this is like some sort of good response to what I'm saying.
I
because
think
the
you don't
term
understand, 'cause
goy slave is no, it's not. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying because the term goy slave is of direct relation to what I'm talking about
But
here.
my point
Jewish
is you're
supremacy,
defending your
Jewish
use of
exceptionalism.
slurs because they're funny, because they're hilarious, and because you get the right to do that.
No, that wasn't the
because
brunt
you
of what
think
I
the
was
person-
saying, and it's not a slur.
She's allowed to note he unfollowed him. He's not allowed to then start a month-long campaign and sue her. Bro, I didn't even mention Frogan. Some fucking retarded chatter brought up Frogan out of nowhere.
How is
you
that a
repeated
slur?
it's hilarious. I'm sorry.
Who is question? Who is the term goy slave a slur again?
I'm sorry. I don't know enough to say that goy slave is a slur to any particular person, but I do know it's a Nazi term, popularized from the
It's just
term.
a Nazi term.
that
Zionist is also a
it's
Nazi
just a Nazi term. That's kind of a thing. But the whole point is, regardless of whether or not the term is a slur, you know and knew in the moment that it was highly offensive to say that to anyone.
To who?
Let alone,
To who is it offensive and why?
To anyone, let alone a black man who is not
How does him
Jewish.
being black
and
change
not-
anything?
How does saying calling a black man a slave change?
A goy slave, whatever.
First off, Zog slave. The term Zog, again, from the turn of dog, the Nazi
I
body.
mean, Zog is like even
your
less
defense.
of a
Your defense has
lesser
been who
racial
cares-
slur, like calling someone a
Madam
Zionist occupied
Madam
government. That doesn't even make
Your
sense.
defense has been who cares? That's hilarious. By that rationale,
That wasn't my defense. That my defense was prefaced with something about how right now it's important that we challenge these sorts of idiotic
why
frameworks
can't you
of
challenge
like Jewish
those
supremacy,
frameworks
Jewish
without
exceptionalism.
using clearly offensive, fundamentally unprincipled, and distracting language?
Yeah. I mean, I'm very tempted to make a very offensive comment just because Babka's here, okay? But yeah, FD Signifier is wilding, I'll say. I'm not 100% sure what's going on here, but I'm pretty sure the N-word thing is low-key unrelated. It's totally fucking unrelated. It's completely fucking unrelated.
Because if you think that allows
I
you to
do that all the fucking time.
then call me the N-word right now on cam. If you do it all the time. If you don't think there's a difference, if you
Who
don't
said I
think it
use the
matters.
N-word all the time?
No.
I do it all the time.
No,
I said
why? Then why?
I
Then
said
why
I
won't
respond
you
to
call me
these
the-
things in the
then-
way that
then
you
Bad
say I
Empanada.
should all the time.
Why won't you call me a nigger
Disavow.
right now?
Because
If you
how is that relevant to it? Why would I call you that? What-
Dude, this guy is just... Dude, Noah Samson looks like he's about to fucking top himself, man. He looks like he's about to fucking do himself in. He just tried to organize this stream to be able to raise a little bit of money, you know, for himself, his lawsuit, and then, you know, maybe some money for Gazan children as well. And you've got FD Signifier screaming the fucking N-word hard R to get the fucking stream taken down. I feel so bad about this guy.
Shows that you understand the difference, Mr. Empanada.
I
It shows that
explained
you-
the difference.
No,
this term is
no,
of
no. Let
direct
me explain the
relation
difference.
to his
You know what you can-
behavior.
No, let me explain the difference.
In
You know what you can
regards
get
to
away
him
with?
defending Jewish supremacy. Do you understand the difference? He is defending Jewish supremacy.
You could have
so
said
I
that.
respond to
You
him
could have
by
said,
saying like, "Oh,
Bad
great
Empanada.
fucking job!
You could
You're
have
doing
said-
great work on behalf of the supposedly
Bad Empanada.
marginalized Jewish
Bad
community."
Empanada. You could have said in this tweet, BGR is defending Jewish supremacy by such and such and such. You could have done that. that wouldn't have went off in the fucking algorithm. So instead,
Everyone
you made a
what
hilarious.
do you mean in the algorithm?
But then why did you? It's funny to you. You could have avoided that language, and you chose not to because you're unprincipled, because you care more.
How are they accepting this Jewish supremacy thing? They've lost the plot. It's going to be on like a worldwide basis, right? It's going to be on like a worldwide basis. Jewish people and their feelings around Jewish issues is probably dealt with incredibly different to black people, incredibly different to Muslims as well. People care more about anti-Jewish bigotry than they do about Islamophobia. Probably even more than anti-black racism. I'm assuming that's what they're talking about when they say Jewish supremacy. Also the idea that Jews have been oppressed in the past, and so they get a little bit of a free pass amongst some people to be able to do whatever they want, right? So, for example, the Holocaust happened, and now they get an ethno state, right?
More about the attention
Have you ever
economy.
called any?
That's not Jewish supremacy. I would just encourage you to go and have a look at what people mean when they talk about white supremacy in these groups. It's not necessarily people thinking that they are actually above other racial groups, but it's having systematic power and privilege, right?
You want a dumbass? Have you ever called anyone an idiot? Have you ever used a mean word against anyone?
Those words are not intrinsically tied to Nazis or slavery.
Zog slave isn't intrinsically tied to Nazism either. It came like 40 years. Zog slave, I don't even think they ever used that term. They just use the term Zog.
It came from the
This came like
journal.
40 years after the actual Nazis.
It literally came from Nazis.
Second thing, why are you so obsessed with Nazis? Why are you always talking about the Nazis under the bed? There's always been much.
Oh, which I disavow and think is very, very disgusting, to be clear, YouTube.
It's not me.
Thank you.
No, there's always been much more talk of
You thought
Nazis
this was
in
gonna
your
be easy,
content
didn't you, Mr.
than
Empanada?
Zionism. This is extremely easy. Like, you're not even dealing with the actual issue.
I'm not getting owned. I'm not getting owned. I'm not getting owned.
The issue was never, and that's the thing.
You want to talk about the actual issue? The issue was
No. That's the
first
thing.
issue from
you couldn't
first- from the
actually
first
material critique things I was saying.
I materially critiqued you completely. I responded to you on Jewish supremacy.
You had to find, and it was so funny, and I regret it all. Despite the fact that I've been able to expose you in the moment, I regret it.
How have you exposed any? Okay, let's talk
because
about
I'm exposing the
what I
I'm
responded to
exposing
you
the
on.
logic you operate with. Because your defense for your behavior is that you should be able to behave. This, and what's funny is that although I disagree with a lot of what Lil Bill said in that video,
You're
the
just
whole
straight up
point-
fucking lying
Let me
about
finish.
what I'm
Let
saying.
him finish,
No,
let him
you
finish.
shut the fuck up.
Let me
You let me
finish.
talk because you're lying. You're
No,
mischaracterizing
I'm gonna mute
what I
him.
say.
Hold on. How
This
do I
is
mute?
what you do.
How do I mute?
You don't fucking.
Okay, FD, he's muted. Go ahead.
I'm not muted.
The irony is that the inception of this was.
Let me actually say my argument.
Dude, wait, is he unmuted himself?
Let me
give me your argument for
Okay,
your
okay,
right
okay.
to use.
You are
offensive,
ignoring the
racially
first part
charged.
of what I
Dude, no, I can't even fucking do it, man.
said. You ignored the first part of what I said to focus on how I said. I said, first thing, it's funny. That's obviously a minor point, right? That's not the main thing. Okay? I said a bunch of stuff before that, didn't
He should have kept at it. He literally should have fucking kept at it, man.
I? Did you respond to the stuff that I said before that, which was the main point?
I don't disagree with the stuff you said before that. That's my point.
If you don't disagree with that, then you clearly understand how it's fucking important to call this shit out right
between
now.
it. That's the
That's
whole
not a
point,
slur.
Mr.
Zog
Empanada.
slave isn't a fucking
I'm
slur.
sorry.
Goy
I don't
slave
have to
isn't a
use
slur.
racially charged Nazi dog whistles in between that, and neither do you. You don't
is
have
that a
to
slur?
do that.
No, you need
but
to- I want
nobody
you to
will pay
explain how it's
attention
a
to
slur.
you
What is-
unless you act in that way.
You're claiming
and you
this
care
is a
more about
slur.
attention
Do you
than
see-
the politics you say that you're so principled on.
Banapana,
Can
do
you
you see?
explain to us
Banapana,
how
do you
this is a
see how it can cause people that might otherwise be sympathetic to your arguments, like FD, who said he agreed
I
with the
genuinely
first part?
don't care. I think this isn't really important compared to his defense of Jewish supremacy, his idea that doesn't even exist. I think he's using this as a deflection from the main point of why I was responding to him in the first
I don't think he believes that it doesn't exist. I don't think he said he does.
He does. Yes, I mean, I responded to him on this. He was defending
In
Lil
what?
Bill's take, which was that Jewish supremacy practically doesn't exist.
Is that something you think, FD?
No.
So there can.
And then why did you go on a stream with 3 other people who all denied that?
So can we?
Because that's
it's
what I
funny
was
'cause I tried.
responding
It's
to,
funny because
right?
I tried to bring you to that a while ago.
And also, let's talk about let's after that we can talk about your video about how Eben.
Okay, I'm very, very glad that everybody in this call can agree right now that there is Jewish supremacy.
Ezer is a anti-Jewish dog whistle.
We talked about that.
What, Nisa? What the fuck is a Nisa?
Oh,
And also, let's talk about the let's after that we can talk about your video about how Ebenezer is a anti-Jewish dog whistle.
We talked.
Oh, like Ebenezer Scrooge. Is that what we're talking about? Do we know what race Ebenezer Scrooge was in the original book?
Talked about that.
We can talk about it again.
No,
I mean it's.
So do you?
I mean, even I can't lie. Okay, even the name Ebenezer is giving me very Hebrew vibes. Sorry.
I mean, we can just go over that very briefly.
Oh, dude, wait, Ebenezer is actually just a Hebrew word. No! Wait, was Ebenezer Scrooge supposed to be Jewish in the fucking book? What?
Do you think it's ridiculous to be looking for secret anti-Semitism in Disney movies right now?
So as much as I would love to travel there.
No fucking way. There's no fucking way. Wait. So when he's got the big fucking nose, and no fucking way. No fucking way. How did I not realize this? Control F Jewish? Well, I guess you can't really deny the fucking name, can you? Oh my god. So when Jim Carrey played him in that one fucking film, and he looked like this. I didn't put the pieces together, man. I didn't put the fucking pieces together. One sec, with a close up. We've got a particular close up of the of the image right here. Do you respect the Jewish state? Do you love the Jewish state? Did you call me a Zog slave? Did I just hear you call me a Zog slave? From the river to the sea? Huh? From the river to the sea? Do you want Jews to die? Okay. Okay. Nice. I had no fucking clue, man. Okay, nice.
I want to make sure you understand
Getting sued
that
for leaking sex tapes. That's just.
What do you mean? That is literally your nose. That's not true.
Yeah, he's a greed J-word learning who hates Christmas because he's a J-word.
Wow. Thank you for the $5. Okay, we have to call our fucking jets on that one, man. Okay, I'm going to disavow that donation. Thank you very much.
What started this line of thinking and conversation apart
Dude, the fucking Christmas messaging makes so much more sense now. Yeah, I'm totally getting it.
you was watching individuals such as you use the excuse of desiring Palestinian liberation, of wanting to be anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, use that, which is gross as shit, as an excuse.
Tone policing. This is just generic tone policing.
It's tone policing. Sure. Call me a nigga.
It is. It's pointless. It's useless.
Then I can't police your tone
you
right
don't deal
now.
with the material. This is my
police your
entire
tone
problem
then.
with you.
Dude, what the fuck are we talking about, man? I don't even know how the N-word is connected to any of this. I understand that it's a slur, but I honestly don't understand how it's connected.
You don't deal with anything that really matters.
There's a reason why you have not called me a nigga.
Has this guy got a fucking racial humiliation fetish? Why the fuck is he so desperate for somebody calling the N-word?
Live in front of this audience right now is because
that's not even remotely the same.
It's because you understand the necessity.
But I will call you a goy slave.
Okay, sure.
Because you serve the interests of Jewish supremacy.
Understand the necessity.
Jewish supremacy genocide.
You understand the necessity of tone, and you know what you can and cannot get away with. And because
what I can and cannot get away with, I want to change the tone. I want to move the needle. I want to change what is acceptable. You don't.
But if right now, if you want to move the needle, and right now you know that something like that is going to be interpreted in the way FD has interpreted it, then why use it when it's completely unnecessary? Is that a tactical move?
Here's a fact for you right now, a fact that you guys will never admit, but is actually true. Right now, in the USA, there are infinite, in the USA, I particularly mentioned just because it's you guys, not because it's the only thing that I care about, there are infinitely more people who are amenable to something like that than who will look at it and even understand it in the negative way that you guys do. There are infinitely more people right now in the USA who have this unprincipled, as you called it, idea that there is some sort of funny business going on with U.S. support of Israel. They don't understand, precisely why it is, but they see it. And when you see that, when you see all of this weird fucking shit, like how much your government protects Israel, kind of illogically, given how bad it obviously is, you're going to think, are we controlled by these guys?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Dude, this guy's a fucking rhetorical nightmare, man. Bad Empanada is like Purple Parry Gaming if he got into fucking politics.
Now, it might be untrue, and in the very long term, which doesn't really matter because we're all going to die to climate change, it might even be detrimental. But in this situation, if you're splitting hairs because someone said the word Zog, which this is what this was like ContraPoint's argument, by the way. You remember her long...
America protects Israel because they're our biggest strategic asset in the Middle East. That's almost certainly a component of it, true.
Statement. Half of that was a complaint that she saw people saying Zog on Twitter, okay?
Mm-hmm. I didn't actually read
Then where are your priorities at? What are we even doing?
Dude, Dickers, these silly faces are ridiculous. Listen, okay. I'm so, like, on edge right now because I'm half terrified about the goy slave word triggering some fucking YouTube moderation. And then also Zog triggering YouTube moderation. And I'm also worried that my stream is going to go down if FD Signifier says the N-word one more time.
At this point, if this is what we're complaining about, it's like complaining about an anti-German slur, or whatever, which it isn't, to be clear, at the height of Nazism. It's like complaining that you saw someone call someone a kraut slave. It's totally nonsensical. It's idiotic. Like, what are we fucking doing?
So we can go and we can talk about me having to learn more about Jewish supremacy and Jewish exceptionalism. We can talk about whether or not it's valuable. I would like to talk. I've let you speak pretty much unimpeded a second ago. Can I go, please?
No, you haven't.
He totally just did for like 5 minutes.
Okay, that time he did. Thank you so much. Finally.
Thank you. So we can get to we could very easily get to other subjects and issues around this.
Dude, he fucking muted him again.
This problem.
Okay, Bad Empanada reaches for the mouse.
There could be very good use for the perspective you bring to the table. But you center yourself in your desire to be an edgy boy and make really funny jokes and refuse to acknowledge the standards.
Dude, Noah's got a fucking trigger finger, man. He's literally staring down at that fucking mute button for if he needs to mute him again.
Refusing to acknowledge just caring about your comrades, the people in the space with you, the greater audience watching, and the history of what it means to be called a slave as a black man, the history of where the term Zog comes from. You could easily just came on stream and said, you know what? Probably shouldn't have said that. Real talk. That was probably a distraction. And then we could have been on to things that are way more meaningful. But you've dug your heels in for your right to use offensive language. You are Vosh. You are the new Vosh. It's so fucking funny how
your politics are the same as Vosh. Your politics are functionally the exact same as Vosh.
But your tactics are the same as Vosh, and that's even more pathetic.
Why is that more?
Because unlike Vosh,
man, Vosh is never gonna fucking live down that one time that he said the N-word to these people, is he? He's changed so much. He's lost weight. He's grown his hair out. He, doesn't openly talk about jerking it to Lolly anymore. He's changed. He's improved.
Hold on. Why is
before you're not as good looking?
For one,
you're
what
not
you're
as
saying
charismatic,
isn't true, but
and your
let's get to that
racism
point.
isn't as good,
Why
so
do
you
you
can't attract
think-
an audience. And you're
Why
trying
do
to
you
use
think
his
that-
tactics, and you don't know how to defend them in the same place.
Why do you think that your perception of rhetorical similarity is more important than
I don't
actual
think
politics
that.
being
I
the
don't
same?
think that.
Okay, so your politics are the same.
Noah lost Aura during this. I mean, Noah was just sitting there in the fucking cuck chair while these guys are like arguing and calling each other slurs and shit. But what else can he fucking do? He's supposed to shut down the fucking conversation.
No, I don't think that. I just think that it's bare minimum as an interlocutor who says their priority is Palestinian liberation. I think it's I think not adhering to a bare minimum of not being an edgy, edgelord asshole who uses language that offends and amplifies Nazis. The fact that you won't
Who does it
move
offend?
off that.
Goy slave is not a slur. It's very funny. Okay. We can probably, like, give some kind of charity to FD Signifier's argument, though, right? Because while it's not a slur in and of itself, it does imply that there is a Jewish master on the other end of that Goy slave. You know what I mean? And so it does imply something about the organization of society and how Jews intersect with that, right? And so it could be construed as anti-Semitic or offensive. If you want to be like a wide-reaching political communicator, it's probably not the most effective messaging, but like they're fucking YouTubers, man, right? They're fucking YouTubers. They're not going to have that kind of fucking impact. They're not going to reach that many people. And Bad Empanada will always only be a cult figure.
It offended me to...
Like, if you think about all of the people who were turned off by Bad Empanada using the term Goy slave, I'm pretty sure that they're probably already turned off by the 1,000 other comments that Bad Empanada's already made. You know,
it offended me to see you say to
I
a
don't
black
care
man.
if it offends you, just as I wouldn't.
I know,
care if it
and that's
offended
kind of
dude. What is this black man comment, dude?
some random
point.
Zionist Jew.
You care more about being an edgy boy. You are Vosh.
Plenty of people.
you're
Your
Vosh
argument
without the
here is
taxes
I'm
hold.
offended. I'm offended. Okay.
No,
I think
know,
the
it's
argument
not-
goes deeper into the actual practical utility.
It's just so fucking retarded. If you're making a general argument that people are, let's say you're a preacher, right? Let's say you're a preacher. Let's say that you're saying that people are slaves to sin, or they're slaves to consumerism, or they're slaves to popular culture. Is it really offensive to direct that and say that about a black person in particular? No reference to their race. No reference to their race. Now, if you're saying something fucking crazy like, you know, black people used to be slaves to white people, now they're slaves to Kanye West, or now they're slaves to the newest shoes, or maybe the I don't know. What have I? I'm really trying not to lean into the fucking black angle here. I really. Now they're slaves to the newest model of beatbox, boombox. I'm not trying to fucking do that, all right? Fuck me, man. Okay, maybe referring to black people as slaves in any context is probably dicey territory to be on, okay? But no, I think in general, okay? If you're not trying to lean into that stuff, I'm pretty sure you should be fucking fine, right?
Utility of the way you act online, where more people would take you seriously if you didn't.
If it's not a reference to anything racialized, I think you're probably fine. If you're saying general things like consumerism or alcohol or, you know, something like that.
Troll. And you know you like, I mean, you joke around, right? But you troll. You know that, right?
I think what's much more important.
More important isn't
the
different than
politics.
also important.
What's much more important is the FD Signifier's politics are exactly the same as Vosh.
FD, is that true?
No.
Okay, where do you differ politically from Vosh? Like in your end goals, in your practice, like in what you think should be done right now, where do you differ?
Black
I
culture and
don't
shit.
know enough about Vosh's politics to say exactly.
Okay,
I haven't watched-
well, he
I didn't
thinks that
spend
we should
years.
vote for
I didn't
Democratic
spend
Party
years watching
entries.
Vosh's videos and reacting to him to ironically glean.
Didn't you make like a
tactics he used
4-hour
for
long
building
video
his-
about Vosh?
No,
You made like a really long video called Breaking Bread about Vosh.
no, it was not about Vosh.
It was
not
mostly about Vosh.
It was
It was
about
mostly
bread
about
too.
Vosh.
It was
Most of
low-key,
it was about Vosh.
It was about shit like this. You don't even watch me.
The vast majority of it. Yeah, of course I don't. You make videos like about wrestling and like
Yeah,
singers and
I
stuff.
make
I
pop
don't
culture
care about
videos.
that. Why would
make
I watch
pop
that?
culture video. I make pop culture videos. I am not an expert on the history of the conflict between Israel and Palestine and the genocide and the Nakba and all that. I'm not an expert on all that. I don't know a lot of things. You know, you're a history guy, right? That's your master's in history.
I don't
And
think you
I'm-
need to know about
and
history
I'm a-
to get the
let me
things that I'm
finish, let me
saying
finish,
and not
let me
shit on me
finish,
for saying
let
them
me finish,
constantly as you do.
Let me finish. I have a different background that lends itself to a different type of content. And you have a different.
Also, I don't know. I do kind of fucking hate this this argument because it is a total trap, right? Hello.
Difference between me and other blacks. I ain't chained.
Wait, PD, you're black. Okay, that explains some things. Thank you for the $2 Canadian. I think it's a massive fucking trap when these lefties do this because I've heard this dialogue before. Oh, you're just like this other leftist. You're just like this other leftist. Ideologically, you're just like this other leftist. Well, okay, what prescriptions do you have in the modern day that would be different from that leftist? Yeah, the differences between leftists are not in their prescriptions in the modern day. They basically all agree on that. And if they don't, it's for like these gay little fucking practical quibbles, right? But the reason, the thing that you're going to have like disagreement on with a lot of leftists is going to be the big ideological points, you know?
background that lends itself to a different type of content. We both
like in an ideal society. Should all goods be decommodified, or should it only be goods essential for life? Right? That might be an ideological point that two leftists disagree on. But at the end of the day, they're both probably going to want like a general expanding of the welfare net because we're not quite at decommodification. You know?
I believe have the same political goals, but I know enough to not just walk around being a shitty edgelord for the sake of my own masturbatory desire to be the edgiest boy on the online left. That's what it comes down to. I think most people, and I've heard people say this, most people respect the value of some of your essays and how they've gotten into these topics. But
I just wish that Bad Empanada did watch some FD Signifier content, because the silver bullet in this conversation is, okay, you don't think I should use Goy Slave, right? I understand. It puts people off, detracts from the message. Why are you always calling black people cocoons? Why are you calling every black person that you criticize a cocoon? Do you not think that puts people off your message? Blah, 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 right? You can run that argument down all the way.
Everybody thinks you're a gross weirdo. And it's not just because of how you behave. It's because of how you behave when you're critiqued on your behavior. And this is a perfect example. It's not even like, I can't get you to just acknowledge, hey, maybe I shouldn't, like, if not just for the fact that this non-debate, if not just with the fact that this conversation could have been about more material issues.
It can be. I've been trying to push them to that, but you're talking about how
under the context, you've been trying to push them to that under the context of defending your use of Zog.
Yeah, like, and that's the bottom line.
What's wrong with using the word Zog? Explain. You have not explained. You just said it's insulting. It's offensive to who? Oh my God, your hair is worse than mine. I'm so sorry, man.
Oh, dude, I was just thinking the exact same thing. I might not agree on Bad Empanada on a lot of this conversation, but I can agree on that. Jesus Christ, man. If you're like black and your hair is thinning, as it does for a lot of men of this age, right? I think FD signifies in his 40s. Why are you going for the really thick, like, braids and shit? Just let that shit hang in a fucking different way, man. Black people can hide balding and, like, hair thinning really fucking well. Why would you twist it up like this, dude? You look like, oh my God, wait, hold on. I know exactly what this guy looks like. I know exactly what this guy looks like. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. If I say Peter Capaldi from Suicide Squad, are people gonna know what I mean? Let me get a high-res image. Yeah? Yes, let's go. Let's go. This is exactly what FD Signifier looks like. This is exactly what they look like all the time when a black guy is balding on their fucking head. They're thinning out, and then they get those fucking braids. Somebody tell me I'm wrong. Somebody tell me that I'm fucking wrong. You can't. You literally can't.
It's insulting. It's offensive to who? Oh my God, your hair is worse than mine. I'm so sorry, man.
Well, I mean, you understand the failings of the interpretation of Israel controlling America, right? You don't agree with that.
It's not important. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean? I'm not being fucking racist, man. I'm not being racist at all. What the fuck do you mean? Listen, white guys can have like a similar fucking hairstyle, okay? White guys can have a similar hairstyle, and it looks just as fucking bad with that.
If I understand that it's seriously not important. In the same way that I understand that Nazism is bad, but Nazism is also not a serious present-day political
Imagine if I was in front of you
compared to Zionism.
Look at you, your lip is quivering. Like,
what's my limpus quivering mean? I have Tourette's. I'm sorry.
Oh, so you're like Ethan Klein. You're using Tourette's as
but I'm not on drugs, so it's not as obvious.
Tourette's makes me say Zog.
Right, like
no, that's not what I mean. Like
I know. You have full capacity to not say these things. Like you could have called me the N-word and said, "Oh, it's my Tourette's," and maybe you got away with that shit.
No, I never said I had Tourette's before until now. But
do you?
It's irrelevant. It doesn't really manifest in it makes my face twitch every now and again. It's not that big of a deal.
Dude, Bad Empanada is so fucking autistic, man.
Do you actually have Tourette's?
Yes, but it's irrelevant.
You
It
should have
doesn't matter.
never stood in front of me, George. This was not the move you should have made.
Bro, is he open about his fucking name?
So I want to. So you went off there.
You should have watched my Beyonce video.
What do you mean bad? How was me responding to you bad faith for one? Like my videos responding to you. Would you say the arguments that I made in response to you were bad faith? Like they were not legitimate.
You know what I'm gonna do?
To what
you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do?
You can just respond to what I said there.
I'm gonna continue to not.
I mean, FD Signifier said it, so I knew that was his name, but I don't know if he's open about that.
Respond to your bad faith nonsense.
So you can't just say what I'm saying is bad faith as an excuse
What
to
you gonna do
ignore
about it?
Because I
George,
responded
you gonna make
to
a
you
video?
directly. I directly responded
make the FD
to your
Signifier
arguments.
content nuke. Call me the N-word in it. You get your, it probably
This is just your excuse to avoid responding to me. Look, here's what you said, right?
No.
Here's what you said in my comments.
I'll respond on my platform, on my
So
terms.
you have me right here. I
don't give a shit about you though.
Because you said that there are secret anti-Semitism, dog whistles in
I let him
Disney.
bring you in here because deep down I was like, you know what? I'm pretty sure this motherfucker's a paper tiger. I'm pretty sure that if he stands in front of somebody,
You're pretty sure that if you avoid actually talking about the issues, I'm here to talk about the fucking issues.
But
I'm not here to insult you. I'm not here to insult your content, even though I might do it as an aside. I'm here to talk about the actual issues. But you're making it about like my motivations, about like tone policing shit. But if you want to make it about that, why didn't I read off the comment that you left on my video?
I mean, FD is floundering. You can say that you agree with FD's position, but he's just not argued any of the shit down. Like, he's not responded to any of the fucking points that Bad Empanada's tried to make. I don't think we've made any fucking ground of this at all.
Where you basically said that you were in it to like form parasocial relationships with your audience, and that, according to you, I'm not as good at that.
Did I basically say that? What is this?
Yeah, I'll read it off. I'll read it off.
Actually, I would like to read it. Can I read it?
Here's what you said. YouTube rewards. YouTube rewards people who present a part of themselves to an audience. People don't watch me because I'm the smartest, most principled leftist. People don't watch my long videos about obscure rappers they've never heard of because they care that much about the topic. They watch me because they're invested in my perspective. They want to know what I'm thinking about almost anything. This is also why I don't talk about things I'm not super knowledgeable about in my content. They watch me because I'm entertaining. I'm an entertainer. So are you. We all are. I learned this from you before I even started seriously making videos. So, you see, my philosophy is the complete opposite of that. I don't want people to like me.
It's not, though. And that's the funny thing. It not, though.
Dude, Bad Empanada, I think... Dude, is he honest? I don't know. I don't know if he's honest. I think he might actually believe that as some kind of extrapolation. But he takes it such a cynical reading of everything that people say. I don't think he's bad faith. I do think that he's, like, actually just incredibly cynical. But he takes it to such an insane fucking degree. He takes it... I'll say that he takes it to such an insane degree that it's basically indistinguishable from each other.
I think I make videos that stand up on their own merits, and anyone should be able to watch them.
Wait, hold on. Nick Andros, send that to me.
Perspective of who I am as a person, and see the value in them. I'd like to think that you think that about your content as well, but after reading that, I'm not exactly so sure, because you seem to have been making an argument that people watch you just because they like you rather than because they think you're actually making like good videos. That stand up on their own.
Unlike you, I have an accurate assessment of... Well, no. Actually...
I have an accurate assessment of where we are.
I have an accurate assessment.
Let me rephrase that.
I have an accurate...
I have an honest
Mine is the
assessment.
most accurate.
Unlike you, I have an honest assessment of the online left and my place in it. You like to mythologize that you're some type of truth teller, that you're some type of rebel or renegade figure within the online left, and that's why people don't like you and don't want to talk to you. But everybody,
it's absolutely true,
etc.
That's why people don't respond to my actual points like you don't.
It's because your actual points are not good, and I don't have to respond to your bad faith points.
Oh, so you...
Bro, dude, FD Signifier. I feel like so many people have walked away from this shit. Probably Noah Samson fans, being realistic. Those are the people who are going to fucking watch it, right? But they've walked away from this thinking that FD Signifier has demolished him or FD Signifier won. FD Signifier is just not a very fucking good debater. despite the fact that on the points, I fucking agree with him, right? If you want to have outreach, if you want to actually, you know, have people take you a little bit more seriously as a political content creator, I do think that just not using those words would be better, right?
So this is the thing, right? You're proving what I say about people like you who respond to me, right?
No, that's only an L to debate perverts, to be honest. Really. You're saying that two people can walk into a conversation, right? And so long as you agree with one of their position, they have won the conversation because you agree with them, even if they argue it badly.
You just immediately discard what I say, my actual arguments in response to you. I made like a 30-minute video responding to you when you claimed that there was secret anti-Semitism in Disney, right? I responded to your points. I showed evidence for my arguments against you. And your response to that is to just say, I don't have to respond to it. It's bad faith, whatever. So you are literally making my point for me. You're harping on your idea that like I have bad optics or whatever to avoid talking about my actual material points, the actual refutations of your arguments. You just did it right there.
Help me from the point I was trying to make. Where are we going? We were talking about the comment I left.
Yeah. And then you said that the reason why you don't respond to what I actually say to you on the issues is because
what's funny.
You just don't have to. Okay.
What's funny.
Well, then you don't care about the issues.
What's funny is that I linked an old video of yours.
Yeah, you linked an old video of yours where what did I say in that video? That this shit isn't that important, right? That try as we might, we might not have as big of an effect as we think we do as internet creators, right?
So what should we do?
I agree with you completely on that. But that's the thing. You aren't just saying that. You were also saying that your strategy is to like basically build a parasocial connection with people, right?
Let's go find the video.
I mean, Bad Empanada is just being a cunt here. He's not even letting him fucking finish.
Let's go find the video.
Like you were giving me advice, and it was like I should make people.
I was just trolling back.
They watch me more.
I was trolling back because I know deep down inside the biggest.
I wasn't trolling you, dude. I was responding to a video that you.
No. I was trolling.
That was wrong.
No, I was trolling you back.
No, you said you were trolling me back. I was never trolling you. I was responding to your.
So you do respect me. Is that why you haven't called me the N-word?
I don't have to respect you to not call you the N-word.
Oh man, that's
you
such a high bar.
Not call them slurs?
Pat yourself on the back for that.
Do you have to respect people and not call them slurs? I'd like to get into the implications of that.
No. I, unlike you, out of principle. Let me. Oh crap. What we doing?
Is Gokanaru a slur? I'm interested in this slur discussion. Lots of people are offended when I call them that.
What about cracker?
Is that a slur? It is. It's actually very, very racist, very offensive to the white people like myself.
I mean, Gokanaru is a slur, and cracker is a slur. It's just so fucking retarded the way that people use these fucking words, man. A slur is a word that is bad to say. It's like, well, not really. It's a derogatory term for somebody based on an intrinsic characteristic, right?
Why is this not working?
It's almost like you guys can understand that actually certain supposed slurs are not at all offensive or at all something to get up in arms about.
Yeah, you don't. So again, this is a Vosh talking point. I don't think.
How?
Because that's exactly what he said. Him and Destiny. That's
bro. Actually, you're like Vosh. Nuh-uh, you're like Vosh. These people are fucking children, man. Oh wait, no. I think to be fair, Bad Empanada has thrown it at FD Signifier. And then what is he throwing it back again?
Destiny had a whole arc about how it's okay for them to use slurs.
Destiny's the person. No, that's the complete different. Like I'm saying that there are certain things that technically are slurs, like cracker, that we understand have no real power and no real influence and that don't matter. And calling someone like a goy or a zog or whatever in a joking way is exactly the same as that. Like, you know, Jewish, like anti-Semitism right now is approaching the level of fucking like anti-white racism, right? And so when you're using these terms that are supposedly offensive to Jews, who gives a fuck? Honestly. And we're talking about things that like this is also specifically like a word like goy, for example. This is a slur that Jews use against non-Jews. So it doesn't even really apply. And Zog means Zionist occupied government, right? That's not a slur. That's a fucking abbreviation for a term. How on earth is that a slur? Like I'll give you that I probably should have thought a bit about calling him a slave. But apart from that, the Zog part isn't offensive.
Oh my... No! Bad Empanada! Dude, he's fucking lost, man. He's lost the debate. He admitted that he shouldn't have called him a fucking goy slave. Because he's black! He's lost me. He's lost me. I've got no heroes in this debate anymore.
At all. In fact, if anything, it's an accurate description of the way that people like that act, where they're just obsessed with like defending the honor of Jewish people as if that's something that pro-Palestine people should all be concerned with.
Wow, crap. Where is it? Why isn't this working? How do I delete?
I'll link it to you.
No. I'm trying.
Why is Noah let this one why is Noah let this go on? It's not his argument to get in the middle of, to be honest. And I'm pretty sure on his fucking donation stream, he's probably happy for the content.
Because the irony of all of this is, I remember before, right around when I started, I can't find it, and it's fine. Right around when I started percolating on the online left and getting attention, I saw that video of yours where it might have been somewhat influential to Break Bread, which you swear is a Vosh takedown video. And you said something along the lines, and you just agreed to it just now, that the actual real nature of this type of engagement of this platform is for micro celebrities to entertain an audience, that it does not contribute meaningfully to any type of true material change in the world, and that anybody that's telling you that they are is a liar, and anybody that positions themselves as some type of vanguard figure in their content is a grifter.
I don't think I said that last part at all.
Okay.
I do agree with what you're saying there. Obviously, I said that.
So,
right? That I don't think this is nearly as important as many people think it is, does not mean that I don't believe in what I'm saying. Does not mean...
No, I'm not saying you don't believe in what you're saying.
Yeah, but you're implying that I'm doing it for money, right? To entertain. Like, I say the things that I say because I do believe in them, and people happen to find that entertaining, or they happen to find it insightful. That's fucking great, right? Like, I don't make videos seeking an audience. I make videos based, on my main channel, I make videos on whatever's interesting to me in the moment. Right now, I'm making a video about the Bosnian War. It's going to get like 20,000 views. No one's going to fucking watch it because that's just what I wanted to talk about.
But you can supplement it. You can supplement it with drama slop on Bad Empanada Live.
What do you think of the videos that you're talking about you are drama slop? Because I was responding to your argument.
So first off, the first thing I pointed out was that you clipped an out of context conversation that where nothing of what I said in that moment made much sense at all, and labeled it as the short that has 71,000 views. That's like the most viewed short you posted.
Well, yeah, you said Zionist is a Nazi dog whistle.
Did I?
I mean, I posted
he didn't.
Let's roll the.
He didn't.
I didn't
he
say
did.
He didn't
in
say
that clip. That's what he said.
No, we watched the clip.
In that clip, that's what he said.
He didn't say it.
We watched that live just now.
Wait, hold on. I need to go and check this out then. Okay. Bad Empanada Live. Let's have a look at the shorts. FD Signifier. Hold on. Okay, FD Signifier calls Zionist a Nazi dog whistle.
As they
rolling him pro-Israel, pro-police progressive. Brother, be real for a...
Up front it is that it is a white supremacist.
Rolling him pro...
As they've materialized for content and for clout, that has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like there's so many people waiting in the weeds to label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here for just being like.
Oh, right. He's saying, call you a Zionist, call you something else, and then I guess they could also call you Nazi dog whistles.
This sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. But that also doesn't mean that there's not.
Right, I can see the point that he's trying to make. I can see the discrepancy there for how he might have flubbed that word then. If he's saying that he didn't say that.
Now,
We watched it.
You labeled it as such.
You didn't say
you
that.
applied as such, but I did not say that.
Man, what did you say in that clip? What
No.
did you mean to
How
say
about
in that
how
clip?
about bad empanada? How about say, "Oops, my bad. I'm sorry." How about saying
That's what you
I was
said. You said
incorrect? No,
you listed a bunch
it's
of
not what he
terms,
said.
including
It's
Zionists.
not what he
and said
said.
they are a Nazi
Look, all right,
dog.
I've been yelling at my kids. I've been ignoring my kids. I've been ignoring my wife, and I've been here for 2.5 hours. If you cannot just objectively own up to the fact that you clip
Most terminally online terms, like Zog, aren't going to be commonly understood. A reappropriation to adopt the term as a means to meaningful and comedic critique is perfectly fine given the climate. Yeah, problem is, the predominant usage of the word Zog right now means that Jews are in control. You can use it as a joke to reference the fact that Jews are in control, right? But you don't really believe that. You're saying that to be fucking edgy. Reappropriating it is a semi-comedic, political term to say that, oh, people are acquiescing towards, I don't know, like, Zionism rather than Jews being in control. I guess you could do that, but people are going to misunderstand you because you're using it for a very subtly different meaning. And frankly, when you say that, people are just not going to fucking believe you, right? They're going to think that you're throwing out dog whistles, and then you've got like a secret private position, and you're like lying as soon as you get called out on it.
something out of context and labeled it with quotes that I
So
said.
is that short the only thing that you have a problem with? Because that short is from after
that
you
short is
posted that comment
emblematic
and started
of-
complaining about me.
that short
You're
is
changing the
emblem-
subject now.
That short
It's
is
this just sounds like you're looking for a roundabout way to get around actually responding to my substantive criticisms of you. Because I made a 30 minute long video responding to you and others. It wasn't
When I found out what Zog meant, the abject horror at what I had been hearing. I thought it was the dragon. I thought it was the dragon from that kid's book.
just
no?
you. It was other people as well.
but
on
if I
Jewish
know-
supremacy. And then on you spreading the anti-Semitism crisis narrative about Disney
if
movies.
I know your standard is to purposefully and
See, this is the thing. You're just insisting.
I muted
that
him.
You're just insisting that you don't have to respond to me because you can offhandedly discount what I have
Why?
to say
Mr.
because
Mr.
you
Mr.
just know
George.
that this is what I'm
Jeff,
like. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit.
Wait, FD, you're muted. Hold on. Sorry.
I'm pretty
Wait,
sure
you have
that's
to unmute,
Zog,
FD.
no? Oh, dude, it's all fucked up and everything.
Okay, try now.
Okay, here we go. The question that I want you to ask is why would I meaningfully respond to you when I know you're going to willfully misrepresent what I'm saying, lie about it, and then not apologize, and that this is a
Generally, Zionism is a political ideology. I think Zog absolutely will be used by Nazis for sure. Well, it has been. That is the usage right now, right? But given, well, it's not necessarily Nazis, okay? Because, let's be real, even leftists can believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about the JQ, right? That's absolutely true. But that is the predominant usage. It's anti-Semitic conspiracy theories to say that Jews have control over society. But, okay. But given context, I think Zog jokes can be utilized by leftists in a manner that won't drive people to anti-Semitism. It's not about driving people to anti-Semitism, right? I don't think that's quite what the argument is. The argument is that the word has a current meaning, you're trying to use it for a subtly different meaning, and so it's going to be off-putting when people hear your messaging, right?
a history of behavior for you. Why would I do that? Who the fuck do you think you are?
Simple question here.
No,
what did I
no,
say in
answer
my
my
actual
question.
videos
Answer
to you
yours.
that you think was that?
Noah, I'm going to donate some money. And
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? You do this to me. You do what you're saying to me. You lie about
Okay. Well, I'm really I don't know if I should say sorry or
No, you know what? That was satisfying. And I think a lot of people will get satisfaction from that. Not, I hate that it had to happen, but it is what it is. I'm gonna please I'll do the propaganda thing some other time. Peace and blessings to the chat.
Thanks, man. Thanks for coming on.
Peace out, brother.
All right. Well,
the only way that Bad Empanada can win and do a big fucking comeback after this is if he makes a follow-up video on Bad Empanada Live and calls FD Signifier the N-word hard R. That is one thing that I agree with FD Signifier on. We'll have to see if that happens, though. We'll have to see if that happens. Just say that you're edgy. I think that is something you can generally say, right? I'm trying to, I do it for entertainment purposes. I think that it's funny to refer to people as totally zogged out. You know? It is what it is. Wait, Lamau, you're too young for that discourse. It deadass precedes you. What, N-word hard R? No, I know who Martin Luther King is. Right? I wasn't around at the time when that discourse happened. But I know about it, right? I've learned about it and stuff. I have a dream and stuff. Bad Empanada tried to say the N-word isn't funny. Bad Empanada's a liar. Yeah. I mean, dude, like, all slurs can be just fucking real. Like, the shock jock value in and of itself, it is just funny, you know? It is. It is just funny. Okay, nice. I'm gonna thank Donos, and then I'm gonna head out and head off to bed. Alright? Nice. Okay, I'm gonna raid you guys into Resi. Or actually, fuck, I'll raid you into Jimmy instead. I haven't raided him in a while. But before I do that, I'm going to thank the people who donated, and then I'm going to kick you guys out, okay? Nice. Thank you to PD. This comment will be deleted. Master Goya Eater. Daxter. Core God. Master of Bricks. Janky Johnny. Dan Jr. Guna42. Clayben Treese Jr. Alexandros Pavlo. Space Station. And that is everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Had lots of fun. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that tomorrow should actually be pretty fun. Dude, the drama that's bubbling up between Connor and Destiny is actually looking like total fucking Kino. But we'll have to take a look tomorrow, you know? As a non-Dickers viewer, good stream, mate. Silly faces were a bit much. Unfortunately, it comes with the turf, but I appreciate you stopping by, okay? Nice. I'll see you guys soon. I'll see you guys later. Lots of love. See you tomorrow. Bye.